Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swiggy with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just showed that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, but a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spotsy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Does Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muppet does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah. Okay. Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This.
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the Elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't News actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muppet does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay. What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting as it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too. So that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what I got. Risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that quick.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL. And as we speak, we're now 1 week into playoffs, and man, this playoffs is pretty heavy. Trust me guys, this is not gonna be an easy week for us, for the players, and of course it's gonna be pretty entertaining. And as always, I'm gonna be your host for today, CQ, and by my side, Penguin, the veteran himself. How are you doing, Penguin?
All good, and I'm really happy to be here for the second day, as you said, in the playoffs, which is the most, in my opinion, the most important day. Always the games that one team will leave is the most important for me.
Yeah, of course, we're in the second week, and today we have one best of five. But actually, before we get into this best of five, we had a lot of shenanigans, a lot of fights last week. And speaking of fights, we had LCK dropping down versus 3BL in the upper bracket, which was a surprise, like an upset for, like, I believe almost everyone that was viewing or watching the CFWL, of course, like to all of us. And then they started to go for the long run, like from the very begin of the lower bracket. They played versus Anubis, they got their win, and Anubis got the 6th place. Of course, that was after losing to Unknights in a best of 5 full distant way that went to Unknights' favor. And now we have Unknights that played the next game versus Vitality, and trust me, this one was not easy for Vitality nor Unknights. It was also full distance, and Vitality got a W. Unknights, of course, dropped to the lower bracket, but they are not playing today. They are gonna be playing, I'm not sure, like probably tomorrow. Of course,
yeah.
after the first match that we have. And for the upper port, we had Nemesis versus 3BL, which went 3-0, and man, it was, quite frankly, it felt like stomp. And now we have 3BL playing versus LCK for another time, but this one on the lower bracket.
Yeah, and talking about the trivia of the day is very funny in my opinion. The 3BL Galaxy, they experienced both sweeping and getting swept out, because they won 3-0 versus LCK, and just Nemesis destroyed them 3-0. So now they are back into again LCK spots, because they are going back for the loser bracket into LCK. So that's what makes it really important for them, because some people are saying, okay, it was a bad day for LCK, it was a good day for TBL. Now LCK do not have any more excuses. They need to show us the performance that we are expecting them to do.
Of course, and like if you lose, you're out, which is a pretty bad spot to be in, especially if you're LCK. I know, like, getting to the lower bracket will help you get more games to practice, to have everything that gives you the motivation to win, but at the same time, you're in a pretty tough spot that's like one slip away and you're out of the CFWL playoffs, and at the same time that will bother you a lot in the CFS points, that will bother you a lot in, of course, getting to the regional qualifiers, and at the same time, that's not what your fans are expecting when you say the name of LCK. They're waiting for a lot of stuff. And for you, Penguin, how did it feel seeing LCK drop down?
Well, as we mentioned, that LCK, they are having hard times, and as Lineclaw also mentioned, that these guys are playing a lot of games, a lot of maps. They are consistent for like 2 years now, so sometimes you have some drops, you have some ups and downs. And I said that they were unlucky a bit because their downs are in the playoffs, and they started very tricky with the 3BL Galaxy. However, they started also very tricky versus Anubis in the first map. They lost 10-6 on Eagle Eye, and we said that maybe this is the end for LCK's Season 1. However, they came back, and the mental resilience, their experience, and everything just showed up for them. And now LCK are in another contest for this loser bracket, because LCK is going to be always playing for the last chance. Always. Even if they win today, tomorrow is going to be also their last chance. And if they win tomorrow, also it will be their last chance to prove that they need to be the winners. You're talking about, they were going for the first place.
And of course, that puts them in a lot of pressure to get, like, as we were speaking about the points here, it is those points for LCK will matter a lot. You don't just want to skip EWC, you don't want to skip the regional finals, you don't want to be in the regional qualifiers. That's LCK standards, I would say, and of course for those points you will see that the top 3 teams will head to the EWC directly, and the top 4 teams will go to the regional qualifiers for CFS. Top 8, or actually, yeah, the top 8 of the top 4, so like from 5th place to the 12th place, will get to the regional qualifier, which means we will have 4 teams from the Open League and 4 teams from the West League to play in this matter. And of course the bottom 4 teams will head home, not even gonna be part of the Open League, which is gonna give room for new talents to jump in and get some treats. And of course, like those games, the league itself, it's pretty heavy to watch. And here it is, the playoffs brackets. We had like the games that we just broke down. LCK versus Anubis was a pretty interesting one to watch. Anubis make everything that they can, but at the end it was pretty hard for them. They needed extra gas in the tank, and they didn't have it. Of course, Unlights versus Anubis went full distant. Vitality Unlights was a banger of a series to watch. Now, on the other side, it felt like the upper bracket, like the side that LCK and 3BL Galaxy are coming from, it's just like 3-0 sweeps all the way down.
Yeah, the bracket, the match 1 and match 4, because it was the 3v of today. It was the 3BL Galaxy who played versus LCK, and they swept them. And now they went for Nemesis and they got swept by Nemesis 3-0. Now it's time for redemption for both teams, in my opinion, because they both get swept. 3BL Galaxy lost to Nemesis 3-0, and we are talking about also LCK lost to 3BL Galaxy 3-0. So it's just a match for redemption. Who got the better adaptations? Who fixed the mistakes? Who tried hard this week? Who played more games? Who fixed more mistakes? And that's what we're going to be seeing. Who changed his play style? Because LCK, in my opinion, needs to be changing their play style 100% if they want to be winning this league, because that's not working right now. And we've seen that 3BL Galaxy usually plays very good versus the best teams. We're going to be talking about this later, but in my opinion, it's a redemption unit for both teams, 3BL Galaxy and LCK.
Of course, and speaking of redemption, to redeem yourself, you need to bring some kills. And of course, when it comes to that department, Spoxy is gonna get the top one. And on the other side, I believe that we have a 3BL Galaxy around the corner, but he's not in the top 10, not anymore. I believe after the playoffs games, we have Muffin. That's his record. I believe no one's gonna be able to touch it, change it, since Anubis are already out. Slayer coming from Team Vitality, and the rest you can see Famous is in the top 10. Like, that guy is everywhere. Like, you'll see him in the KD, you'll see him in the headshots, you'll see him everywhere. I believe, like, I don't know, the Famous is just running the league.
Yeah, Famous he's having 520 kills, by the way, the most kills among all the players. 520 kills. Talking about headshots, he's the most headshots as well. So, and he's in top 10 KD. He's 1.17 KD. Yes, there is 1.37, there is 1.35. However, they are mostly snipers, except for Slayer, by the way. The top 3 or 5 are mostly snipers. It's Spoxy sniper, Muffin sniper, Alucard sniper, Dirty sniper. Only Slayer the rifler that do. So it's very unfair to put the KDs of the snipers to the KDs of the rifles, because the snipers can just get a lot of kills more than more than the rifles. However, Famous is showing a very good performance, and in my opinion, Unlights just exceeded my expectation 100%. So that's why we're seeing Famous doing a very good job. But for this game, 3BL Galaxy and LCK, also 3BL Galaxy exceeded my expectation for the playoffs. Looking at the performance on phase 1 and onto phase 2, I was saying that the guys were still not finding their calls, their things, their teamwork, maybe the strategies. But now I see that the team is kind of playing. Even though when they got destroyed by Nemesis, I still find out that the guys are trying their best to do. They are just trying to make the strategies, make the plays. They are confident now. They trust their IGL. They trust themselves. They play together as a team. At the end, maybe the experience is not a thing that we can match it with Nemesis or LCK as well. But the aim-wise, I believe that the guys are having a very good times right now.
They are having good times, but like I have a debate with you since we have seen them versus Nemesis. It felt like quite frankly a different team that we saw versus LCK. They were missing their shots.
the
They
play
were
style.
not feeling their self, and it felt like the LCK was just like a revive that they got, like a boost that they got after playing in a LAN event, and after that they just went down to the grave. I don't know. I don't wanna put some expectations on them, like high ones, since they already exceeded most of the guys that would expect that 3BL Galaxy once they got into the playoffs. They're gonna drop down and lose from LCK and lose their first game in the lower bracket, but they made, I would say, a revolution for the team, for those players. And that's just like, yeah, for the scouters, they gotta keep an eye on the 3BL Galaxy roster, and those are the players. We have Hunt, Omega, Sad, Desi, and Noxen, all 5 players ready, and of course the coach, Yask, is speaking to them, and I'm really trying to see anything from their facial expression. But like Daisy is in another dimension right now, and the rest of the players are just setting up their stuff.
Well, talking about the matchup versus Nemesis, because you mentioned that it was different matchup than 3BL Galaxy. It was the play style that was different. It was the teamwork from Team Nemesis that was different. I mentioned that 3BL Galaxy, when you give them time, when you give them the space, they will punish you. When you give them the map, they will punish you. They will come and destroy you. But this was not the case in Nemesis, because Nemesis is the team that usually gives you everything, and they are not the team that's fighting for all controls. But we've seen a different Nemesis, and we mentioned this, and we highlighted that Kevin changed everything before playing versus 3BL Galaxy, and it all worked
True.
out very well for them. So that the playstyle that they played, Nemesis versus 3BL, that's how you counter 3BL Galaxy. You need to give them no room to play, because if you give these guys no room to play, they have the most the most skillful, experienced players in talking about aim wise. They have Noxin, he knows how to aim, he's a very good aimer. Omega, Hunt, Sad, everybody's just come frag. So what Nemesis did, they denied this space for them. So LCK, what they did versus them when L3BL Galaxy 1-3-0, they give them everything. They were choke, they were kind of not confident, they were shaky, very shaky actually from LCK, that give them the map, give them the room, and just 3BL Galaxy punished for every single space that LCK have given them. Now it's Loon's work. The players should listen to their coach now, because Loon's definitely going to be working on trying to deny this space for 3BL Galaxy and to play more aggressive into them. And that's what I'm expecting. And of course, the 3BL players should be expecting that. They watched Nemesis game. They played versus them very aggressive. And now LCK is just going to be crushing everything to them.
Yeah, and when it comes to that department that you mentioned, that they are better in aim when it comes to shooting, I believe when it comes to CFWL, we have, I would say, the players level when it comes to aim, they are kind of close to each other, and we're speaking about LCK, so like when it comes to aiming, I believe that those guys knows how to shoot. I believe they just were in the top 2, top 3 category for a long time, for a long period. So when it comes to that department, they got it well, and they know how to deal with it. And of course, I would say that 3BL still is the underdog in the playoffs. They're the new teams, the new guys, and LCK are just managing their way back to the top. I believe like the top 4 conversation would be a lot difficult, but like first you gotta get over 3BL Galaxy. And speaking of LCK, their play style across phase 1 and phase 2 is almost identical, just like a small fraction of it changes. But when it came to playoffs, I don't know, like they are a bit shaky. One bad game and a really good game afterwards.
Well, LCK's performance is kind of starting from the playoffs. It was all the way down, and then it started going up way, way, way better versus Anubis. The first map was disaster from them. The Eagle Eye that they lost in 6-10 to Anubis. Yes, Anubis is one of the best teams that are playing Eagle Eye, but you're talking about LCK, the guys that are leading Eagle Eye since maybe 2022. So they fall short for them. But then maybe the team stats, the team performance started going up again, and they started winning more, and they won 3-1. So I'm saying that LCK, they are slowly but surely gaining their experience back, gaining their confidence back, gaining their mentality back, and trying to play together. Maybe they are trying to adapt. As Lion mentioned, we are having bad days. I believe that today shouldn't be as bad as the first day they played versus CBL Galaxy, because we need to see fight from these guys, and I'm expecting to see a completely different LCK this day.
Yeah, that's a pretty good argument and things we should be waiting from LCK. And also, I would love to mention that you had your IGL starting to frag when it comes to LCK. Like for a long time, it felt like that department is a bit short, but I believe actually that was on nights on LCK still the same thing. But when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to phase 2, they just shifted the momentum, got straight to the point, and got their stuff together. And hopefully we can see the same thing on today's game. I really just want to see them play versus 3BL Galaxy. I remember, or like, speaking of phase 1, they played a full distance best of 3. It went to LCK. Phase 2, they lost 2 games versus Vitality and Nemesis, and when it came to playoffs, they dropped down the first game, of course, versus 3BL Galaxy. I don't want to speak or like in this part a lot, and I would love to head to the maps itself, since Eagle Eye was always their signature map, and losing versus Anubis in a pretty humiliating fashion, it felt a bit odd for a team like LCK. Anubis, yeah, they won the map, they got everything they can, but like overall LCK, they got the rest of the deal, the rest of the night. So LCK, they might have some shaky mess, but Eagle Eye, that felt different.
Well, talking about the maps, this is a good topic to talk about, because the maps is going to be completely the same, because we are talking about 3BL Galaxy, the team that usually bans Black Widow. That's as I'm checking all the stats, 3BL Galaxy never played Black Widow. Talking about also LCK, they played Compound. They left Compound for some while in the group stage, but it wasn't a good performance coming out from them. In my opinion, they didn't even try to go and play it and maybe practice it this week, because it's going to be a disaster for them. So they will have to play sub base, or they have to play 3BL sub base. So that means that LCK will still go into their favorite map ban, which is Compound. So we are checking into the same. It's going to be the same maps that we watched last time. And about the predictions, it's because we're going to be playing the same maps. LCK will not give you the chance to destroy them 2 times in a row in the same maps. That's what I'm talking about. You are talking about best of 5 on day 1 and best of 5 again on day 3. So if LCK loses both, that's completely red flag for them.
Like, hear me out. I am a believer. Like, I've seen 3BL Galaxy go through tough and wound, and it feels like they deserve their chance to get someone to believe in them. And I'm gonna be that guy. Like, you have all 3 of you, Last, Trav, and Penguin, you're going for LCK. I'm gonna go the other side around. I'm rooting for 3BL Galaxy. Those guys deserves the recognition, deserve to get some credit for their work. And speaking of the maps, we have seen LCK at the last time banning New Compound, since New Compound is one of 3BL's best maps that they have.
And they don't play it. And as well, LCK, they don't play it.
Of course, they don't play it, and at the same time, they played on Eagle Eye, and their Eagle Eye, it felt like they're falling short versus 3BL, and they did the same versus Anubis. So, like, can we have that debate that Eagle Eye are not their best suit anymore?
Yeah, definitely. Let me tell you that it's not their best suit, neither Eagle Eye nor Subbase. By the way, we're talking about 2 maps. Eagle Eye, Subbase are not the best maps for LCK right now. However, this is a double-edged weapon for 3BL Galaxy, because if they are starting one of those 2 maps, you're talking about Eagle Eye, you're talking about Subbase, that means that if 3BL loses the first one of their best maps, which is most likely going to be Subbase or Eagle Eye, it's one of those, they will have hard times. But if they win it, definitely LCK is gonna be having hard times because they will be consecutive. Like it will be, for example, sub base pick by 3BL Galaxy, followed by an Ankara pick by LTK, then Eagle Eye pick by 3BL Galaxy, or vice versa. Eagle Eye pick by 3BL Galaxy, followed by Ankara pick by LCK, and then sub base pick by 3BL Galaxy, because 3BL Galaxy will try to go for sub base, will try to go for Eagle Eye, and LCK will try to go for Ankara, will try to go for Port, because both cannot play. The LCK cannot play except those two maps perfectly good. In addition, with New Mexico and Black Widow, there is no Black Widow. New Mexico is going to be the decider.
And speaking of the New Mexico being the decider, that's a good prediction from you, Penguin. And of course, we have sub base from 3BL Eagle Eye on the other side from LCK. Like, still, like, Eagle Eye is one of their all-time best maps. They have won it in a pretty tight situations that gave them titles, that gives them placement trophies, but we'll see if that's going to be the case for today's matchup. Then Ankara and Port, and for this best of 5 BO5, it looks like it's stable. Like, their sub base is decent. Eagle Eye is just like Eagle Eye. Ankara, give or take, I would say it's 60-40 to Team 3BL Galaxy. Port 50-50 New Mexico. Man, I don't favor any of them in New Mexico, to be real.
No. Port. If we get to map 4, Port, I guess 3BL Galaxy will close it. If it's 2-1 to 3BL Galaxy, sub base pick first map. Sub base pick is a double-edged weapon. If 3BL Galaxy, they usually show us what we've seen from 3BL Galaxy. They usually show us a very bad first map, except for the game that they played versus LCK in the first day on the playoffs. But other than that, it's always a very bad first game coming out from 3BL Galaxy. So if you put your best map on the first and you don't win it, you don't have two things now. You're down your best map and you're down with your mentality because you don't have it anymore. Check out 3BL Galaxy's V2 last week. It was Eagle Eye first, then putting their best map second. It was Eagle Eye picked by LCK, by the way. And then putting their best map second. Yes, for 3BL Galaxy's perspective, they picked sub-base first. But last week, it was a different scenario because LCK had a map before. So it was a good warm-up for them. Now, they will be warming in sub-base. If 3BL Galaxy, and this is the choking point for them, if 3BL Galaxy don't show their strong performance and the strong aim, individuals, clutches, because last time they won like 6 rounds because of knocks and clutches. If they don't show the same performance and going into sub-base, Eagle Eye is going to be completely different from LCK. We are going into Ankara, one of the best maps for both teams. It will be 50-50 for both teams because you're talking about a map that both can play it, but there is a one team maybe down 2-0. So definitely we will favor the other team.
Of course, and I love that the argument that I will brought here, that Noxon was the key player for 3BL Galaxy to get some rounds to win some maps. I believe that guy had 3 point, I don't know, something KD, and
on
most
sub-base,
of his team. Yeah, of course, on sub-base, of course. And his teammates, some of them were falling short, and that guy was just ruling the entire place. So he is a really good and a key player for the, I would say, the whole 3BL Galaxy project. And it feels like if he fell short, it would be pretty hard for them to regain themselves, and that's pretty bad for a team to have all their eggs in one basket, and it's Noxon being the man of the show.
Always, if it's going to be Noxon, the man of the show, then I believe that it's going to be very tough for 3BL because they will not give room for 3BL Noxon again. Noxon will not do whatever he did again. It's not another team, it's LCK, so I believe that they fixed things.
Of course, we'll see, will it be the one-man show from 3BL Galaxy, or LCK will grab this win and keep going from the lower bracket? And of course, I'm gonna be the only guy who's believing in 3BL Galaxy. Like, I believe in the dark horse that's coming, that's struggling and winning, but let's break it down. We'll head to Laz and Trav. Take it back, guys.
Let's go. We are back. Looking forward to it. It's nice to be alongside my boy Laz again. Yes, get the camera raised up, mate. You're not that short. You're definitely taller than me. I can confirm that. But yeah, looking forward to today. First thing, most important question: how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. It's been a little bit of a break for me, but yeah, a lot of good CrossFire action that's been happening, right? We're in the playoffs now, and I, kind of just listening to the desk and seeing what's actually occurred and the position that everybody's in. It's kind of wild, to be completely honest, but that's what makes it even more exciting now. But, Trav, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm good, man. That's the classic Canadian politeness that I expect from Laz, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've had a good day so far. I've been relaxing, we're getting ready for the day, and yeah, what makes this game just fun in general for me is that they can fully focus on today. One BO5. They've played each other before in the playoffs, and it was absolutely crazy that the fact it was a 3-0 for 3BL. You would have thought for sure that LCK would have got at least one map in that BO5, and now they have a chance of a bit of redemption here. You would think, which is why we picked them, you would think LCK, a team that have always been going deep in CFWL historically, would find a way to continue to do so, but maybe 3BL are a bogey opponent. We shall see. We're underway.
Yeah, here we go. And like you said, I mean, a big surprise of events, right? Where, 3BL were able to, find a 3-0. I think that was the biggest thing that I took away from it. Is I kind of said at the beginning of the season, look, I felt like 3BL were a team that absolutely could be, a little bit of a dark horse or a bit of an upset team, but I didn't think that. I thought if they were going to beat any team like LCK, it was going to be like a 5-map grinder, all the way, and everything's just pushing to the limits. But yeah, they come prepared, and they've been playing very, very well. Mega's been having himself a good, bout of performance, as well as Nox, and I feel like he's really started to step things up. But look, it's do or die now for both these teams.
It is indeed in this lower portion of the bracket, exactly. It'd be a shame for LCK to get eliminated now, but 3BL are going to be no pushovers. We know that. First play coming through on sub-base toward the A-bomb site, and Sad's going to hold on well. He finds himself 2, Omega swings, and then that activates Sad to peek over his contact. So, good, clean start for 3BL on their map pick. Obviously, map picks maybe don't mean everything in a BO5. However, of course, we do know that the order in which they are played does matter.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the one thing that was interesting too from Penguin is look, for a team like 3BL, not really the best team to win their first maps, right? They're kind of slow to get the starting. So for them to have a pick like this and a map that they're pretty, well, decent on, I mean, it's a lot more at stake for these guys. But winning the opening round is definitely going to feel a lot better for this. And now LCK, maybe a little bit of PTSD, right? They're kind of okay, hang on. I know it's only one round, but we gotta get ourselves back into this game quick, and we'll have to see. And a lot of players have to step up too, because I was gonna say Dzane has been the guy that's been hot, but now he's actually taken out early, and Sad finds him. So that's a huge kill once again for 3BL to kind of kick things off here for round number 2.
Yeah, another nice opening. Got full control of the map again, really, have at 3BL, and a good rotation round from Hunt. We've seen some incredible pop-off rounds from Hunt so far in this season. He has had some crazy moments that have been pretty unexpectedly good, I guess you could say. And yeah, he's looking good on that secondary TRG as well, more often than not. He'll get himself a second kill there. Help in toward that control room position means that it's a comfortable 2-0 start for 3BL.
Yeah, let's not forget too that LCK, I mean, again, they were the team that theoretically have more reps on this map than 3BL does. And I mean, the win percentage is still better for 3BL, but just slightly. But LCK, they've pretty much primarily been together for a long time. But I'm glad that Penguin kind of brought that up, saying even Lionclaw mentioning look, yeah, it just, things have not been the greatest, or we're just kind of in a little bit of a slump potentially. And I think we've all kind of said that throughout the season, where we felt like LCK not really playing the way they should be, right? I mean, this is kind of a team, again, that's always made top 2 placement, or pretty much have guaranteed the win. And it's players like that might be able to start it off. And not a bad kill for Spoxy, and finds himself a secondary one. And there we go. LCK finally kicked down the door a little bit, get themselves some site control. C4 is going to go down, and now it's a retake scenario here for Omega and DZY.
Yeah, first Spoxy moment of the BO5. There was a brilliant couple there to break open the site, but yeah, they do have to make sure they confirm it now and make sure that doesn't go unrewarded. Omega, that's so clean on Kiko. All of a sudden, Dzane is left all alone in the corner. 19 seconds on that bomb. Omega can hold it while perhaps the angle is held by DZY, but no, he's holding the wrong position. They did not know where Dezane was, and Dezane will complete it. Real good work from Dezane to spare the blushes of getting destroyed by Omega on that first initial retake portion.
Oh man, and again, it just like Dezane, I was kind of mentioning it, in the previous round where I was like, look, he's the guy that's been putting up some decent numbers, and it's him that has to actually come up with the clutch, and now maybe that'll be a little bit of a lifeline. And look at how well they play after that clutch. They just find triple kill so quickly. And now just leaving it to Hunt and Sad by themselves. I mean, they're going to have a lot of heavy lifting, but Trav, they might be able to do it. And all of a sudden, this thing has gotten a little bit grindy. And it's all just down to Hunt. The IGL trying his darndest right now on the 1v2. And Dezane is taking so much damage. And Hunt is still pressing forward. He doesn't even care at all. But man, it comes down to another 1v1.
Crazy. Good job from Spoxy to complete it in the end. But yeah, that was Hunt really causing them an issue. Unfortunately, just the lack of bullets on that sidearm is always a difficulty when you go for a quick play like that. They get eaten up pretty quickly. So definitely winnable. But LCK have managed to grind out these 2 in a row. And that's going to make a big difference for them. That's one to maybe talk about on the desk later with Penguin and Sekio. Like, look, this could have been a 4-0 start if the clutches had gone 3BL's way. Of course, very close too, so definitely up for debate and conversation on that one. But either way, LCK will be delighted. They're in the game now, and Noxin already is going to be taking quite a bit of damage in that corner. We know those nades can be stacked behind those boxes, and he might be forced to fight and forced to call Hunt over to help out, and Hunt will hit the shot nicely. So another opening to find.
Yeah, like I like the idea from Flex, right? I like the fact that he always plays the lurk. He likes to just kind of create a little bit of noise, but I felt like he was kind of overextending still. He was playing a very wide angle, and it's so risky, right? I mean, that's kind of the one thing I've always kind of taken away from his play style is like he tries to go for these plays, and I always question, is the risk worth the reward? I don't know. And in this sense, no. Like, I mean, he goes down early, puts 3BL in a great position with the 5-on-4. Even though Noxon's taken a bit of damage with that utility, he's still in this corner position, but he does go down quickly. But DZY does get the trade back immediately. But now LCK, and there's Lion Claw to be able to fly out of jail, and he's able to find the double kill. So C4 is going to go down one more time. And now Sad all by himself on the 1-on-3. You have Kiko, critically low here with 31 HP, but that smoke is going to be problematic. And there we go. Kiko is going to be able to find the last nail to the coffin, and LCK will be able to find themselves that one round little bit of a buffer. But Trav, this is going very back and forth, and it just kind of feels like, again, like all the cards are on the table, right? You can kind of just feel like they know there's all the pressure here for this game, or this series, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, like, the brawl has started very quickly, hasn't it? I think we've got a little bit of a tech coming in here for LCK. It's not actually attack, so we'll get that sorted ASAP. But yeah, of course, bracket quarterfinals. Knights are waiting in the next round. It's obviously a very long, drawn-out playoff bracket with lots of BO5s to play. So, for 3BL and LCK, they don't need to worry about that right now. They know it all comes down to this. It's like do or die with elimination on the line in the lower bracket. So, for a team like LCK, who were very, very close to getting second place, in that elite group, to just skip that round and go to the upper bracket semi straight up rather than having to play the quarterfinals, which they inevitably lost. Not inevitably, invariably, unpredictably lost against 3BL, all the words. Yeah, like, they would have hoped that they would have had the upper bracket semi locked in. They didn't. They missed out by, 2 rounds or something in the game difference, looking at the elite group on Wikipedia right now. Very, very close, both with a 7-3 record, both LCK and Nemesis. But yeah, for them to immediately have dropped down to lower bracket round 1, they're having to do this one the hard way. Beating Anubis, it was a comfortable 3-1 in the end, a little bit awkward, but they got it over the line. Now they've got to win today, then they've got our Knights, and it's extra work that they would have hoped they wouldn't have had to do. And yeah, don't get me wrong, they're still in it, but it won't be an easy day today. And whereas 3BL, of course, they know what went right last time. They know how to beat LCK in the BO5, and of course they've beaten even the best teams in the league in BO5s this year in different tournaments. So yeah, it's going to be really curious for LCK today to see if they can find the answer of what went wrong before. Usually, logic that I like to say and talk about in these sort of scenarios is it in a game like this especially, it's harder to innovate. It's harder to innovate as a team that has already won than it is to fix the issues that what caused you to lose. Usually fixing the issues that tends to be a little bit easier in my eyes than it is to innovate. So that's something that I'm looking forward to seeing if they can figure out, and if that sort of pattern continues, because I've seen that pattern be very common in Crossfire in days gone by.
No, I definitely agree, and I think there's a lot to say about that. But look, we could ramble about this, but we're gonna take a little bit of a break. It seems like this tech issue is a little bit more technical than we thought, so we're gonna take a 3-minute break. We'll be back, and we'll see you, and get ready for map number 1.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We promised you a short break, and we're ready to go. It's only going to be on us, our beautiful faces, for a moment here. But look, I mean, it's been a couple minutes. LCK have themselves, I think it's a 3-2 score right now, if I'm not mistaken. They got themselves just barely at the edge of in the win column, but it's a question, can they maintain it? I have no idea, Trav. This game really does feel like a bit of a ping pong match, in my opinion. Like, it does not feel... I don't feel confident either way going on either side.
No, I agree with you. I mean, this is actually a really interesting one, isn't it? I mean, I think we're in a position where it's very, very unpredictable because we've already had 2 rounds that went to a 1v1, of course, in this first half that could have gone either way. And 3BL were, you know, wrestling them back, and LCK only just managed to drag them over the line, and that's changed the trajectory of the match so far. So let's see if that continues to change things, or if we're going to continue on the LCK path at the moment. We're back underway, and a little bit of a feeler through the double doors, but no more than that so far.
Yeah, this has really changed a different tempo, right? Because we saw the previous round it was 3BL that actually pushed for, you know, woodroom control, and they were the ones that were rushing in, and they got kind of mowed down, and now they're going to be a little bit more humbled on it. But LCK looking like they want to go for the stair, execute onto A here, so they're all ready to go. And Omega tasked here with a big one, and he has to be able to come with multi-kill, but it's only that one, so the single anchor does go down quickly. And LCK now in a prime position to get the C4 down, but you still have Hunt close on the heels, but he can't seem to find a kill. He's trying to be a little bit of an assassin, and now even Flux has been able to find some decent intel. This is now becoming problematic. 3BL, they've been just picked apart in this round.
Yeah, another example of this sort of thing happening, it has to be said. And Zane will manage to force the issue really nicely at the end to complete it. They should be very happy with how things are going so far.
That's the flex lurk that I love, though, right? Like, that's where he actually plays it properly. Like, he sits back a little bit, he gets the perfect timing, he gets, you know, lots of information, able to get a duel. That was so much impact, in my opinion. So, but decent attempt from Hunt, though, right? Being able to kind of, he was able to kind of slip that line pretty quickly. He just, you know, just missed it by the split second, I feel like. And then, you know, LCK, they had a bit of a, there must have been a calm somewhere because they turned quick.
Yeah, very impressive in these sort of scenarios so far for LCK. Very active. Another opening kill for 3BL here, though. They've been not bad at finding those so far in this game, but only have the 2 rounds to show for it. I wonder if this is an opening sign of what kind of LCK are going to turn up today. You know, they, you know, ideally should be thinking they're winning this game, but you never know. Good burst through from Kiko. Dezane will find his one as well, and he waits for Sad to go aggressive. Get a second kill from that pretty comfortably. Does bring it back into a 2v2 very quickly, but it's a 2v2 that isn't comfortable because Flex and Dezane are both pretty low. And of course, they haven't made the full decision on when to get that bomb planted yet. Big flank coming around from Omega. He'll manage to get his kill. That puts Dezane in an even worse situation now. Surely not another clutch in this sort of situation for LCK. Especially on this low HP. Feels pretty impossible. Hunt is waiting to see when he agresses forward. He's right betwixt in the between right now, and now he knows he can pincer him. Stuck in the corner. Easy kill. Maybe back on the board.
Yeah, I really like the big piece of this too is that like DZY actually had a really nice little bit of a lineup in jail, like where he was able to get that kill just in the hallway. So I love that he was able to find that initial one. I was kind of questioning the swing. I think it was from Sad a little bit. Like he kind of went super aggressive on that. It felt like he didn't have any utility behind him. He just kind of dry swung it, but nonetheless, 3BL, they still, you know, pan out the round in their favor to bring this still to a 1-round affair. But LCK are definitely looking a lot more composed, I feel like now. I think they've been, you know, the realization of, you know, the position they're in, and like what, you know, Penguin and Seki were mentioning is that, you know, the fact they lost 3-0 in the first opening round of playoffs is not the LCK you normally get to see. And we're still waiting to see some kills coming through here from, you know, Spoxy in the sense that, I mean, he's been able to get some in the early rounds, but it's a little bit more quiet since we've been back in the break. We'll have to see what they want to find on this, but it looks like they want to go back for the A-pop one more time. And that's going to leave it all down to Omega. Oh, man, that is not going to feel good. Omega's going to be hurting tomorrow for that one. And look at that. A big flank into radio. Lion Claw just rips them apart. And LCK, once again, finding themselves in a prime position here, Trav.
That was really nice, and just a very good example of just having that extra layer of the flank of Lion Claw, right? That lurk that was possible to jump through to get 2 kills in the back. Just made that site take all the more comfortable. Sure, it was made to look even easier considering they'd crack it open immediately, Omega getting nothing done whatsoever, but still, there is no way in for Sad here. Actually managed to get past Kiko when he was full blind in that smoke, but the frag came through either way. So, yeah, very good position for LCK to be in right now. They've got a guaranteed lead on the half. They could make it a 3-round lead as well.
Yeah, and the one thing I really do appreciate that you brought up too is I agree with you before we took that break is, you know, when you win a game against the same team, like I feel like getting that repeat can be really difficult, right? Like, so I think for 3BL, this is where I kind of beg the question of, like, you know, maybe they're in their head a little bit, maybe they're potentially a little overconfident. Who knows? I mean, again, it's still map 1 first half, you know, but we still have lots of Crossfire to see, but it does kind of beg the question, right? Because now LCK are in the best position to fix all the wounds, kind of patch things up, and it's like there's a good probability that they're going to come back in way better performance, and it's already looking like it, considering, you know, how the last time these guys played on this map, it was a 10-5 win for 3BL. So, like, LCK are pretty much at the same amount of rounds that they were in the first time they played each other, so we'll see they can be able to break that here and now.
Omega is going hunting a little bit here, and I think he knows he's behind a player. I mean, he's making a lot of noise, and Kiko hasn't realised it either, so there we go. Actually, a really nice kill for Omega to grab, but in the end, doesn't matter. He was only just trying to avoid them for a little bit longer, wasn't he? So, yeah, it is a 6-3, like I said, and 3BL up against it. A map that has very often been a 3BL strength historically. You know, Penguin would tell you all about that, that's for sure. But, yeah, right now, LCK are playing extraordinarily well. And it's all in part to making sure they got those close rounds over the line at the beginning of the half. It could have easily been a 4-0 start for 3BL. It was a 2-2. And LCK really just kicked on from there.
Yeah, exactly. And I felt like, you know, I kind of made the joke a little bit that, you know, 3BL were able to get those first 2, and I was like, okay, like LCK, maybe a little PTSD from last time they played, but they were like, no, like we're good, we're coming right back into this. And like you mentioned, it's like the fact that they came back with a full swing, and there was kind of a couple rounds back and forth, and then LCK were able to just kind of take the lead pretty comfortably, especially for the first opening half. So not bad at all. But now this is the big question for 3BL. Like they've relatively been decent like in the later portions of these games. So this is where now, kind of alluding to Penguin's point, is that this is where 3BL really need to get into the next gear, right? This, like, if they want to be back into this and putting themselves in a series, like, they need to be able to find a good opening round here to just kind of get that momentum shifted in some regard.
Yeah, a good start to the second half could definitely do that. But, yeah, LCK will be delighted with the form they're showing at the moment. Quick snack in between the side switch.
Hey, man, I get it. Getting hungry, you know? It's a lot of thinking.
What time is it in Canada right now?
It is 7:30 in the morning.
That's a little bit earlier than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be like 8 or 9 or something.
No,
but
it's pretty early. Yeah.
It's pretty early. So have you had breakfast yet? I assume you have.
Yeah, we sure did. We sure did. I think it's like late afternoon for you, isn't it? Am I crazy?
It's like it's 3:30, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, look at that. Nice. You get the sunshine. It's only getting sunny now in Canada, so it's getting there.
It is, honestly, the weather here has been amazing lately. It's actually kind of crazy. Very unlike the UK in April/May.
Love it.
Yeah, it's been like 20 Celsius, if not warmer, and sun all the time. It's pretty perfect. Very quick play to start the second half here for 3BL. They try and dive, hunt, and knocks it in, and it is successful to make sure Flex and Dezane are no longer, and that's an incredible shot from Sad as well. So 3BL have started well in this second half. Just need to make sure they convert the 4v2 and not fall foul. Another close round here. Lion Claw is going searching. Sad, does he know? Oh, actually, it's Sad who sees Lion Claw first. I thought for sure Lion Claw was going to get vision on him in that corner, but he didn't, and that will make the round a guarantee.
Yeah, not a bad round at all from 3BL, only losing Hunt in that whole engagement, so I agree. I thought Lion Claw had him dead to rights. I was like, okay, yeah, Lion Claw's going to shoot any second here. I was like, yeah, Lion Claw's going to get this kill, and then I was like, oh, this is kind of weird. He's not really looking at the right spot, so Either way, 3BL get a good round, and that's what I was kind of saying, right? For them to be able to find a opening round in the second half that might feel a little bit better to get that momentum kind of built up in some regard for these guys. Still 2 rounds to being back into a tie game situation, so everything is still available for them. But LCK, you can see that they're playing the double B, double close onto jail, right? Like pretty standard setup from these guys on the GR. Nothing too crazy. Dezane is just going to be that A anchor that we've seen pretty much throughout the entire season. But now it's just 3BL really just waiting things out. They're kind of expecting some kind of a pop play here from LCK, which is not a bad read at all, considering how LCK like to play on the GR side. Pretty unpredictable at times.
True. Nice pick from Spoxy. So reliable in these positions when you've got Flex alongside you. You know you can feel comfortable in going for those sort of plays. He managed to find his one toward Hunt. They needs to be careful. There's no need to give up a free kill here. And Flex has. So even less now, even more of a concern that they don't want to go peeking for no reason in these sort of scenarios. They had a 5v3 and they've kind of given up a little bit here. Kiko needs to hold on. Thankfully for him, he will do. So that relaxes things a little bit more now.
Yeah, and I don't know if Flex was actually able to get that information too, that the bomb was actually dropped too, but and again, it's just one of these like plays where Flex just goes for a massive swing and he's like getting information, but again, when you're up the man, I feel like you kind of want to play more conservative in my opinion. I don't think it's really worth the risk, but nonetheless, in this position, LCK looked good. Like, I mean, they got a 4-on-1, Sad's by himself. Yes, he does have the C4 in his back and he's going to go for this plant. But now this is where he's going to have to make a huge play. Like, this is going to be a massive clutch if he's going to do anything. He's actually going to push onto the stairway. So Spoxy has a bit of an inkling. And Sad gets caught in the leg. And then Spoxy can get the finishing kill. So not a bad retake scenario, but decent effort from 3BL. But just tough considering that Spoxy's able to find the opener. Flex was able to get a good spam. But just some really good opening duels from the defensive side.
Yeah, and the right time for attack for 3BL, which I assume this is. There we go. So, yeah, I think they know that. I think Penguin brought it up very importantly in the pre-game segment of, look, if you have one of your better maps as map 1 and you come in a bit cold and you lose it, that puts you on the back foot for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And that really could be an issue coming in today. So far, it hasn't been the sort of lights out individual performances from the likes of Noxin or Omega. They've had their moments, but no real consistency. And yeah, LCK is playing a lot better today. And I as we thought coming in, sure, a long way to go. It's only map 1, but I just thought they'd be really up for today, knowing that they're a team that should be going deep in CFWL. If you look at historical seasons, yeah, they would have been really frustrated that they got just blown out of the water in that first upper bracket quarterfinal, 3-0. I mean, it was just looking at the results now. It was 10-5 Eagle Eye, 10-2 sub base, and 10-7 on port, and there was not really any close map there in that one. So they had to make up for it by grinding a win against Anubis, and they play 3BL again. And of course, it's a very long road to get all the way to that grand final eventually. You've got to beat Unknights, you've got to beat one of the loser of Nemesis and Vitality, then you've got to play the grand final, so it could be a rematch. It's all very difficult from here on in for both teams. So for LCK in particular, having to play that extra round. Either way, they'll be happy with how things are going so far.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was kind of, making the cheeky comment a little bit earlier about, for LCK, this is probably going to feel pretty good because at that one point I was like, hey, well, they're getting close to the max amount of rounds they got in that entire, best of 5, right? I mean, they only got 2 on port, or sub-base, sorry, and then the fact that they were only able to get 7 max onto port, so they've tied it now, so they're probably feeling pretty good. So now it's just a question if they can get themselves across the finish line, maybe, but 3BL, we'll have to see what that conversation unfolded here for the timeout. You can see that Hunt was just talking away as normal. Now they go for the big swing, but LCK, they just annihilate everything in their path, and Kiko able to find a triple kill through that whole encounter. And now LCK right on the brink of getting 8. So now 3BL, this is where you start shaking the boots a little bit.
Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? You have your whole 1 minute, 30-odd tack pause, and then that happens. Like Claw and Kiko just absolutely obliterate you. I mean, brilliant work to piece it together like they did. And Kiko gets the majority of the work done with a quad. Beautiful job to play that together as a duo. And already an opening pick for Spoxy in the following round as well. And he said kick, and that honestly would feel the same thing, I think, right now. They're being kicked to the curb.
Good shot back, though, but still 4-4. So Hunt's going down early. I've kind of noticed this a lot. Like, it seems like he's kind of, you know, again, I think we always made the joke that he's like the jack of all trades. Like, he likes to be the big fragger. He likes to call the shots, and now it seems like he's entry fragging if he can. So it's just, yeah, it seems like he's down almost every single round. He gets all that information, and I guess now he can kind of sit back and just kind of see what's going on and give any kind of insights as much as possible. But I mean, Line Claw got the sights a little bit on one of the players, does some good damage, just can't seem to finish the kill. DZY still waiting for something here in radio, expecting somebody to maybe go for a little bit of a late rotate. Not going to happen at all from LCK. Everybody's just holding on. Kiko under this angle, but look at that shot from DZY. Beautiful one tap, just going for the swing. Spoxy now has to be able to land this shot, otherwise that could be a big opening in that B site potentially.
Yeah, they can't afford to let this one go. 8-4 behind. They've got to find this one, and they are. So, good conversion. Just designed to get by. It should be very difficult for him to do anything in what is a 1v4. 5 rounds for 3BL about to be confirmed. And Zane might be giving it a second or two. He'll be looking around for a couple of kills, obviously, but it might be delaying time to at least have a talk, or let his teammates have a talk about the following round coming in for the next 20 seconds or so. He's going to give it a poke and prod now, but the angle is being held by Omega. There we go. They spotted him out. He won't be allowed in. So there is round 5. They're still 3 behind, though, and LCK are 2 away.
Yeah, round by round, that's all it's going to take, right? So 8-5 we go. This is where, again, 3BL, I mean, no strangers going deep in the maps if they need to, so we'll see. Going for the woodroom control, and Hunt one more time is going to lead the charge, looking to find that entry. Does a little bit of tenderizing, does finally get his kill done. So now, putting them in the man advantage one more time. So LCK gonna have to reconfigure their defense a little bit, as you can see. Still leaving Dezane locked in A. You have the double here just on the outskirts of mid, and now you just kind of leave the anchor of Kiko back in B, and rotates are starting to come through. Oh, it's a full rotate. Everybody's switching over. They're pretty much giving up A. They're just going to bank on this. This is not a bad read at all. It's actually perfect.
Yeah, this is always worrying when you have a setup like this. It's going to be very difficult for 3BL to break their way through, you would think. But if one prong goes down, it might all fall with it. Kiko and Flex will step up, but there's Noxin having a big round. Finally, and gets it over the line against the Zane too. Bit of a struggle, but did manage to grab it. Wasn't easy with that many players defending the site, but now they are 2 behind with LCK 2 away, so they're getting closer. LCK never had a tech earlier. I don't think it was their tac pause, so they still have got one if necessary.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they definitely do. They got some time that they can work with still. I feel like if this gets to me, like, I could see if it gets to like an 8-8, that's when we probably could see them. Like, I feel like LCK like to call their tax pretty late, in my opinion, so we'll have to wait and see. But probably no sweat right now for Flex. They've been here before. But this is where 3BL, again, this is what they love, right? They love these like grindy games like this. So this is where LCK are going to have to really put up some good defense and keep the guard up a little bit. But 3BL already getting themselves some decent map control already. But a lot more thought process into this, a lot more slow of a play, and Flex is just banking to get some kind of damage or a kill as a spam through wood one more time. Poor Zane, it's been pretty boring for him for the most part. He's just been pretty much just playing rotates over and over again. Maybe not this time, though.
Yeah, actually, maybe a surprising lack of these takes over toward the A-bomb site, but now we're finally going to get one, and Zane is going to hold on for 2. How he's got 2 there, I'm not so sure. He'll be delighted with that, considering how much he was being pressured. So, really nice to have, but Flex does overpeak a little bit there. You maybe thought he had a timing on Noxin, but Noxin heard him coming, so that's a big one. That will allow a plant to come through, and DZY is still putting a bit of a lurk on here, and I'm not sure if any of these 3 LCK players know anything about this whatsoever. It should be 2 free kills in the back, it absolutely is. And right at the moment, out-positioning LCK considerably. The gap is closing 8-7.
Yeah, okay, this is when it's starting to get a little bit scary, right? And that's what I was saying, like 8-7 now. If another round comes through for 3BL, surely we have to see the attack come out from LCK. Because that's where you have to kind of, you know, collect your thoughts, slow things down a little bit, and kind of, you know, figure out, okay, what do we got to do to get this thing across the finish line here? Because what a way if 3BL can, you know, make the comeback and find the map win like this. Boy, oh boy, that would feel huge for them, especially going into map number 2. And right, and we talked so much about this is probably one of their strongest maps in their pool. Definitely be the start that they needed, but we'll have to wait and see. But LCK, they're gonna have to pull up a little bit of a Hail Mary here and try something to get themselves a map point, because it's still up for grabs for anybody. And 3BL still have the lurk of DZY. Actually, I was debating if he's actually gonna go through Vent, but it actually is going to commit to it, so they might even try to split onto this alt mid a little bit now, and this is going to be a contention here for both Flex and Spoxy, and Spoxy goes down early, so now Flex has to be able to find some kills. He can't. He goes down to the grave. This is problematic. Now Dezane has to tuck his tail. He has to find the perfect timing. He has to be the element of surprise, but look at that. There's a surprise from Sad with the double kill, and they don't even need to go to A. They are able to find the key to the doors, and they got themselves that B site.
That's lovely second from Sad, and right now LCK, they are struggling. What an impressive recovery this is from 3BL, considering where they were. Might not have won the first round after their tack pause, but everything since then has been perfect. I love the calls, I love the layering to the players on lurks when they've tried to take various different bomb sites. Zane's giving this one a good go, by the way, but now time is the thing that's really up against him. He could go for a defuse in a smoke maybe, but it'll take a while for that smoke to really arrive and actually just plume a bit harder. And yeah, he's got 2 players on the other side of it, which are going to be difficult to face in the right time, and there's no time left for it now. The kills are fantastic, and he actually gets all of them. It's a completed 1v4, but without the defuse. It's 8-all.
Oh man, and they're not even gonna call the attack. This is crazy. Okay, so it's going all the way here. 8-8. We saw that LCK were in the lead, and now it's kind of fumbled a little bit, but a good opener here from Spoxy. That'll maybe help a little bit now. That's a little bit of a punch they needed. Now he finds himself more. Spoxy finally getting activated. That's a triple kill for him in this entire round. He finally gets put down. But man, oh man, the heroics from him might be the lifeline a little bit here for LCK. What more of a time, what more of a poetic way for them to kind of shine bright. And now they have themselves potentially a map number point, and they will be able to find it. So 9-8 it is, Trav. It's a determination of overtime, or this thing's closed off here for LCK.
Yeah, indeed. Good time for LCK to finally win that round to get them onto a map point. And Spoxy is not missing those shots through the doors right now. He's given a chance against Hunt, and he has to, as you can see, jiggle his way out of position to not get caught on the retreat. So, another opportunity in a 5v4. They've been guilty of a little bit of over-peaking in a couple of these previous rounds, LCK. I mean, just expecting that 3BL have not heard them, and they've gone for these flanks round where they've made their plays, and obviously 3BL have had good layering to some of their thoughts and strats when they've had players on the flank to get easy kills in the back. And once again, LCK very well set up over toward the B site right now.
Yeah, 3BL now on radio. It might just once again be this B hit that they want to go for. It's been relatively decent for them, but again, you have all 5 players alive here from LCK. Pretty much full HP across the board here. Nobody's taking much of a scratch here from LCK. So 3BL, they're going to have to do something big, but maybe they actually retreat off of this, so they decide no, and they're going to just leave Sad by himself. Going to be that lurk, and he might get caught. LCK, they've done some investigating. This is good because now they know exactly the jig is up. They know it's going to be a hit. They can already get in better positions here for the retake. Yes, 3BL have that site control for now, but LCK, they are quick on the heels. They are ready to go. And with the 5 players, this could be huge for those trade kills. That's going to be very, very important. DZY, oh man, he's going for a bit of a dicey play. He tries to pull up a bit of a hero moment, but instead, it's abysmal. It falls apart. It fizzles down. And now Hunt's going to look like he's going to try it too. They're just going one by one, Trav. I don't know what's going on. But now Noxon, he has to do something big, and he finds himself that triple, but can he pull up the heroic of a 1-on-5? Surely not, and Flex will be able to save the day, and LCK walk away with a 10-8 victory.
Oh, that was almost absolutely crazy from Noxon. Imagine he pulls up a 1v5 in that scenario. It wouldn't be the first time I see a bit of a troll from LCK when they're in a winning position. I can tell you that for certain. But they've done really, really well there. A bit of aggression, a bit of information gathering, knowing what 3BL were up to. I understand why DZY went for the play he did. It's a 3v5. You need to make something happen, but then they just kind of just went one by one with no tradability. And that was the main issue for me there. It's a really important map for LCK to get kick-started in this series after what went before in the previous BO5 they played in the playoffs against 3BL. It was a 10-2, I think it was, for 3BL, so a completely different scoreline. It really sets them up really well, for the rest of the BO5 in particular as well. So yeah, I'm very happy with what I've seen. I think there were a few mistakes from 3BL in the early game. I think I mentioned it earlier on in the map that they'll be looking back at the early few rounds of when they were 2-0 up, 3BL, and then it got pegged back to 2-2. They could have won both those two rounds and made it 4-0, and that would have obviously made a huge difference in the course of the series. But for now, enough waffling from us, and the waffling can go to the panel instead.
A pretty hard way to lose from 3BL versus LCK at the first game, and quite frankly it was the first few clutches that went on LCK side, and I believe Laz and Trav were speaking mid-game that those round, like, we could have like this huge debate about this game series, everything could just like go the other side around.
Well, yeah, the first two rounds, I mean the second two rounds, because the first two went for TBL, the second two, it was 2v1, DZ was completely out of position. It was his fault not covering his teammate while he's defusing the C4, because his teammate was, DZ was covering BC, and his teammate already had a cover from the pillar from BC, so he couldn't just get the kill. It was a clutch round for talking about LCK, but if you remember the first game that they played, it was all clutch rounds for 3BL, and this was not the case today, and we mentioned that this is not going to be happening today, that 3BL will win all the clutches, or even LCK will win all the clutches. It is not casually happening in our league, but now it's back-to-back clutches between two teams. We've seen also 3BL clutching very few rounds and coming back after 8-4 down to 8-8. However, they couldn't close the game. It was Spox's experience. He played aggressive and got the kills. But the start that I mentioned about 3BL, that they usually start very slow, and even though it was 10-8, they started this map very slow. They usually struggle at the beginning of these rounds and these maps, and losing your first map at the first V2 is hard, and this is exactly what I mentioned about TBL Galaxy, that if they lose sub-base, in my opinion, the best of 5 now is kind of 70 or 80% biased around LCK, because you lost your first best map. You didn't warm up in one of the enemy team's best map, because we expected them to pick Eagle Eye, because LCK is usually picking Eagle Eye. It's all consequences of the map V2 that 3BL did, in my opinion.
Okay, so first map went to LCK side, and especially like the sequence of the game, or like the rhythm that they had. It felt like after the, let's say, the small goals that we had early on the game that we got from LCK, like the team just rolled over and captured everything that they were looking for, like 6-3 on the first half, and then it felt like there's some shenanigans coming left and right between both teams, but LCK just managed to close it in a really good fashion for 3BL Galaxy. I don't know, like they had their chances, they had their clutches, but as you have mentioned earlier, that 3BL Galaxy are one of those teams that start slow and need time to progress and get back to the game itself.
Yeah, and starting slow, losing your best map, we're not saying that it's the end of the best of 5 for them, but it's hard for them, because usually when you play best of 5, you have 1 or 2 best maps that you can put it as a base for the comeback. So if they lost the first map and it was Eagle Eye, then the base is still not here. You still have sub base. You can come back. You can crawl back to the top, and you can get your wins. But now you lost sub base, and the clutches was not working out for them. We've seen Zane doing very good job. We've seen Spoxy doing very good job as well. Kiko finally woke up and tried to stop some rounds and get some kills and get some frags for his teammate. So that's the LCK form that you are looking for. However, for 3BL Galaxy, we said that this is not their best performance. They usually start slow and they come back very strong. But now they are starting slow on their best map. So they need to come back very strong in one of the enemy team's strongest map. And if LCK have changed its base and they won it from down 10-2 on the first time they played on the playoffs and now winning it 10-8, what about Eagle Eye, which is one of their best, and they already lost it barely. I guess it was only 3 or 4 rounds difference between 3BL and LCK on the first time they meet on the playoffs. So LCK, they are kind of coming here with a new shape. They are reformed, they are looking good. 3BL Galaxy also, they are looking good, and they are looking better than Nemesis, and that's what we needed to see from 3BL.
And of course, you love to see like the wake up call for LCK is on chart, like on its right place, on its right format. The players are making their best, are doing everything that they can to just win the game. And of course, the late comeback that LCK got after like a really good start in the second half for Team 3BL Galaxy, it felt like that was the way that you should be expecting LCK. Not, I'm not saying that sub base is one of their best maps, but
No,
they
definitely
had their own terms on this map.
Yeah, it's not LCK's best map, because we've seen LCK playing this map in all during the entire season, and they had some rough results versus all the teams. So, and they won it, and that's good sign for them, and this is good motivation for them. Looking at Eagle Eye, definitely the numbers are in favor of LCK, although LCK is suffering lately on Eagle Eye. We've seen them losing to 3BL in the playoffs, and when they dropped to the lower bracket, they also lost it versus Anubis 10-6, and it was the only map that they lost it versus Anubis. And I mentioned that LCK played better versus Anubis because LCK have a better V2 versus Anubis than 3BL Galaxy. So 3BL Galaxy will usually have a better games versus LCK. That doesn't mean that 3BL Galaxy is kind of way better than Anubis. It's just because the V2 for 3BL Galaxy is better than the V2 for the Anubis. Anubis don't play some base, they don't play another map. They play the best maps only of LCK, like Black Widow, like Ankara and everything. So now you're going to be going into Eagle Eye. We definitely seen a change in the playstyle in both teams, but we are highlighting LCK because LCK lost it 10-2 last time. So what about Eagle Eye, which is Spoxy, is very scary person to play against on A side. Flex, they didn't have his game last time because Hunt was destroying him, killing him every single round. Now, I'm sure that this guy is a hard worker. He will look for an angles and he will punish the guys on hotel.
Like you're saying, like you're spreading facts about LCK, but my debate here for 3BL Galaxy, that they have a really good 3 snipers. Of course, that's gonna be their IGL, their main sniper, and Noxing can be another flex for the sniper. But like when it comes to playing on a sniper, when it comes to seeing 3BL Galaxy perform, that could be another debate or like another story for us. But for now, we'll head to game number 2. Laz and Trav, back to you guys.
Okay, let's see if LCK can manage to continue on the trajectory they have started in this series, because it's looking good for them at the moment. 3BL are, I would say, are going to come into this map maybe a little bit frustrated, a little bit concerned, because that is a map that's got away from them, which we know is a favourite for them. Won it, of course, they won it 10-2 last time they played LCK on it. Now they'll look at it and say, we're going to have to do this one the hard way now for the rest of the BO5, otherwise we could be eliminated from the phase here.
Yeah, and that's how I think that's where kind of Penguin really mentions it a lot, where like it felt like a lot of the eggs were in one basket. Like, okay, we got to go to sub base, we're going to get the first W, our best map, then it's going to be fine. But like the fact that it doesn't go their way, now it kind of creates the biggest question for them. Like, can they make the comeback? Can they make a little bit of a reverse sweep onto this? I don't know. And I mean, Eagle Eye, I know these guys played each other. I know 3BL beat them before. Again, I feel like LCK, they played this map so much. They played it internationally. They've done everything together. So yeah. I really do think that favoritism is still there for them. I think, I'm not going to take anything away from the first time they played each other, but it's still the fact that I think LCK have a really good leg up on this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel that way as well. And we'll see if that is reality or not. LCK have always had this map in their wheelhouse. Lion Claw, quick flank round. A very aggressive start to the map, though, for 3BL. And it has actually caught LCK off a little bit. But Spoxy knows what's going on. And a very quick frag up on Sad there. They've dealt with the aggression very nicely, and all of a sudden Hunt is all alone. But this is very winnable for him. Dazane will communicate where he's coming from. The bomb will now be herded over to get planted, and as Spoxy's got that line held, and Hunt actually has hit that shot on Flex before that bomb can get onto the site properly. He goes to the reface over and over, and Spoxy, you can't give that to him. So it'll be a good start for LCK, but mainly due to Spoxy.
Yeah, honestly, and that's the thing. Like, and I've always kind of been, I feel like a broken record about it all season, where I was saying, look, like, I love getting the Spoxy highlights, don't get me wrong, but that's where I get a little nervous for LCK, where they kind of rely on the old faithful, like, okay, Spoxy, go kill, do what you need to do, and that's like kind of giving them saving graces. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. But luckily for them, round one does open up nicely. And now we get to see Spoxy once again finding a nice little bit of a kill in the back lines. It is back to the 2v2. Through the thick and thin of this whole entire situation. Bomb's going to go down. Lots of time to still go for this plant. They don't have to over commit to this yet. Knocks him by himself on the 1v2. He's doing a ton of damage, and Spoxy just misses him by a pixel. But now Noxon, I should say, he's completely exposed. A great nade lands onto Spoxy too. So this does actually create a little bit of an opening here, Trav, because again, both these guys are low.
Yeah, this is so winnable for Noxon. Incredibly pacey start to the game from LCK, really trying to counter what 3BL are throwing at them early game. He's taken a long time to push his Noxon, and that has made Spoxy concerned about other angles of the map. And Flex could easily get caught as well, but I think now they know. Noxon has shot one bullet, and Spoxy's got the line, and Spoxy's had like so many shots to hit so far in this game. I think he's missed 3 or 4, but he's hit 5, and that's what really matters.
Yeah, triple kill in the first, gets a double kill in the second round. Like, that's what I mean, right? It's like, look, I love it. Like, I think everybody loves seeing the Spoxy show, but I mean, especially a map like this too. Like, this is like a sniper's paradise, right? We always talk about that. So it's good to see him like picking it up a bit, because I felt like he was decent on map number 1, but not nearly the same that we normally get to see. Now Sad finally gets a little bit of reply. He doesn't want the spotlight completely on Spoxy. Now Noxon getting a little bit of revenge for this kill here, just a little bit of a train, but it's only the 1 kill. And LCK are still committing to this B site, but they got to pick up the bomb. And Spoxy, oh man, he's got the timing maybe, but now Hunt, I think he's been exposed, and I can't believe he wins that shot. Drive by a little bit of a tap, and now he's still looking for more. This is becoming a little bit of an issue, but he actually does go down. I thought Hunt was maybe going to be able to find that. And a bit of a grindy round here, Trav.
Me too. I mean, that was a great angle that Hunt was holding. I don't know if he pushed forward or was a bit too impatient off the back of it, but yeah, Lion Claw getting that kill is huge. That looks like a very favourable angle for Hunt. It's another clutch opportunity for 3BL that I have to try and find an answer to. Sad, not sure what his info is like as to where Lion Claw and Dazane have got off to, but right now it feels like he's chasing shadows. LCK have been one step ahead in this game so far, and it looks like it's going to be staying that way. Yeah, Spoxy getting caught was a shame, but he still got his 1 kill, which is all that mattered in that scenario. Got you even using some of your dulcet tones there. Spoxy! Dazane. Dazane is actually very aware of Sad pushing up here, but it's a very quick flank. And actually, the timing's excellent. Oh, he doesn't know who to shoot. He doesn't know who to shoot, but he's figured it out in the end. That's always awkward when you've got both players not looking at you. And that little B-hop aggression to get there a lot faster really caught LCK off guard. So great job from Sad. He's going to get 3BL off and running. And
that's kind of the, you know, that's got to feel really good for 3BL too, because again, like what we said so far is it felt like a lot of these rounds were right down to the wire again, right? A lot of clutch situations where the numbers were against 3BL, but like these 1v2s or like a 1v1 situation finally comes their way. So that's going to feel a little bit better considering that, you know, they could have been a bit of a different scoreline, but now third time's going to be the charm. They do get themselves on the board at least. So now we'll have to see what's going to be a little bit different out of this one. A little bit more patience, but you can see Noxon looks like he might actually try to even push down a little bit towards long. So this is interesting, but LCK, they've kind of just posted up, not really moving a muscle, just waiting things out. They're playing very passive, waiting things out as much as possible. Decent little bit of a nade damage against onto Omega. Nothing too much for him to break too much of a sweat about right now, but a lot of respect in this round, Trav. Like, really, really interesting that both these teams are really just kind of, they hit the E-break. They're just, nobody's moving. Like, everybody just hits kind of a, you know, the full stop now. And we have to wait and see how this is going to pan out with still 1:23 left. And either way, I mean, now the nades are coming through. Noxon might try to overextend his welcome just a little bit here. Now he's actually going to commit to the swing. He does go down, so that's, again, problematic. And this is where you have to, you know, beg the question of, like, was that worth the play? But got a little bit of information. Omega now goes for a massive other swing as well through the smoke. Does get the kill back. So this man advantage is, you know, there is no man advantage, but it's still kind of leaning for LCK considering the HP department. So now, this is where the bomb is going to go down. Hunt may be able to find a Zane. Takes him dead to rights right between the scopes. So now this is a big retake situation.
It is indeed. Hunt will do a good job as well to find Kiko. And with the HP on Spoxy, you would feel like this is impossible. Maybe nothing is impossible for a man like him. Unfortunately, when you're stuck in a position like that, it's never going to happen. So, yeah, all good. And 3BL are now very much in the map. LCK started very pacey. And it kind of caught 3BL off guard a little bit. But now we're back evens again. And we can go from there.
I think it looks like he's actually going to push down a little under towards bridge. And yeah, he does. So that, you know, 3BL kind of, they're trying to mix it up a little bit where they're playing a little bit more aggro, but it's really just backfired now. So now they have to go on the hard defense. Hunt has to do something big. That's going to help. That is absolutely going to help for him to be able to find a double in that kind of a situation. So now LCK, they thought they had themselves in a great position, but now all of a sudden they lost that advantage, and now it's a 3-on-2 in favor for 3BL. So this is not a great position for them at all. They have lots of time that they can still work with. They got the C4 in their control. But my, oh my, they're going to have to make some critical decisions here, what they want to do. And you can see 3BL, a lot of movement. They're still kind of, you know, figuring out what kind of position they want as well. And leaning a little bit more towards that B site, just leaving Sad kind of on the outside here of A. It may be expecting potentially a lurk, but they're really putting a lot of focus on that B site for now.
Good pick from Sad again. LCK are getting paid back a little bit here. Look at the kills on the board as well for Hunt and Sad. They've really done the heavy lifting so far. 16 kills between them. 3, 1 and 1 on their other teammates. They might have a play on towards Sad's position, but as you can tell, he's getting a little bit more progressively aware of that as time goes on. And now they know where he is. So this clutch for the Zane has become ever more difficult.
He's got his opportunity to get this, like, C4 down, though, right? I mean, this is where he could get the plant. Maybe? Just kidding, no. I was going to say, like, I know Hunt's waiting for him, but I was like, he might be able to, like, get across. He might be able to get that plant and then reposition quick. But no, Hunt doing decently well right now, sitting at a 9-3. So he's actually kind of sparked things up a little bit. He's, you know, top fragging actually in the entire server right now, too. So not a bad way for the IGL of 3BL to kind of, you know, pick up the slack when needed. And now putting themselves in the 1-round lead. Definitely going to feel a little bit good in this situation, considering how LCK kind of, you know, started this game off pretty quick, but 3BL bouncing back like we thought they could. And I do like the fact that 3BL are not, you know, just, you know, pushing necessarily. Like we saw, like, I think it's been 2 rounds essentially where they've, you know, pushed down B. They've been trying to be a little bit aggressive. They were trying to mix up the playbook, which I always am in favor of. Don't get me wrong, but it just seemed like it was kind of the wrong time to go for a play like that. And now they're going to play a little bit more conservative. They're going to turtle into the site. And LCK, they've actually kind of taken the memo, like, look, let's not go A. There's something wrong here. There's not a good feeling about this site.
Yeah. We play a few slower rounds to make 3BL think about things a little bit, but they're not budging right now. They're playing very stock solid defense. So that first round was very aggressive from them, but they've kind of gone back to the norm now. But now Noxon could be in a big problem with 3 players coming his way. But Hunt again, great timing, takes down Spoxy brilliantly. That's a big threat removed already, and Noxon's going all the way around here. They're reading LCK brilliantly at the moment of 3BL. Everything is working out for them. Every angle is being held at the right time. And look at this double sniper setup of Sad and Hunt. You know, as you said earlier, it's a very sniper surrounded map. It's very easy for the snipers to play well, but 20 kills between them is superb. We'll have to see if that comes up the same for Spoxy and Flex, especially in the second half. But yeah, right now 3BL are playing great.
Yeah, they're doing a good job to get themselves back in this game, and now starting to get themselves in a better lead too. So a little bit of a wake up now. That's what we were giving a lot of criticism for on the first map. And a little bit of trades we go. Hunt, oh man, he just keeps getting these pistol kills. He can't get away with this. And now 3BL just mop the floor right now with LCK. It's just annihilation, and 3BL now find themselves on a 5-2 scoreline. LCK don't seem to have an answer at all. And again, like, this is where you start to get maybe a little nervous. Flex has been through years and years of experience, but again, you can't help but think those nerves kind of kick a little bit in, considering that, you know, the last time they played each other, this is a map that, you know, 3BL were dominant in.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see if that continues here. It's a really good rebuttal from 3BL so far after what went before in map 1, after how the game started here as well. They're playing very, very well, led by Hunt again. All that experience with him and Sad really delivering well in this map at the moment. Lights out gameplay. DZY will find Kiko to bring it back into a 4v4 here as well. Then Noxin goes aggressive to look for Lion Claw. He's found Lion Claw. And Dezane doesn't feel confident in just straight up swinging this one, looking for a quick trade. So with Spoxy low HP, this round is not feeling too hot again for LCK.
Yeah, it just feels like LCK have kind of fizzled a little bit, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like they have any sort of an answer. And like I said, it was kind of like Spoxy was finding opening duels. There was a point that he was just like 6-0. Now he's sitting at 9-6. Now Flex, the mastermind of LCK, tasked here with a 1-on-2. Able to get some decent position, but now his position is compromised. And let's see, Omega should be able to get the easy kill, and he does. Flex does find himself that one last before his death, but 3BL, I mean, man, oh man, pulling it back, now putting themselves in a 4-round lead. Not a bad way for them to, you know, potentially, you know, just almost concluding this first half off. But LCK, they're going to desperately need this one. They need something to transition over for that GR side, and they got to do it quick here. They're going to try to go through Hotel fast. Good trades back and forth. And now Hunt, maybe positioning is going to be a little bit off. He takes some damage, and now LCK, do you want to press forward or not? They decide, hang on, let's hold on and just wait things through. Let's recollect our thoughts, because they have 3BL just waiting here in that B site for them.
Yeah, momentarily, that previous round was a 2v2 and a 1v1, but again, the close rounds are now going 3BL's way. We have another one here. They did want to try and put pressure on Hunt, but then knowing that was Hunt in that position, I'm sure maybe not wanting to give him too many pot shots after the game he's having. 12 on the board. And that pause has kind of just put 3BL back in their more default anchor positions. That might be Hunt's job to go searching for something else. Boxy's playing that tight angle, but again, Hunt will best him. How good has Hunt been in this half? Truly impressive stuff from him. Finally, he'll go down, but it's not an easy take for LCK. Look at the long-range angle held there by Sad. Sniper once again working out brilliantly. Kiko will go down, and Dezane doesn't even want to plant right now. Well, maybe. He doesn't even need to. 2 quick kills on the 2 flanking players of Amiga and DZY. But now Sad knows it's 1 bullet and 1 bullet alone. Can he connect with it? He's trying to fake him out. He knows he's in there. But now he's going to play the long game. Sad knows he doesn't need to just dive in willy-nilly. He can make Dezane think.
Yeah, all the pressure's on Dezane right now too, right? I mean, critical HP. He's low. He's only got 28 seconds. He still has to either commit to this kill or he has to get the plant down. And Sad's actually in the best position. And there it is. Stuck in his tail, but there it is. They're going to be able to get the 7-2. And man, I was thinking to Zane, what a way to be able to find that third round if he could have been able to find the clutch. But man, this has been a clutch scenario here for 3BL. I mean, again, some close rounds for the opening 2. And then it's just been like full steam ahead. These guys have been able to just find their second wind. And now they're looking very scary. This is what we were talking about, right? This is why they put themselves on a 3-0 in the first time in the playoffs in the opening round. And now LCK, they're going to have to, you know, pull up a bit of a big run here, finding 5 rounds in a row to bring it back to a tie game scenario. That's not even winning the map. That's just getting back into like a normal contention and kind of restarting a little bit. And this is where 3BL, they got to make sure they keep their composure in this too, and they don't, you know, get overzealous or anything considering the position that they're in.
Yeah, exactly, because they know how strong LCK can be on this GR side, on this map, with the Flex and Spoxy snipers. So they're playing well. It's by no means done. Even with a 7-2 lead. They'll be delighted they got it. 7 rounds in a row is very impressive, but here we go. They need more. And Flex goes looking sad again, looking so clean. It's not just Hunt in this game, by the way. It's been sad as well. Look at that kill count. 13 kills apiece. 26. That is incredible. Spoxy will finally make a move and remove him from the round, but DZY still found a Zane. Lionclaw has to deliver and does to find Omega, but still 3v3. Only disadvantage is the HP for 3BL.
Yeah, and they're finding some funny kills. I mean, they're just kind of finding these one-on-one engagements, and Lionclaw almost able to get that kill on Noxon. So now a 1-on-2. Noxon's no stranger to this too, so he's been in this position. He does have that C4, so this is actually not a bad position for him to be in. And you can see LCK. They're actually going to go all the way around. They're going to clear out BL spawn. They're going to just get a lot of information. Even if Noxon decides to go away, I mean, again, you can still let LCK very quick onto this. So I like the fact that they're moving together. They're going to play the man. They're going to play the trade. And now, Noxon, this is critical. What kind of position do you want to be in? But I think it might be a little too late. Spoxy, he's got an inkling. He has a good feeling about this, and there it is. An easy kill. And good work from LCK to bring it back and find themselves that opening round in the second half, and desperately needed, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. Finally, they'll break the streak, but it took a side swap to be able to do it. So, still a long, long way to go. Spoxy going to need to get more picks like this ASAP. 3BL throwing in a fast round though, and Spoxy, maybe that's a bit of a warning sign. Don't go to my site. We may be a little bit wounded, down 3-7, but if you let me pop off, I will.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, now he's sitting at a 14-7, and yeah, he's just, again, he's been able to put up some really big multi-kill rounds, and that's exactly what they needed. So it's good to see him kind of locking it down. Even that scoreline, like you said, it's not discouraging him to still pop off. And now you can see 3BL. Yeah, they're going to have a free site potentially here for B if they want to get this plant, but it's going to be problematic because, again, they're going to have to kind of press forward and look for duels instantly, right? They can't really play the passive post-plant setup. They have to get the play. They have many players they have to take against LCK. It's a 2-on-5. And they have lots of time, so they don't have to commit to the plant yet. But you can see LCK, they pretty much put all their eggs in one basket here. They're all just waiting in A. Bomb's going to get planted now, but the question is DZY. He's kind of the one that pushed forward. Now they're going to be grouped up. This is important because they can try to play the trades if needed. And that's a big kill. And Spoxy finds himself, what is that, a 4th? And now maybe looking for an ace, but Lionclaw will take it. But who cares? Spoxy able to find lots of impact that round. LCK bounced back in with 2 in a row. And that's not bad at all, but still a big lead here for 3BL.
I think the main thing for the rest of this map now is the performance across the board for the LCK side, because I've been talking up Hunt and Sad throughout the entire game, having 13 kills between each other. That duo was stunning. It's not only been Spoxy, there have been other moments from the other individuals too, but as you said, now he's leading in the server on 15. So it shows that they're this far behind, or were this far behind, but Spoxy is still the top fragger in the entire server. Like, it has to be more than only him. Sometimes it can be only him. He is that good to be able to deliver in these scenarios, but yeah, we shall see, because they're on the comeback trail now, and I do appreciate 3BL throwing in this tack relatively early to try and stop LCK getting overly close too quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I always am a big fan of like the timeouts that are actually when you still have a decent lead and a bit of a gap, because I feel like when you call it so late, when it's like those 8-8s or like that one round or like, you know, a 9-8 situation, I feel like it's already too late, right? I feel like that's you're kind of grasping a little bit and you're just hoping for a breath. But I like that they use this. They're like, look, LCK, yeah, they're picking up a couple rounds. You know, Hunt, a very vocal IGL, you know, just kind of clean things up a little bit, see what they have to improve on. It felt like, you know, Hunt and Sad were the big players. Like those snipers were really making a lot of shots. But that's where now it's just like who in this roster is going to step up a little bit and when they need it too. So, because again, they only need 3 to kind of close things off. But at the same breath, I mean, this is where LCK, again, we've talked about this many, many times. Like they're a team that have been through thick and thin, you know, through the CFWL or even international competition, you know, in those deficits and bringing things back. But we'll have to see. 3BL still look pretty fired up, pretty excited about this. So we'll have to see. Do they have enough gas in the tank here to close out Eagle Eye?
Yeah, 3 behind, but 3BL 3 away. It's going to be not easy for them to get it over the line from here. 3 rounds is still quite a lot to get done, because even if they find 1, LCK can still find a bit of a streak. Not done by any means. Of course, with Ankara to come, it is a 3BL pick, but they would be down 2-0 if they weren't able to find this map win from here. At 1-1, it's anyone's. Could be going for a long evening, who knows. A little bit more careful this time from 3BL going toward Spoxy's bomb site, but Sad does overpeak again, looking for a bit of information, looking for a second player, and once again 5v4 early for LCK.
Yeah, who other than Spoxy being able to find that double, or that opening kill, I should say, the double kill though, that's from Dezane, so he's been having himself some really decent performance as of late, so that rifle finally getting a little bit more heat packed with it. So now a 4-on-1. Once more, they're going to just group up into this A site, wait things out a little bit. And Flex just playing a bit of a cheeky position in case there's a lurk here. Noxon does have to fight, you know, for that bomb control. He has to fight the, you know, the players. Like, this is not a good position for him at all. He's been fully exposed. He does find 1 kill. Oh my gosh, and now Flex has gone down 2. Okay, I mean, look, it's still a 2-on-1, but like that is just an opening that it should not happen. If LCK drop this round, Trav, like, oh man, they're gonna be kicking themselves. But thankfully, Spoxy, the hero that doesn't need to wear a cape, is able to get it done.
Yeah, he's so often the man, isn't he? He is so often the man. I think, like, we know Vitality are the, you know, the all-conquering dominant team from this particular league, but I still think Spoxy is one of my favourite players to watch in the entire league. Maybe the favourite player to watch for me.
No doubt.
He has so much clutch
Absolutely.
ability, he has so much individual skill. I mean, he's got 3 kills here. He was on 15 before the TAC Force, wasn't he? So he's on 18 now. Having a great game, and there's a lot more to come. It's only 7-5. We could be getting into the 20s for him very, very easily here.
Yeah, that's no question at all. The guy has a lot of aura, that's for sure. Like, the guy just really does kind of bring so much here for LCK. So he is definitely probably one of my favorite players to watch in the league as well. Well, I'll see if he can do a little bit more. That 3 rounds away is now turned to 2. So 3BL, Omega trying to go for a little bit of a jump spot here into middle. Dezane actually with a really nice position. Again, he doesn't have to get the kill, but he has information that he's been able to gather. He had a little bit of noise cues. But now 3BL, they're actually going to group up. They're going to hit this B site all together now. This is a little bit of a change up. They like to lurk. They like to play slow. This time they decide, okay, look, we got to make a play. We have to initiate something here and now.
Yeah, and they got themselves in a pretty good position. It's a proper execute too, and I think that could be the change up that could make something happen for them. Damage taken by Hunt early, but he will be able to get the bomb planted, and now it's a very difficult retake. Such a, you know, tight bomb site here, which is why 3BL are spreading out quite widely. But if they get picked off one by one, it could be an issue. Look where LCK are positioning themselves right now. Force into the hotel for Lion Claw. Surely he'll get taken down, and yes, this is a complete change up here. But hang on, the kills could still come through. There is going to be plenty of time. Flex is rounding on a second play. He won't get the kill, but Kiko will. It's all down to Hunt and Omega 14. On the line. Immediate entry from Dezane. Omega's in the corner. Quick
gosh.
transfer. And the third. That is an insane hold from Omega, and they desperately needed it.
I can't believe it, too. I was thinking, look, like, what, 14 or 12 seconds remaining, and I'm like, okay, he's got the right gun potentially to lock this down, but I was thinking there should have been a trade somewhere, but man, oh man, perfect spray control into that kind of a situation. Allows 3BL to finally put that tack into their favor. So now 2 rounds needed to close this map off. And or I was going to say Dezane, but it's actually Lion Claw that actually decides to go for a little bit of a swing of his own, but he actually gets a full face of lead here from Noxon. Not a good start here for LCK, but they do bounce back to making it to the 4-4. And now you can see LCK repositioning themselves here again and again. They're trying to figure out what they want to do. Some damage getting caught onto Hunt. Zane able to escape with his life, and this, you know, bullets just going flying everywhere, but Omega's taken so much damage. He's pretty much, you know, skin of his teeth alive onto this. And now 3BL kind of right back to square one. What do they want to do? They have lots of time that they can still work with. This B site has been really good for them, though, right? I feel like the A site's been very, like, negative. So I feel like, again, it's kind of the obvious is like, okay, how do we want to approach B? Because they've been getting these post plants down. They've been getting the sites almost for free, it feels like. And that's going to be the plan here right now.
Yeah, I think that's a big sign for 3BL, even though it came down to an incredible 1v3, is let's just, like, group up, play slow, go for a proper execute when we're getting near a site, like this. Again, they've got a great timing. And I think LCK, even though the HP is rough on 3BL, it's, again, just not going to be easy. In 3BL, get themselves onto map point here and now. LCK... mentioned before that it might just be the one round for 3BL, and LCK could still continue to get streaks going, and there we go. Noxon caught. That will allow Kiko to make his way forward, and with Omega still standing, he's not going to make a 1v3 happen on that HP this time, I wouldn't imagine. So 20 seconds. Time again is looking a little bit awkward for them, but that defuse can come through quickly. So put the pressure on now. Sad is inside the train, does get a bit of damage, and now a bit of a crossfire to work with, but all the kills will come through, and Omega's been seen on the flank. There is enough time for that defuse. LCK have got it done this time around. The gap returns to 2.
Yeah, Lion Claw looks how I was looking. Like, I saw him in the player cam, and he's like, whew, okay, yeah, we did it. And it was getting really, really tight. That time was getting very low. And, I mean, honestly, if Omega maybe had a little bit more HP, could have been a different circumstance, because he had the flank attempt. He was trying everything, but good retake from LCK. Something we didn't get to really see very well in the beginning of map number 1. Now it's really improved. Now Lion Claw one more time going to swing this, but they're not going to expect to Zane. Why would they? He's going for a big trade kill with the double. And Hunt, though, at least is able to find something back. And this hotel control has been an absolute fight. And now you can see Flex, he's just going to retreat this. He's not even going to entertain the idea of this fight. 3BL group back up in mid. LCK kind of splitting this up. One apiece right now. Flex is being active, though. He is moving around as much as possible. He's just trying to find the right position to get some information or get some kind of intel right away here for LCK. But they're going to split through blue door here. This is interesting. They've actually been able to make it across, so they haven't been spotted yet, but damage getting inflicted. And now they actually pull back on this one again, Trav. So a lot of second guessing here from 3BL.
Yeah, don't blame them when they're in this position, obviously. This game is by no means anywhere done. Okay. They're going to maneuver their way forward now, the minute on the clock. They get past Flex. Little do they know that B side of the map is totally open. Sure, a bit of a line being held by Spoxy long range, as we know, but they're going to have a path. They're not committed to it just yet. Utility will be thrown in now for the first time with a smoke toward the front of that B site. Full white is Hunt. That's awkward for him, but he can now maneuver his way through, and now Flex needs to be concerned. He's playing that window quite a lot, and it's very easily pre-fireable, and that's maybe a bit too predictable to play there once again. Spoxy, if you force your way forward, you'll be going with Kiko. It's fine to do that. They need a kill pretty quickly. The bomb plant can come through again. They're going to try and put the pressure on straight away, but Spoxy is so good. Again, finding a kill when it looked like it was impossible, but Kiko took a big tag in helping him out. And with Spoxy getting taken down by Sad, this is now pretty impossible for Kiko. Another round on the board for 3BL is but, what, 5 health away, really. 1 bullet is all they need, and they're going to hit it. LCK's comeback has been stalled. 3BL have multiple map points here in map 2.
Yeah, they got some room to work with if they need it. But yeah, again, I think you made a really good point. That flex, again, that was so critical for him to stay alive as much as possible. But the fact that he goes down like that, it just created way too much of an opening. And now LCK have to pull up a big run. They have to be able to find 3 rounds to being into an overtime. And it's going to be Kiko will be able to find himself that double. So that's not a bad way at all. This is now where everybody's going to have to get the tires on the road. And this is where the things are going to have to start moving quickly here for LCK if they want to stay alive. And Omega gets that 1 kill, but luckily an instant trade back from Dezane. So good trade work here from the defensive side. And Dezane is still kind of playing with the fire a little bit. For some reason, tries to go for that duel. I don't know why. He gets a little bit of information, but I feel like it's just not worth it. And now...
No.
He's just... Bomb's in control here for 3BL, but Spoxy is alive here, Trav. So this could be the show right now to maybe find another round.
That's the second time Dezane has overpeaked a little bit. Don't forget when he went in as like the bait. One of those previous rounds, he got 2, could have fallen back and kept the man advantage. But went peeking for a 3rd. Can understand the confidence he may have, but yeah, that's another round where he's been caught. This round should be okay though. It should be a 9-7 unless Hunt, who's been so good in this game, especially in that first half. I think he got 13 or 14 kills in that first half. So up to nearly the 20 bomb now. Can pull off a 1v3. It seems like he's still pinched in though. While he may have the C4 on his back, he's got to find both Flex and Lion Claw. Flex is not entirely aware of him creeping up on this timing though. Does just turn around in time though. And now he can throw utility to help him out, to keep himself safe behind the top of the site. Hunt will try and run away. And he does actually have a path to go for a pick through middle or plant on B if he wants to. But it is a long route. He's going to try and make his way through now, and has done. Is he going to go for a flank kill, or is he going to go for a B plant? He's going to go for a flank kill. It's unexpected, but Flexen sees it in his peripheral vision. So, there we go. One more round on the board. They're 2 away from that overtime.
I actually like that attempt from Hunt a lot, because again, he was just using all the time that he had, right? He's like, look, I'm just going to try to see what he can do. And I thought maybe that flank would have been just enough time for him to find that 1 kill, just give him that 50-50 chance in the clutch. But Flex, again, did a lot of moving around. He was doing tons of reviewing. Now, Lion Claw, he's been trying to go for the same play over and over. He keeps playing the same track, and nobody's really a big fan of it right now because even his HP is critically low too. And Flex gets caught here in the middle of the smoke. So opening duel once again here for 3BL. And now LCK have to kind of sit this back. They have to play the 2-2. They got to be more passive on this. And this is not a good position because Lion Claw, again, he's 5 points of health. Like, I mean, all it's going to take is, you know, they can look at him and he's pretty much going to go down, right? I mean, the guy has nothing to really back him up. If he can find a kill, that'd be huge, just considering his HP. They might not expect him in this position. Nobody's really played it, but now he's exposed himself. He's a dead man walking. And there it is, 3BL able to find these kills. That might just be the key. That might be the opening they needed. They're just going to run on into this B site, and now it's all down to Spoxy and Kiko one more time for the clutch.
Yeah, once again, 3BL proving they've got a really solid level here. Spoxy and Kiko will not be winning this 2v5. It's absolutely impossible to make your way through with the smokes up like this, especially. And Spoxy won't even get a kill. And there you go. You can see the reaction in the player cams there from 3BL. They knew, after the disappointment of map 1, how important that was for them. And they're able to bounce back immediately. They could have easily, I could have easily forgiven them for dropping away a little bit, falling away after that map 1, knowing it's an important opening map to start the entire BO5. But no, they're here to play, and I'm very impressed overall, because I think that is the kind of game we need to see from them. They are very calculated. LCK, we know how solid they are on Eagle Eye. That's twice in a row they found a way to beat them. It's an impressive state for them at the moment, and 1-1 we go.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the best of 5, so it is a long bit of a road if needed. But we'll let Sekio and Penguin kind of talk about this map, because I think there's a lot to really dissect here. So boys, let us know your thoughts.
Thank you, Les and Trev. And for us, I believe the first thing is the first half. 72, and of course, having your 2 snipers just shining on the globe, that was the
like the key factor for 3BL Galaxy to get those rounds and of course to get the win overall.
Well, yeah, that's let's call it a series-saving game, because if 3BL wouldn't have won this game, because I mentioned this, that they will fall shortly 3-0 without any fight, but now they came back. LCK. The V2 was rough for LCK because they are playing first map sub base, but they showed strong performance and they won it. Then they're playing second map is Eagle Eye, which is the map they picked. It is one of their best maps. However, it's also one of the best maps for 3BL. So the first two maps were very tough for LCK. Now they're gone. They took one of them, and this is let's call it the best scenario for LCK, because they needed one map out of both those two. Because looking at sub base, we don't want to mention sub base that much, but looking at sub base, it's only two clutches that took LCK into the winner POV. So now LCK, they played Eagle Eye, in my opinion, the same exact way that they played it on the first time, except for Kiku, that he played more aggressively. He started to play more aggressively around the long, and he started doing some reactions when Kiku's playing global side. That's the only change that I've seen in LCK. Talking about 3BL, I believe that they continue playing the same, but Hunt, he played a bit defensively on B side. They expected him to play very aggressive, and he let Noxin play on Hotel, and Noxin usually killed the guys and he got the rounds for the teammates. So well played by 3BL Galaxy, although they almost choke it, because they're talking about 7-2 back to 7-5, and then 8-6, and the only round that they won it was Omega 1v3 on B side. The insane clutch by this guy, one of the best players and the best rising star, with no doubt. We've seen Salt, we've seen Muffin, we've seen some other players. In my opinion, Omega is unmatched when it comes to skills, when it comes to some kind of low experience player still clutching for his teammates.
Yeah, he's done like a few clutches that could count and help 3BL to win, and also at the same time, I really would love to mention Hunt and Sad, like both of them been carrying 3BL Galaxy through the course of the first half, and you look at the energy that just Hunt made. I believe like those screams were all over the place, and look at their KDs 1.4 and 1.46 to both snipers that I can't say they had their moments, but they had the entire game to show off. Of course, having Omega step up, Noxin. For me, like, I know that this map is not the best for like the riflers. You need to be a sniper. Noxin still sleeping for me a little bit, but like still I'm waiting for him to just step up and get back to the same old guy that we knew. But of course, like, Noxin is not stepping up. You have Omega, you have Hunt, you have Sad. Like, the entire squad is coming here prepared for LCK.
Well, talking about stepping up, then you would need to mention probably Flex, because the guy got 0.5 KD the first map, which was sub-base, the map they won, and now he got 0.4 map in the map they lost. That he needs to be stepping up, because otherwise you will always see 3BL guys getting the better of the aims, getting the better of the skills, and we've seen 3BL doing this, by the way, in Eagle Eye. They were 2v3, they win it. They were 2v4, they won it. I see also the round that they pushed them onto B side, and LCK started by killing 3 players from 3BL, and then instantly Hunt replied with 2, Dizzy replied with 1, and Sad replied with 1. That's how you reply to these such plays. And LCK, they're still playing better than the first time. They are missing some clutches in this map, because the first map they won only by clutches, and now they lost it because of clutches. So that means that the strategic wise, the aim wise for LCK, we didn't mention that much. Now we mentioned it maybe on the 3BL, because 3BL changed a lot of things. They changed on positions, they changed how they play on the global side, and they paid off for them. And we are talking about individual skills, because we've seen Sad clutching 1v2s, we've seen Omega clutching 1v3s, and we see 2v3s coming out from them. Otherwise, if you're talking about LCK, it's only the clutches that Design got for them, and the solo single carries that's happening from Spoxy.
For me, like Penguin, I really want to ask you about something. We have seen a lot of shenanigans, a lot of fights happened on like the hotel and of course on the train. Can you break it down for me, since like I have seen a lot of control like going back and forth between both teams, and it felt like at some point LCK are the ones who are taking this control, like this area a lot.
Well, I'll be very quick, because since we're going to be going into a short break, this control of the hotel It's very important for any team to be taking this control, because otherwise you will be facing 3 players on a side. So you will not be able to push a side, and they will have an early information on B side. So if they see you on B long, they will rotate from A side. And if they don't see you, you will have to go to A side. There will be 3 players. So you need to fight on hotel and try to push through the sides so you can shift and stretch the map. Talking about the blacklist side, of course.
Of course, and thank you, Binguin, and of course, thank you guys for this question. Like, I've seen it on the comment section, so I had to just bring it up on the broadcast, so like our viewers could engage with us. So that was for our first 2 games. We'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 3.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just mentioned. Zane has spotting out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
And we're back to you again with our best of 5 that we have today. Of course, we have LCK playing versus 3BL Galaxy, and you have just tuned in. We have just witnessed 3BL Galaxy lose in sub-base, and afterwards V1 versus LCK on, of course, Eagle Eye, which is like, it feels like this is kind of weird, like the players or like the teams, they're well known that like when you say 3BL Galaxy, yeah, they should win sub-base. When you say LCK, they should win Eagle Eye. But the reality is that Eagle Eye been a very, very bad and heavy weight for LCK through the course of this entire season, or at least on the playoffs.
Well, they are unlucky. They are usually playing versus Anubis Gaming, which they used to have 2 snipers, Dirty and Muffin. Muffin is a very good sniper. He's top 2 on KD, if you're talking about the season 1 KD. And Dirty as well is top 5. So they are fighting versus 2 best snipers playing on the West League, or maybe 2 best rising stars playing on the West League. And now they came to 3BL and they have to play versus 2 snipers as well. They have to play versus Hunt and they had to play versus Sad as well. And Sad is having one of his best days now. He's doing the clutches that's needed, the plays, the moves. He clutched it himself. I guess 3 rounds in Eagle Eye. One of them was 1v2, so he's doing a very good job. So that's why maybe probably we've seen. And also, in addition, we're talking about Flex underperforming a bit because that's not Flex that we used to see. He's casually having 0.5 KD. So it's the matter that Spoxy can't just handle the pressure on Eagle Eye alone. That's why, in my opinion, or maybe one of the very few reasons for LCK falling on Eagle Eye. However, this is not the case going now in Ankara. Ankara, you don't need double snipers. Yeah, of course, the double sniper is very good on Ankara, but if you play with 5 rifles on the Blacklist side, it's very good for you. Maybe on the global side, you will need 1 sniper. That's good. But now, they have to fight versus the guys that are having a better aim, in my opinion, now. I talked about the strategic-wise and the tactical-wise. Yes, LCK are changing and they are improving and they play better on the first map. But also talking about the aim-wise, I'm seeing that 3BL kinda they're having the better aim-wise. Experience-wise, closest rounds for LCK, but the aim-wise is only thing that's closing rounds for Team 3BL.
Yeah, and that's something for 3BL. And speaking of 3BL, they still got the factor of having some flex players like Hunt. That player was just like taking shots, getting a lot of killing a lot of players on the first game and on the second game. So for me, like, I'm just like standing here like waiting to see how it will be on the third game. But to break down the third game, we'll head to Laz and Trav.
Well, thanks very much. And yeah, we're ready to go for map number 3, which is going to be on Ankara. And yeah, still, Trav, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I feel that we're still getting LCK still showing glimpses of good, beauty. But I also think that 3BL are kind of still showcasing why they're a dark horse team and why they're, potentially, going through the reins here a little bit and doing quite well. So I'm still kind of 50-50. I don't know how you feel, but I mean, I feel like this is a coin toss at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive to me, like how the series has gone so far. I thought, knowing that the previous game between these two was a 3-0, I knew, like, second time around, there was absolutely no way it would be a 3-0 again to either team. It was going to be a closer match, 100%. It's proved to be that way. I'm quite impressed with what I've seen from both so far in various instances, I think. LCK managed to fight their way through sub-base really well. Eagle Eye was definitely a map that could have slightly gotten away from them, I would say. There were a few mistakes. Maybe they didn't have to, they maybe didn't throw in. They would have a different scoreline, but doesn't matter. It's now an even slate, and we start from here, Laz, in a BO3 rather than a BO5.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Yeah, and again, it feels like, for 3BL, we were thinking, okay, the first map's going to be theirs potentially, just considering that was, a dominant map that they've been on, but doesn't go that way. Eagle Eye, they kind of slip that one through, and they actually take it very well. I mean, I know the score was 10-7, but it really felt like it was their game all around. Like, it felt like they were in control for the most part. There was that little bit of a string of rounds where we saw LCK making a bit of a comeback, but yeah, a bit of a turn of events. And I agree with you. I didn't think this was going to be another 3-0. I felt like it definitely was going to be a little bit more grindy in some regard, but I wasn't really still sure who. Like, it's still hard to kind of pinpoint that down because, again, both teams showing some good glimpses of what they've been able to bring to this. Noxon, Desk mentioned that he's been a little bit quiet. They wanted him to be able to find something. At least he gets the opener, but it's only that opening kill. And now Spoxy trying to bunny hop his way to be able to find a double. Not the case at all. It is just down to that 2v2 one more time. LCK will get the plant through, though.
Zane and Lion Claw in this 2v2 against Hunt and Zad. It was these two who started so impressively on the GR side on Eagle Eye. You know, that's a favoured map for the snipers, but still, it didn't miss many shots, that's for sure. Zane jiggling under the stairs. Oh, he gets an immediate tap headshot as they try and make their way through the utility, and Lion Claw's there to peek off the contact. So, quick start for LCK. Technically, this is 3BL's map pick. Not sure how much that really means in a BO5, but you know, of course, as we've seen so far, it's been kind of opposite day in terms of the picks in this series. So, we'll have to see how it goes. Whoever wins it, of course, will be one map away from staying alive in the lower bracket, and the other team will be one map away from elimination overall. Hunt will hold on for 2. Very nicely done.
Yeah, Hunt's back to a little bit of his fighting form, right? I mean, this is where on Eagle Eye, this is where he was actually doing really, really well, being able to find some big opening duels in the beginning and putting that sniper to work. Now he's starting to activate the rifle a little bit more this time around. So he, again, just kind of I said, jack of all trades. The guy likes to do everything, so it's good to see. And that's what they need right now. And he's kind of top fragging one more time in the server, just by 1, but still a little bit of a note to make. And now Lion Claw trying to see what he can be able to find into Hotel. So it does actually get some good information, but this is where 3BL once again saw 3 players in this B site or on the outskirts of it. And I mean, with them having all 5 alive, this is going to be more of an issue right now for LCK, because they have to be able to find a kill or 2 for an opening of some kind. But this is where 3BL, if they can just kind of cluster like what they're doing, as you can see in the B site, they have all 4 players pretty much all together in a line, just leaving Noxon by himself to anchor A. That's the best case scenario. But that bomb does look like it's going to actually make its way towards that A site. It's crossed into main. Spoxy with a little bit of a lurk kill. A little bit different from him. We don't get to see him lurk like that. So that's a nice one. And you can see how fast the 3BL, they kind of spread their wings a little bit. And Noxon can't seem to lock it down. He actually just gets removed. So now, a little bit of trades back and forth we go. But here we are in the 2v2 one more time, Trav.
Could be a very big moment there, Spoxy missing that shot. That could have actually made the round even harder for 3BL. And maybe that was the turning point, actually. It's going to be a difficult clutch for Dezane now. He's in a similar position to last time. Now they know where he is. There's not really many other areas he could be other than on the site itself now. And it might be pincered in between 2. They actually deal with it very nicely, do 3BL, to make sure they go together and give Dezane no chance. And yeah, great recovery in the round from LCK. If Spoxy doesn't miss that shot holding the big flank, I think that's a totally different story.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point you bring up, because again, like, I love the fact that Spoxy was able to get that lurk kill, but then that secondary, situation was needed, right? Like, if he would have been able to find that kill, probably a very different scenario. But like, that's where the nitpicky details really make a huge difference in a round, right? Like, if he finds that kill, probably could have been an LCK round, but not the case. Now it's back to the 1-on-1. So not bad at all. Kind of that ping pong affair that we talked about before, still happening now for map number 3. LCK going to put 3 players into this A site. Or 3BL are going to put 3 players into the site right now and locking it down. And LCK still kind of poking and prodding a little bit, figuring out where they maybe want to go. Like, they don't seem to have a game plan yet. It feels like kind of a default-ish round, right? Like, look for a pick, maybe look for some kind of engagement of some kind. But now they're going to group up the 4-1 split. I don't know if they're going to try to take underpass, and maybe they will. Sad still expecting somebody here through the double door. So he's not going to really get any information at all. And this is where Flex, he's going to have to be very careful on his timing. Throws a PC utility, just throwing a little bit of a ruse. LCK are taking this slow, Trav.
Yeah, they got the time to go, though. And there goes on the line, but we know how Spoxy is. He's not going to be missing shots like those. And then Lion Claw comes in on that pinch. That little pincer maneuver. The extra prong that allows you to have that lurk to get a kill in the side when the rotation's coming through. Very nicely done. And Flex, as you can see right now, just spotting the left side of his screen for a rotation. Not going for anything too ridiculous. And then once he sees it, he'll reposition and then spot the right side of his screen. You can see where he's looking on the player cam every single time. And as soon as he gets a teammate in to help, he goes for the peek. Easy kill for Flex. And LCK are all over 3BL in this round.
Yeah, it's good work from Lionclaw too, honestly. Like, I love the fact that he was able to get that kill, like, kind of in the early portion where he's just able to lurk around and find a duel. So not bad at all. LCK staying a lot more composed in it. And right now, DZY just kind of getting some Mexa kills, you know, just kind of having fun with it. I mean, he doesn't have any time to work with, nothing really in that scenario. So LCK find themselves that secondary round, and they take it in decent fashion. So we'll see if they're going to be able to find that again. A very slow round for them. They were trying to be very quiet as a mouse. Now 3BL, do they want to mix up their composition a little bit potentially? It looks like a double player onto mid stairs and the double player through underpass, so they're going to go for a big swing. They're going to try to go for a little bit of a brawl if they can. The snipers exchange on both sides here, and that might just be enough. That might be a little bit of the appetizer they wanted, and now they're going to kind of catch their breath for the main course here. We're still 1 minute and 56 remaining in the round, but LCK, they still have Spoxy alive, so that sniper is available. On a map like this is going to be pretty critical. Still, especially here for Sad. He's actually had himself a bit of a field day too. So getting this hotel control from 3BL. They're still kind of pressing forward, getting a lot of information as much as possible. This is decent. How much do they really want to keep pressing on that point though?
Yeah. Sad is on the line, and he's playing that little jiggle angle, but unfortunately it's very wall bangable, that one, obviously, with not much protection from the side of the site. So it's going to have to be DZY and Noxon, and they're doing a great job to answer back. And with the flank they've got, with 2 players coming in from behind, as you can see, extra damage is being done to Dezane. They've definitely got them locked in here. And sure, the bomb can be planted, but it's not easy in a 2v3 retake, or a hold, I should say, in an afterplant. So they're looking to go aggressive, looking for a kill. Bomb will finally go down. But, yeah, it's going to be hard now. They've got to worry about 2 players on this flank. That's probably why Dezane's looking to go aggressive early. You need to get a kill back quickly, and there it is. Now it's possible. Lionclaw will come and help out when Omega pushes forward. Brilliant work between the 2 of them again. Dezane and Lionclaw so often in these positions are so damn good. And there we go. What a close from Lionclaw, and as you can see, all the passion on the player cams there from Flex. LCK, that is a 3-1 lead to work with.
Yeah, everybody's starting to get pretty excited, right? And rightfully so. And like you said, it's a really good point you bring up, is the fact that Dezane and Lionclaw, these guys have been really locking it down in these like 2vx scenarios for the post plant. Like, they've done twice in a row now. They've been able to find this. So a little bit of 3BL showing some gaps in their play. That retake was a little bit more sloppy than what we've normally seen. We saw some like one-on-one swings essentially. They didn't look as well coordinated, but can't take anything away from LCK to be able to find themselves, you know, a good post-spawn situation like we saw in the previous. And now a 3-1 score. So LCK putting themselves in a 2-round buffer, looking pretty good. Flex hoping that somebody's going to swing him. He wants to be able to get the sniper into work. Noxon does, and oh man, he actually misses it. So he's still trying to commit to it, but he's taking a ton of damage. Finally stops playing with his food, and he gets this kill. And now Sad's going to try to push through A main, but look at that. Kiko just waiting in the wings for him. The HP department's not great here, Trav. This is not great for LCK. Again, it is a 3-on-1. DZY, though, full utility, has the rifle. Maybe, just maybe, might be able to find a timing potentially if he can get in the right position. But if LCK can just play together as a unit, like, you would think surely they can be able to find that trade opportunity.
Yeah, this is so tight though, isn't it? I mean, DZY is the top fragger for the team so far. With his Lionclaw having a brilliant game though, up to 10 already. Trying to use as much util as possible to keep DZY at bay. And he comes to push up now, trying to take an aggressive peek. Actually, he gets his 1 and tried to retreat to kind of just to get a gauge of what was actually going on in that round. But, yeah, in the end, it's only the 1. And LCK have done well again. So 3BL, they're up against it here.
Yeah, and it's good, right? Like, I think we both talked about, you know, the fact that they've actually taken these timeouts pretty early, which I think is important, right? I mean, this is where LCK, again, they only have a couple rounds in their favor, but I think it's still important, right? This is where I think they've kind of proven to us, like, after these tack pauses, they seem to play a lot better. So whatever's happening right now from the coach, kind of, you know, giving the message out to the team, and then Hunt kind of, you know, using that information from the 6-man perspective into the game is kind of important. It seems like it's been panning out well for these guys. But again, kind of a slower start for 3BL, not kind of what the norm is. Like that's what Penguin, really mentioned, is that a little notorious where they can have some slow starts. But I feel like after these conversations, that's kind of the pep talk they need to kind of get things moving. Get out of cruise control, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pick it up a notch.
Cruise control is nice and comfortable and nice and easy, but if you stick there, you're going to be overtaken.
I thought you were gonna lay down some F1 stuff on me real hard there. I'm not.
Well,
gonna lie.
I mean,
I know
look,
I know cruise control's not a thing, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, like, it's a car reference anyway.
It is a car reference, yeah. So yeah, I thought you'd appreciate it. So
yeah, the sprint race is just beginning actually. So
I know that's true. That's true.
We'll be keeping an eye on that on the second monitor maybe.
Of course. Well, we'll have to see what these guys are putting on their monitors because yeah, a lot of excitement. Hunt getting loud as we normally get to see him, the passionate one, the most vocal one, the visual guy that just, everything he does to get these guys fired up as much as possible. But we'll have to see. We're back into the game. 4-1 LCK have been able to have themselves a decent start, but now 3BL, was that conversation enough to get themselves back into fighting form here for map number 3?
Yeah, good position for LCK to be in. 3BL are under pressure. And they'll continue to be if this map does go LCK's way. Be one map away from elimination from the entire season. As we are now in playoffs, obviously. Phase 2 is to come later in the year, obviously. After a little month break or so. Great pick from Sad. Great timing to go for it as well. Unpredictable. And a good grab on Flex.
Yeah, that is a really good kill. Just taking down Flex like that, so... I was actually kind of impressed that I feel like Flex has been staying alive a lot lately. I felt like in the first map, he was kind of giving himself up a lot. Kind of seemed like it improved a lot through the second half of the first, going into the second. Now he gets caught here, which isn't too bad, but we'll have to see if that becomes a recurring theme a little bit. He knocks in on the high ground. Oh, it's a little bit of a struggle on the kill, but it doesn't even matter. He finds himself that double. That's going to be enough needed, maybe. LCK down in the numbers. Utility flying into the spawn now and towards fence. Foxy finding good connection with that sniper one more time. They don't even have to commit to this if they don't want either, Trav. Like, that's the funny thing. They can pull back on this if they choose.
Oh.
And maybe they might want to because Foxy gets caught through his smoke, so that's not going to be good. And look at 3BL. Completely back off. Ready for a retake, in either site if they need it, but that bomb is going to go down.
Yeah, beautiful pick there from Hunt, just to grab a possibility of making this round a lot more simple. Dezane on the low HP, not being checked, could be a spray down. Hunt just about spins in time, and he lets him know what he thinks of it as well. That's a really nice recovery. Definitely could have gotten out of hand, and 3BL desperately needed it. They finally got their second on the board.
Yeah, and it was really close, though, too, because, again, like, Dezane, I thought he actually had a really strong position. Just looks like he kind of missed that shot. He got the first kill, and then it felt like his first, shot going in towards Hunt just kind of missed him a little bit. So, really close, but no cigar. But 3BL, the pep talk does pan them out in the 1v1, essentially. And now it's a little bit of a fight through mid one more time. That's going to be Dezane on the backside here of BL stairs. C4 dropped. LCK not committing to any game plan yet. The old faithful of looking for a pick to see what they might be able to open with. And leaving that B site and kind of pressing forward as much as possible. So you have 3 players that are kind of putting a little bit more onto mid. Here from the defense of 3BL. Now LCK have a lot of thoughts that they need to do. They don't really have a lot of map control, to be honest. Like, they have the same main control, but really it's like nothing. It's almost a gimme at this point.
Yeah, they're just looking for a bit of info now, but Flex and Spoxy are still waiting. Oh, this could be a bit of a timing here for Noxin. He knows what's on the other side, but I think right now only just jiggling the vent. Not wanting to go too aggressive off the back of it at the moment. Flex will now show a bit of presence for the first time in the round with a few bullets on the pre-fire, but despite the fact there are 3 players very pushed up on toward the A side of the map right now, of course Noxon just does not see it. First duel coming in. Hard will find Flex, and that is actually when Noxon peaks. Boxy, thankfully for him, is still watching it, and DZY will get caught by Lion Claw. So 3v3, again a very close round coming in here. But again, site taken. They're going to worry about that big flank at some point from Omega, and that's why Boxy is falling back.
Yeah, and I was going to say Omega's going to need to get in the right position to get across, so Spoxy doesn't have that inkling or gets that lineup, and it's unfortunately a little bit too slow on that one. But still 3-on-2. Zane and Lion Claw, the duo special now in the efforts of Spoxy, but he actually goes down. So now this duo one more time. They've been very, very well in these post plants, but is it going to be enough here again? And it's a pistol. Oh, this is problematic to Zane. He's hunting for these kills, and there it is. There's the Zane. The star rifler finally gets to shine bright a little bit here, and LCK scrape another round in their favor.
Yeah, he's been in a number of positions like that, but not been able to deliver, whether it's down to just low HP or unfortunate timing. Finally, he gets an opportunity, and the dive down, the jump on the first kill, that was the thing that made the difference. And the information, the knowledge of where the second player was, that was not easy, but he made it look so. And he'll be very happy with that. That puts LCK in a very strong position in the map now. They're guaranteed a lead in the first half already on that BL side. And it could be a lot more than just a 5-2. It could be 6 or 7. And we'll see how they're going to go here with maybe a bit of a faster move here on toward the A-bomb site again. Now realise they're going to be afford to go for something like this, considering all the good work they've done in the half so far. But there are many 3BL players here to deal with. Noxon is once again doing a great job, but look at the angle on the push-up. Oh, that's brilliant from the Zane. Once again a double kill. Once again a double kill on a quick transfer. And they're going to get the site all to themselves, and I know where Hunt is coming from. And Flex will find him too. 4v1, DZY in the corner, should get found, is found. LCK feel like they're in the ascendancy right now.
Yeah, it's good to see, right? I mean, there was a lot of, conversation at the desk before this whole BO5 started, and really it felt like Dezane, I've been always saying it about LCK, is like who other than Spoxy is really going to step it up, and Dezane has always been like that really cool rifler, and we finally get to see him now popping off a little bit. But look, I mean, it's short-lived because Hunt's being able to find himself that triple kill. LCK trying to go for a little bit of a rush, I guess. They try to mix it up, but it really just gets bamboozled, so it's not great at all. And 3BL, I mean, they find themselves a little bit of a quick and easy third round to conclude that first half, so not bad at all. But either way, good to see LCK, kind of putting themselves in dominant fashion, and Dezane still popping off with the rifle, what I was originally trying to get to.
Yeah, not the worst end to the half in the world for 3BL, but they're also a little bit disappointed it wasn't a bit closer. LCK really grinding their way through a few of these rounds, and I think they'll be the happier of the two teams for sure. Might be a bit more of a comfortable second half for them as well, going on to the GR side. We shall see. I am relatively confident in the fact that we're going to see a 2-1 lead for LCK from this point on, but I'll never count 3BL out. They almost came back on map 1, don't forget. So let's see how they go. I'm pleased with how LCK are playing in that throughout the majority of that half, though. That was a lot of close rounds that hinge on a couple of just good knowledge and good firepower moments from Dezane. So yeah, good stuff. DZY is back in his chair, and 3BL can go again.
A little bit of stride too, right? I mean, try to feel good, I guess, get ready to go. But yeah,
swagger.
A little swagger. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is the thing about 3BL. I agree with you. Like, I think that LCK, it does kind of feel like they're in a good position where this could be a map for them, right? So they can be able to find themselves potentially in this 2-1 conversation. The thing about 3BL is, like, it's hard to say. Like, I sometimes feel like they're a little bit streaky, right? Like, we get these moments where they're not playing their best. It doesn't feel like they're kind of in that same performance. And then all of a sudden, out of, like, thin air, they start to play way better, right? So now we're in the second half. They're on the BL side. It makes me kind of wonder, like, is this kind of the 3BL magic that we get to see where they kind of, pull the impossible a little bit and, make things a little bit more competitive? Maybe so. But Flex landing shots like that is definitely not going to help And now Flex finding himself that double. Good response back from 3BL regardless, but Kiko actually does win the engagement against Noxon. He was trying his best to cut a rotate off, and instead it's him that's get his head cut off on this one. And now you see 3BL with the bomb in their grasp, but Omega's critically low, less than half HP. DZY, the swagger himself, he's going to have to put a lot of swagger into this round. Not a bad start, and that's a free A site if they choose to go for it, and that seems to be the eye on the prize here, Trav.
Yeah, he's not holding back, and I like that because they need to just pace up a little bit and just create more of an uncertainty, especially with where Omega is. They want him on the flank. They want DZY to create all the distractions. Fox doesn't go in looking now, but looks away at the wrong time. It should allow a trade. It does, but it has no idea where Omega's coming from. But surely, the amount of time it's taking and how silent it is, he's going to go checking. He gives it a cursory glance, but the timing is not good. He did not see Omega in the corner on that left-hand side of the wall. And he'll get the kill to win the round. So 3BL in the game early in the second half.
Yeah, a little bit awkward too, because it kind of felt like, I don't know if maybe Lineclaw got a weird comm from somebody, like maybe they thought they saw something or heard something, and you could tell he was just kind of scrambling, like looking around almost everywhere. Like it felt like he had no idea. Like he was kind of like, you know, flipping a coin essentially. But I thought he would have tried to clear, you know, spawn a little bit better. I thought he maybe would have taken a little bit more wide just to triple check, but he takes it a little bit of a shallow peek, so gets him in the demise, unfortunately for any LCK fans. But for 3BL, they find themselves that opener. I was gonna say LCK. Spoxy once again putting work with the pistol. Seems to be the magic stick for him in this kind of series so far. Flex one more time, maybe looking to see if he can find a repeat. Doesn't get the kill, but at least he finds the damage. Utility will be able to dunk on the Hunt. So now, 5-on-3.
Noxon needs his kill back, but he's being peppered by Kiko. Big damage done. Maybe this one's a little bit too far gone this time for 3BL. Noxon should get taken on the cross. There we go. One bullet was all that was needed. And Kiko won't miss it. Yeah, difficult now for Omega and DZY to really force their way back in. Omega, again, has found a pretty good timing. It's not the first time he's been in a position like this where he's actually lurked in well. But the thing is, LCK are watching it, and they do have these long ranges. But if Omega can hit shots like that, who knows how things will change. Another great example of his individual ability. And now they're going to try and force their way back into the round. All 4 LCK players coming through from the same position. Oh my god, massive nade stack. He'll do no damage at all until the last kill nade on DZY. He actually has to avoid it, and now Omega's stuck a long way away. So actually, a nice try to even get an alpha pod at all, but LCK just give them no space, and that'll be 7.
Honestly, this is looking a lot better for LCK though, right? This is kind of the form that we expect them to be in. Like, this is a team, like I've already mentioned over and over again, is like, look, these guys are either in first place, they're easily in that top 2 in the division, they've been doing it for a long time, they've been dominating, and this is where we get to see retakes like that, where it looks really clean, really polished. That's where I kind of feel like the Loons factor, you know, he's been able to kind of bring that in a little bit nicely here for LCK as the coach for these guys. And that's a good little gimmick that we get to see. Yeah, the nades don't land. Definitely a nice little bit of an extra detail holding on to that utility as much as possible. 3BL now trying to, you know, make a little bit of noise here at A. Maybe just getting LCK to burn tons of that utility that he just talked about. And that smoke is going to get thrown onto main. They might even try to double up into vent. Oh, yeah, they are. And now Lineclaw, a little bit of a test here by himself against DZY. And 3BL, they are just really exploring all their options right now, Trav. Like, they have not made a full decision yet. And DZY going down early, that could be an issue. But with Hunt finding that duel, could be a bit of a slip on the opening, potentially. But look at how fast that LCK are here. But now Hunt, once more time, he's doing everything in his abilities to be able to find these kills. That's a 2-2. The HP is low. Lineclaw, that nade might be the deal breaker. And indeed it is. It's all of a sudden turned to the 1v1. And Sad now running for the hills, potentially. He's still got lots of time.
Yeah, it's a 1v1, but Kiko goes back and checks Sad so quickly. That's an unexpected one. And that is one that PBL will be disgusted, really, that that's fallen away from them, because they had multiple opportunities there to get their way into the site. Lineclaw, again, getting so much damage. So impressive, really. He's able to do it even when he's very low HP.
Well, nice little bit of a buffer here for LCK, right? I mean, this is 4 rounds in their favor. Now 3BL. What are they going to be able to do? They're going to actually try to swing into mid now, so this is decent, actually. On the secondary mid, they got themselves some decent control, and actually LCK... Flex normally likes to play in this position that DZY is in right now, but instead they're actually just going to allow that control to be up for grabs. Spoxy does go down. So a little bit of an opening now for 3BL one more time. Still have Noxon kind of just exploring in the back of mid. Should be able to find this kill on the line claw. Yeah, they're just kind of picking this apart, right? I mean, they're just kind of taking one by one here. Leaving it all down to Dezam. And look, he's been able to have some good clutches. He's put some good work with the rifle, but I feel like this might be a tall glass here for him to have to drink on this one. Unless he gets some gimmies onto 1v1 duels, but this feels like 3BL might be able to find themselves their first round finally.
Yeah, they now know where Dezane's coming from. Noxon was very aware of that for a long period of time. So it's going to be 8-5 coming through. Don't forget last time LCK were up 8-4. It got to quite a close game on map 1. It went to a 10-8. Definitely could have been a different one. But yes, it's going to be very curious to see if they can continue to make their comeback, because LCK, they've been known for dropping a few games like this here and there. They are on what is a comfortable side for them, but still, they really want to get that 2-1 lead in the series. Good round from 3BL to answer back a little bit there, but now as we go into the following, it's a bit pacier, I think, coming in here from 3BL. They're setting up utility for a proper A-site execute, and there are 2 players here, sure, for LCK, but Kiko is still lining up util of his own to use to defend himself, and now maybe not expecting the push all the way through. They delayed a little bit, so they could be going through smokes here. Kiko needs to be aware of it. He'll go for the peek now, but it's only 1. That puts Dezane in a very tough position. Sad waits for him to peek forward because he knows he has to put himself in that area where the other players are coming from, because he'd get pinched otherwise. Thing is, look at this big flank right now. Hunt is pretty much 1 HP. The bomb actually only just got picked up and planted, so definitely still possible for LCK here.
Yeah, it's absolutely a possibility still. They have to find a duel. That's definitely going to help. Yeah, especially for Swox to be able to find a kill like that. So now things are back to an even playing field, but Lion Claw, can he be able to find the one he does? So again, trades galore. And now Noxon trying his darkness on the stairway, but Spoxy's back is just given to him, and all of a sudden now Flex. V2, time is ticking away, and Noxon to save the day. And 3BL find themselves a 6th round. And we're going 2 away of a difference here, where this was an 8-4. And LCK, one more time, they've had this lead before, and they're kind of letting it slip between their fingers, Trav. This is starting to get a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's happening again. It is happening again. Just 1 round for LCK. I'll get them onto that map point. I'll be feeling a lot more comfortable when they get to that. Guaranteed overtime. At the very least. Oh, good peek up. Saddle find Flex, and Lionclaw only gets a 1-for-1. Once again, 3BL have found an opening crack, and Spoxy is forced to go for a very tough angle. It should be checked properly by DZY. It is, and that's his round done again. It's going to be 8-7, and LCK might need time to throw an attack, honestly.
Yeah, 100% agree. I feel like now is where you have to call the attack, because you have an 8-4 lead. You have yourself like a pretty good position. Now you're starting to lose these rounds in not the greatest fashion too, right? It's not even like it's coming down to like essentially 1v1s. I feel like it's becoming a little bit more 3BL or getting back into fighting form. And this is exactly what I said. I said this a couple rounds ago. I said 3BL are a little bit streaky, and now when the going was getting tough, now we're talking about an 8-7 scoreline. We'll see if LCK are actually going to call the attack, and I think they are going to, yes, and rightfully so. they're going to have to figure out what they need to do. They have to collect their thoughts a little bit differently because I don't know what changed. Like, I feel like they had a pretty good game plan. Everything was looking decent. And then all of a sudden it just kind of feels like they hit a little bit of a speed bump, and now they have some damage that they have to repair.
Yeah, twice it's happened now. Definitely a little bit concerning. I don't know. I mean, look at Lion Claw's face right now. I mean, obviously, it's not something you read in too much because they're still leading, but you can tell they're just a little bit confused about how to hold 3BL at bay at the moment.
That's the thing that's been really fun about 3BL, though, right? I mean, they kind of like maybe a little bit of a stretch, but I feel like they kind of give me this reminder of like, you know, old Vitality. Like that's where Vitality before their like reign of terror, like they were this team that, you know, they could be down like 8-2 and then all of a sudden they make these comebacks, and that's kind of the cool magic that we're seeing from 3BL. So it is kind of neat to see that they're kind of replicating that a little bit because, you know, again, Vitality used to be 3BL like many moons ago, but so that's where the 3BL magic maybe is still in effect, and Hunt's really doing a good job of just, you know, keeping that composure, keeping the guys in the game and not giving up, especially, you know, with a big scoreline of an 8-4. You would think maybe there's a little bit of a checkout maybe and just getting prepared for the following map, but no, not the case at all for these guys. They're making it now a 1-round differential. Now it's a conversation of it's still up for grabs. I mean, yeah, LCK have a lead, but it ain't by much, Trav.
No, concerning. And again, this is where the nerves will come into play when you're in a position where you could be eliminated from the entire season, the entire phase of this 2026 CFWL League. And immediately, off the back of the pause, Spoxy goes for his pick, and Hunt will manage to remove him. So Hunt and Spoxy have had a real entertaining back and forth so far today. And once again, Hunt will get the better of him at an important moment. Don't forget, it went all the way back, I believe, to 8-all before LCK found that one round to hit 9-8. So, I wonder if we're going to have a similar pattern here.
Right you are, Trav. That was the situation, so we'll see. But losing Spoxy early, not the greatest for LCK. I mean, not to say, you know, again, like the TRG for Flex obviously can still pack a really good punch, but I mean, we're talking about Spoxy, right? I mean, he's the highlight player of this team, no question. So him going down early, not the best. So those odds change a little bit here now for LCK, I would say. Flex is trying really hard to find a little bit of a duel if he can, equalize something. And now they're grouped up, all 4 players in mid now. So they're going to cut this right down the middle. Flex might be able to have a timing. Look at this. Oh my goodness, they have no idea, and he's able to find it. That's a good backstab. Now 3BL, they have to get moving. This is where again, they cannot make any second guesses. They have to commit to the site. And now you can see DZY. I don't know how he gets away with that kill, but he does. And now this is becoming a problem. 3BL, how are they getting away with this? This makes no sense. They find more kills, but Lion Claw as well. He's able to find it through a smoke. This round makes no sense to me. It's all just magic. And it's going to be DZY. Show the finishing touch here to the trick. And it's an 8-8 Trav. And we are right back to square one. A tie game for map number 3.
Yeah, it's been nip and tuck the entire way in this series. Both teams taking each other's map pick. LCK were in complete control here at 8-4. Once again, Guilty of just relaxing maybe a little bit with that lead. But gotta give credit to 3BL, they have played very, very well. They have taken advantage of every single move LCK have made. They have managed to recover situations which did not look possible. LCK, ever since that 8-4, feels like they've been playing catch up in every single round. They've been just trying to drag it back. And it's not been working for them.
Yeah, that's a worse feeling too, right? Especially like when you have a lead and then like when you're losing and then you're like, again, like you said, you're kind of like grasping for air. Like it just feels like you're playing Survivor and you're trying to play this catch up. It is the worst feeling for any team that has a lead and then it just starts to slip away. So And I agree. I feel like LCK, they showed some good performance before. Now it feels like it's really just run short. That fuse, not as long as we thought. And now 3BL able to find a nice opening kill into Lion Claw, so that gives them a ton of opening. They have the GR spawn up for grabs. So they're right in middle here, so they can decide where they want to go. They're kind of hoping right now. Sad, you can see he's posted up on fence, just waiting to see if someone's going to swing through the A site. With just then less a minute remaining, though, this is tough because, again, LCK, they cannot overextend this. They have to almost play like, I feel like they have to play the turtle setup and just hope that they can win these kills. Oh, that could have been it. Foxy, but okay, he gets a redemption at it. Man, that could have been bad.
Oh, it's going to be bad, though, surely. Kiko will be going down there on the rotation. Noxon is waiting, and Hunt's is going to run Dezane down. People have been all over LCK in this second half. Oh, dear. They completely disappeared. And 3BL will be going on to Port next if they win this map in a very happy position. Just got to confirm this one first, though. Still a couple of low HPs to worry about, but it's a great angle to hold if you're sad. There's no way in for Flex in that position. Now, Spoxy needs the play of the day. He's found one, but there is low HP to fight, even if he did get into that position, it's not going to happen for him. Hunt will take him down, and Noxon, as you can see, big shout. They are so ready for this. What a comeback. 5 rounds in a row. They need one to go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, and honestly, again, it goes right back to my point. I feel like, again, you get that kill that happens, right? Spoxy is able to get that duel towards B. You can see that, I guess the calm was, look, let's just, Kiko's like, okay, I'm going to make the rotate. I'm going to try to support you. He's trying to be a good teammate, but that's when he needed to stay put. That's when he needed to stay in the site, because as soon as he goes down, it left his one teammate in the A site, and then he got pretty much 2v1, and there was just no hope that he was going to be able to find it. So, again, just right down to these, like, minute little details, but that's a really good, examination here from 3BL. And Omega one more time is able to find a decent opener, a Line Claw, giving his body away on this one, which is just not needed. Now Flex, he needs to be able to find a kill, but instead he goes right to sleep. And now this 5-on-3 into Zane critically low. Spoxy already spotted. This thing could be all over here for map number 3. 3BL with a massive comeback right there on their fingertips. Can they close this down? Can they be able to solidify this map in their favor?
Surely you would think from here in a 4v2 with Dezane walking wounded on 5 HP. He needs some crazy maneuvers to get even one kill, and he has found the one, but guess what? Kiko's just gone down for free, and so many occasions, ever since LCK were 8-4 in front, they have a singular player on a line where they need to get at least one, and they don't. They get clean entried, clean swept out of the round. And I think, honestly, I'm going to have to see what Penguin says about it, because obviously he's no more knowledgeable than me. But it feels like for me it's been completely outperformed individually ever since that 8-4 lead. I mean, so many occasions where they've had an angle held and they've been relying on the individual to get the kill, and they haven't. There hasn't been enough setups. There haven't been enough layers to the defense for LCK to be able to hold on. And 3BL just were able and were allowed to completely run over them.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is where it's really exciting to see a team like 3BL where they really are just playing some really good CrossFire. I feel like, yeah, there's some big little bit of streaks where they're not really getting rounds in their favor, but they make it relatively competitive. But look what we just saw there. What was that, 6 rounds in a row that they were able to bring back to win the whole game, or to win that map, I should say. So not bad at all. I mean, this is where, that's starting to get in the head of LCK now. Now they're down by, another map, so they have to find this to get themselves to push in all the way. So not a good position at all. But look, let's let Sekio and Penguin kind of take it away and let's see their thoughts, because, I mean, there's a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, that's definitely, there's a lot to talk about. And speaking of things that we really want to talk about, the first half, I will just love to say that it felt that it went way so hard to the side of LCK. But other than this, like, if you just like slipped a minute, if you just went to bring something and got back, like 3BL was just like one train non-stop in any stations, taking Team LCK round by round by round. And at the end, they're just like, yeah guys, we're one match away from announcing that LCK will be the 5th place on CFWL.
Well, I want to reply to Trav because he mentioned that the individual skills is the one thing that we haven't seen on LCK. He's talking about since 8-4. I mentioned that since the beginning of the first map, since sub base already, and we haven't seen any aim-wise plays coming out from LCK. LCK are winning clutches by the experience, by their knowledge, by their mental resilience, by let's say a bit of ego, because LCK, they are very strong players, they are superstars for years. So there are sometimes you have some ego, so you swing one angle, nobody is expecting you, like Kiko did in Machine and killing 3 players. That's how you win rounds. But if you talk about 3BL, they are kind of winning by 4 aspects. It's team wise, it's analysis wise, it's the change and an adaptation that 3BL did, and the aim wise. Probably the aim wise can be first, but talking about the
Team
team
wise
war,
to time.
the,
Okay.
no,
Counts
team,
like
team first one, team wise,
team wise and
As a
aim
teams.
wise. Oh, okay. All right.
Team
all right,
wise,
all right.
aim wise, adaptation, and the analysis that they did. Because we've seen 3BL sometimes they're going into a site, one guy crosses to EC, and everybody goes back to the hotel. That shows that 100% there is an analysis. If someone crossed into AC, that he might be doing some round around a side, and they dodged all the aggressive rounds around a side. Looking as well when LCK took the tactical pose, Hunt immediately took the sniper and he waited Spoxy peeking from outside mid as if he knows that he's going to be doing this. And yes, Spoxy instantly swings and he dies to Hunt in this round, and he gives his teammates the edge and the lead in terms of numbers advantage. So the way that 3BL is playing, we mentioned that it's top tier gameplay. It's only the experience that's missing for those guys. It's only the let's say that the matchups, a lot of games that they need to play, and a lot of online games, because it's just the first season for Dizzy. It's the first season for as a main player. It's the first season for as well talking about Omega. It's the second season only for Noxin. So that these guys, if they have some time, they can go further more. But now it's 2-1 in favor of 3BL. But the question is that will they be able to continue the same dominant way? Because we've seen them struggling a bit in some rounds and some maps during phase 1, phase 2, and onto the playoffs in closing the maps. So if this hits again, Port is going to be hard for them, because they're going to be starting board on the global side. And if they don't get much rounds on the global side, it's technically a dead game for them. And we are going to New Mexico. That's when I would bet that LCK can just reverse sweep.
Yeah, I can say that too, of course, on New Mexico. But at the same time, like for New Mexico, I would say that the shotgun factor is something for 3BL Galaxy. We have seen it coming from, of course, Famous, and we can see that coming from Noxin. So that's something you can't just sleep on. And for 3BL Galaxy, they cooked really hard when it comes to their roster. Like those players, that's the first time for them to play together, of course, on a big scale like CFWL. Excuse me. And at the same time, you're seeing the development that they're having through the course of the entire season. Like 3 weeks ago, 3BL Galaxy were out of the competition. They were about to get knocked off from the entire thing and not even make it to the playoffs, and now we're saying that they are one step away. Like they need to push the gas for one more round, one more game to collect the debt and win versus LCK. And for this game, like Line Claw, Dezain been stepping up a lot, Flex doing his work, Spoxy is just like, come on guys, you can't just say that he didn't do what he needed to do. Like I would say that LCK, they're missing something in this puzzle.
Well, I mentioned LCK is missing a thing that they cannot retain, or they cannot get it by tactical pose or by refreshing their head. They are missing their aims today, and missing your aims, that costs you rounds. It shouldn't by default gets you to the loss or maybe losing the whole series, but sometimes it loses you round. I mean, we've seen the first round on the Blacklist side from 3BL Galaxy. It was 2v4, I believe, or 2v3. It was something like a clutch round, definitely. And then suddenly we've seen 3BL going into city, picking off one by one, killing everybody. And we've seen the last round as well. The guys from 3BL Galaxy, how good the strategic-wise is when they pushed into the city. They took the control of the city. Everybody stayed. They kept their composure. They stayed calm. The kid, it's one round on the line. It's one round that takes you a winner, one round that takes you overtime, and the guy's still holding city, trying to take control, trying to chill, checking if anybody's gonna do mistake. Daisy get picked off, and they still didn't like panic. They pushed into a side, got the two players, did the post plan, and won the round. That's a top quality gameplay.
Of course, that's top quality gameplay coming out from 3BL Galaxy, and for those who just joined the stream, we are going to see map number 4 between 3BL Galaxy versus LCK, and of course here's the scores. A couple 10-8 that went like, one went for 3BL Galaxy, the other for LCK, and we had Eagle Eye 10-7, of course, coming back to team 3BL Galaxy. And now we're heading to Port. Port might be the decider for 3BL Galaxy, or LCK might take us to full distance. Like, I don't know, like, it feels a bit weird to say that LCK are trying to take 3BL Galaxy to full distance, but for the playoffs, for the course that we are seeing, that we watch it, I believe that those guys deserve a lot of respect on their effort, improving, and everything that they are sitting a line and having out on the game itself. And of course, you mentioned tactic wise, I would also like to mention that they have some really impressive IGL. Of course, Hunt, like, yeah, he got a lot of years and experience for competitive plays, but I believe that's the year that Hunt already showing his potential, gathering the new players around him and getting something to prove that he is one of the top dogs versus LCK. He's the IGL, he's the two-time MVP on this series, and also the third map he was one of the top fraggers. So guys, he's the IGL, he's taking kills, and he's making something iconic, I would say, for him.
Well, you're mentioning that Hunt has a lot of experience, maybe because the guy thinks
a lot of
that
years
Hunt's playing. Yeah, that Hunt is playing since 2022. But the fact that Hunt was playing on 2022 as his first time, it was just very early on, and I said it by years. He will shine and he will improve more unless he's a Slayer just popping up from the first year. So now he's doing and he's performing, and yeah, he's doing a very good job for his teammate. And it's only one map for them to win, and maybe LCK can come back.
Of course, you never know what will happen in this map. And speaking of this map particularly, we'll see if 3BL close the entire series versus LCK, or LCK get us to full distance. So to see that, to break it down, we'll head to Laz and Trav. Guys, take it away.
Are they about to do the double over LCK here, 3BL? That would be kind of crazy in the playoffs, right? A 3-0 and a 3-1 would be very, very impressive for a team that we thought, for LCK, would be one of the finals contenders, the main grand finals contenders for the entire season. If they drop out here, it would be a bit of a shock to the system for them, and maybe the changes that we thought would be so promising at the beginning of the season not going as cleanly as we would have thought. So yeah, I'm a bit concerned for them. I think 3BL are going to be strong here, but we know LCK, they won't go quietly. They will still play a very good level. Just so concerning, lads, how they played that second half of Ankara, right? Just like not playing so individually based and playing without any new ideas at all on that defense. Not something I wanted to see.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree with you more, because it felt like LCK were in a good position. First half looked really dominant. Felt like, okay, they're going to have themselves an easy win here, but that was definitely not the case, and that's where 3BL, they make the comeback a reality. And now, I mean, this is what the desk was talking about, is all they need to do is be able to find themselves this last map of Port, and it's a 3-1 victory, where it's not a 3-0 like last time, but at least it could be a 3-1, but we'll have to see. And honestly, the other thing that I kind of take away from this as well is that, 3BL, they've actually had more officials on this map than LCK has, which is a little bit interesting, because I feel like LCK back in the day, they used to play it all the time, but it seems like now 3BL have been the ones that have a little bit more reps on this, and that might pan out to their favor potentially, even though their win percentage isn't like unreal, but it's still not a bad thing to put into this, especially in the stakes are high in a game like this too.
Yeah, for sure. Already an opening kill on Flex for 3BL. Of course, starting on the GR side as well, you really feel like it could be a bit of an advantage for them. We shall see. Only one kill up, though, in the first round. And Lion Claw is trying to go for a full rotation round. LCK sticking together. Oh, feet seen.
Ooh,
Bit
yeah.
of damage, but no more.
I was thinking that too. I'm like, man, Hunt, he sees blood in the water a little bit there, right? He's like, yep. No damage, but man, it was close. LCK, they can actually just go for the execute. I mean, they got the utility. So I think they're actually just going to take this a little bit more of a dry swing, so they're just going to try to go for it. But man, they have just fallen into the bear trap. Look at this. They find, what, 1 kill in that whole encounter? So, man, 3BL, they put up a great wall of defense on that. Perfect read. They're being active. You can see how much they were moving around the map as well. So, like I said, again, it's hard to say. Like, I feel like 3BL, they are just playing a lot better right now. I feel like everything they're doing is just like that extra notch a little bit better. Their rotates seem to be better. Their calls seem to be a little bit better. Like, their timing and the frags. I know Penguin really highlighted, like, look, LCK is just not fighting. Like, they're not dueling very well. And that really is actually a big component of this as well. I feel like 3BL have really stepped up, and everybody in any sort of a map, they've actually been able to pull some pretty heavy weight, which has not been really the same case for LCK.
Oh, and Spox is given no time to react there, and sad. Well, I mean, that's just rude. How's he found a Zane there so easily? That looked like it was so much harder than it should have been. Hunt will find Flex as well, and LCK, again, getting caught early game. Of course, things can change very quickly. They can learn how 3BL play the map. They can kind of see how it pans out and adjust. And even this round's not over, but they're going to need to get themselves back into the game very, very quickly here. And of course, if you remember as well, you know, the last time these two teams played, in that 3-0 that 3BL were able to get, it was a 10-7 for 3BL on port. So, can they do the double? It's a good kill from Kiko at least to get one over Noxon, and that does make things interesting now. They've recovered it back into a very winnable 2v3.
Yeah, but I like this too from 3BL, right? Like, again, just like pull on back. They're not going to overextend. They're just going to try to play the numbers. And Hunt, like, I mean, again, he's playing this top tower position, which is important because now you can just get the information. He doesn't need to reswing this. He's kind of poking and prodding a little bit, but he actually does get a kill at least. If he would have went down without a single duel in his favor, that could have been a really good opening here for LCK. But now it's down to Kiko, the new addition of this team. A 1-on-2 with 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Not an easy sight, not an easy situation for him to be in, but he could just hightail it towards this B site. It could be a free plant potentially. Oh, is he going to try to go? Oh, is he going to do mid-bridge? Oh, this could be sick. That is some good movement. That is slick movement. That is buttery smooth. Look at that. They don't expect him to be there, but DZY is still going to be able to save the day and find him right between the eyes, and 3BL continue on with winning ways.
Yeah, one of the main things which I just feel like I haven't mentioned yet as well about how good 3BL are playing, it's the synergy of being in the team house together. I really think that's something that makes a big difference. I mean, like, LCK obviously have done it before, like, they've had opportunities, but they're from all over the world, a lot of the players, right? So, I'm sure, you know, the core is from one country, but it's different for 3BL. They're all playing together, and I think that makes a huge difference with their synergy and their team play, and I think it's kind of been very evident throughout this entire series.
It's a good point you bring up. Yeah, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree with you more, because we always talked about a team like Anubis, right? Like, we were always said, like, oh, okay, they're in a LAN house together. That should be the big thing for them. It kind of fumbled, but like 3BL, they're like, okay, we're also going to do the LAN house. And it actually is like the best case out of it, right? Like, this is where you see the team has just gotten better and better and better throughout the entire season. So it's a really good point you bring up, Trav. I'm glad you did bring that up, because a couple of these teams do have the luxury of doing that. And 3BL, it's kind of the best case scenario where you get to see a team playing very well. Maybe not this round, whereas, you know, Lion Claw is just running around and getting good kills. But, I mean, doesn't matter. 3BL is still putting themselves in a 2-1 lead so far in this series, and they're still putting themselves up with 2 rounds in favor, unless we see clutch factor from Omega. Could be done, Trav. Never say never.
It's Omega. I don't want to count him out, but yeah, that one's a bit difficult when he's already being held by Lion Claw. I'm very happy to say that I've seen many times clutches like those for Omega can go his way, but in different scenarios, not that one. First round of the game for LCK. I'll be feeling a bit better about things now.
More utility work on this one, just kind of getting feelers. It's so weird to see, you know, LCK being in this kind of a position. Like, I feel like, you know, for my time being in CrossFire, it's like, like I said, they've always been like top 3 conversation, like all the time. And now for them to be in the lower bracket, down by a map, you know, the series is kind of on the brink here for 3BL. This is now where LCK, or, you know, like Penguin said, they're going to have to showcase like all that experience, all that, you know, reps they've been able to have as a squad, and the veterans, like, be able to really show something here. It's not a good start yet. 3BL still responding deadly with all these kills. And look at Sad, he's able to just funk kills left, right, and center. And now Spoxy needs to do something big, but again, that is such a terrible position to be in 3BL. They know everything's coming onto the line here. They're now up 3-1, and they're getting loud. They're getting excited.
Yeah, LCK are in a bit of a pit at the moment. It's not the team that I have seen do such incredible work over the course of previous seasons. The 3BL roster, with their young talent, has really proved to be one of the star performances of the entirety of this Phase 1 of CFWL in 2026. We've got one more phase to come, obviously, in Phase 2. Maybe LCK can bounce back there, but I'm not going to read their eulogy just yet. It's only 3-1, but yeah, just don't look on the form of 3BL at all today. Not as bad, as, of course, as the first game, where they got swept 3-0, but 3BL looking fantastic at the moment. A little bit of a push to the middle now. And I think, in general, for LCK, they need to win this half from here. From 3-1 down, they need to win it 5-4, if not better, because I'm not feeling too confident in them otherwise if they don't.
A little bit of a weird encounter. Flux actually a little bit slow on the draw here for the kill too, so DZY actually gets the better of it. There's a minute remaining on the clock. LCK going for the cross into A, and Zane does find himself that split little bit of an opening, but look at Omega, man. He is just full activation, and now Spoxy maybe back to a scenario he's been in before, playing behind this box, now needing to clutch, but there it is. He can't seem to find it. 3BL continue on in domination. And I think we're going to see that timeout we are. Yeah, LCK realizing, okay, look, enough's enough. We got to have a long chat here and figure out what we need to do differently.
Yeah, big rub of the head from Spoxy. He's going to need something crazy individual-wise to recover from here. And right now you can see it took them a second to start the attack, but you know, Loons was doing most of the talking. There's a bit of silence before that, and then he'll start getting on the mic as soon as possible. And I think for a couple of these rounds, I would just like to see LCK just make maneuvers as like packs. Just go for something that's in your wheelhouse. Go for a faster play. Move as a 3 or a 4. That's the thing that's been getting the most of their success, I feel like, in the entire series on the BL side, when they had Lion Claw lurking and they put 3 or 4 in as a pack into one position. So, a bit more of that. We see where we go from there. Just try not to lose an opening kill as well.
Yeah, it really is the big question of, again, like you said, it's like, who's going to step up, right? Like, and that, like, we see Dezane, he's been able to do it a little bit more recently. I love to see Kiko. Like, I don't know if he's maybe being in positions he doesn't love playing, because I kind of put him in the beginning of the season where I said, like, Kiko was somebody that really excited me to join this team. I was like, okay, young rifler. He's really shown a lot of promise. He can bring up some, you know, really big frags. And a little bit more quiet than normal. So I know it takes time to get used to a team and like their system and how they like to play. But like this is now where he needs, like I feel like if there's anybody to do it, like I'd love to see Kigo just go with a massive swing here to kind of shift this around for LCK's favor.
Well, they need it, don't they? They need something crazy from here. Can't afford to only get a couple of rounds in this first half.
See what the conversation is going to be for LCK and what they want to do a little bit differently. Flex is actually going to rifle up here too, so just leaving Spoxy as the single sniper on this side here for the BL, but taking a lot more time on this one now. Evaluating all their options, kind of waiting things out as much as possible. And 3BL, again, I love this. Look at, you have triple player essentially just playing in mid, and you have one player just on the outside of B here, so this is really nice positioning. A little bit of a crunch potentially. What LCK want to go for? Looks like maybe this B lobby control might be the name of the game. And DZY, he's going to be the first player that might be the first point of contact. Can he find the shot? No. Swoxy gets the better of it. Good utility coming in. Look at Hunt, though. Like, how fast he's able to find that double kill. So quick. So prompt onto it. And now LCK. Still bomb control, but they have a minute remaining, and they have to make a critical decision here and now. Like, do you commit towards this B site, or do you pull on back? And now they're going to commit to this. And 3BL, they're just playing the full retake. They don't care at all. They'll allow that plant to come through. They're not even worried about it. Good smoke that might buy a little bit of time. But do they disobey it? That smoke might have a little bit of a gap, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Yeah, they're going to take advantage of it. Flash comes in, and Dezane is able to find that double kill. That's more like it.
Yeah, a bit more proactivity there. They actually get themselves onto a site, and it looks so much better after the fact. They all go for the swing as soon as they know where 3BL are rotating from. So here could be the step number one into LCK reactivating once again. Look at this, immediately. 3BL try and catch them off guard in the following round, thinking maybe, well, they put so much effort in the previous, I'll be a little bit caught off guard. No, they're ready for every single move, and all 3 kills come through. So a quick 5v2.
Yeah, they're going to be able to cross onto the site pretty easily. So yeah, this could be... Whoa, okay, knocks him. Okay. Gets himself a double kill. I didn't get to see that, unfortunately, but maybe sad. I don't think he's going to expect to see this. Why would he? Yeah, Flex in a good position. Oh, Flex is just... He's trying to show who's the boss, right? Mess with the boss, and now Oxen running through smoke. Not going to last very long at all. Decent effort from them, but just not enough. But 3BL is still in the lead, 4-3. LCK now making a little bit of a 3BL take on... Slowly and surely, round by round, making this more of an interesting game. This was a 4-1 encounter at one point for 3BL. So things were hot. Now it's starting to cool down just a little bit.
Yeah, we're having a bit more of a contest now. And LCK needed that ASAP. Thankfully for them, they've got it. Bomb picked up just to maneuver it slightly to bottom of spawn. Omega goes for a bit of information gathering, but doesn't want to go too deep and give up an opening kill too early. Knocks in a pretty unpredictable position, but often a position that only really gets you a 1-for-1.
This B main control now, so they're going to go for the swing and just leave Flex by himself with the lurk, and Omega's able to find that double, so that might help a little bit, but look at that lurk from Flex again. Perfect timing onto it. But all of a sudden, that man advantage, it actually kind of dissipates quickly, so now it's all of a sudden down to the 2v2. Dezane very low in the HP department, and now both 3BL players are actually going to go through the backside of B main now. They're going to actually take this through the back door if they can. And LCK, do they expect this? But this is where 3BL, they have to kind of get a move on. I know there's still 29 seconds, but the jig could be up here quickly. They might have more of that inkling. LCK, they're playing very close on defense onto this. And now Spoxy wide open, gets caught. And now Dezane needs to put up a masterclass one more time. And no, it's going to be sad to be able to find that double kill. So 3BL continue on with the lead by 2.
Yeah, that was clean. That was very good. They needed to try and just start, even though it was only 2 rounds, they were in such like confident, clean control of the game at 4-1. Getting pegged back to 4-3 as quickly as it was, that's an important round to win, and I guarantee the lead at the end of the half. And if it's only 1 round, I just have a little feeling that LCK are by no means done, and they could very well recover this. But 6-3 might be a little bit more difficult. I have been very impressed by the 3BL BL side today. So we'll see if that continues in that vein. Quick 5-man set up toward long A here. 2 players on site for 3BL. Sad already seen on the back of the site and already tagged down very, very low. The nades will be peppering him, and yeah, there's no way out. As soon as they know they've done damage, they'll be chucking all those nades in. And they give Sad no chance at all. Quick rotation from Hunt. He needs to get himself 1 to help out Noxin, and he does. Are they going to clear Noxin in that corner as well? Maybe they see some nade trajectory to find that info, and now they know. They're not unable to find Hunt pretty cleanly, but eventually they do, and Noxin can only get 1. So, easy why not be able to do much from that. His position, and now the advantageous angle for Kiko should be able to remove Omega. He's now out of bullets, but it's almost done. And they know what's going on. Omega tries looking for it, but Kiko will get it done. So, LCK have done quite well there. From 4-1 behind, they were looking like they were completely absent. That is a lot better. And now, I think there's definitely a solid chance we go to map 5 after that performance.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, this is now the LCK once again. We get that glimpse of like the team that you're used to seeing, right? Like the team that is usually fighting in the upper bracket, the team that's like in a grand final. We're getting that brief little bit of a showing from them, but this is again where I'm still not taken out for 3BL. Like those second halves, like after, you know, the switch, that's when they really start to find their, you know, fighting form again. So that's where I'm not even going to count them out. Despite that, LCK have been looking pretty decent in the later portion of that first half, put themselves into a decent position now. It's still up for grabs here for 3BL, and I feel like everything that's being discussed here from the coach and maybe even Hunt as well, like it just seems like it's really just been connecting well with all the players, because again, after these switches, totally different team.
Now, it feels like it's anyone's from here, but maybe LCK on that GR side will be slightly favoured. They have been very good on BL, have 3BL so far. It's in the name, for goodness sake. So we'll see if that is going to be true or not. You can tell LCK are under the cosh. They're under pressure. I feel like when I've been looking at 3BL's cameras, even in close games, they've been the ones like really enjoying it. There's been some like, sure, there are young players on the team, but there's been some youthful exuberance there, whereas LCK, I feel like they're the ones who should be the favourites in their own head and maybe overall, and they're thinking to themselves, oh god, I mean, if you lose 2 BA5s in a row to the same team, we can't get away from the fact they're just better than us. That is the truth of the matter.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? It's kind of like the old guard and like the new guard, right? I mean, that's where it's a good point you bring up, because LCK normally, like we both are, you know, alluding to, is the fact that they are a team that's like been around forever. They've been on top for a long time. And yeah, when you're getting tested like this and it's this difficult, like, yeah, it starts to get in your head. It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, that's where it really pushes you to past your boundaries a little bit here too. So it's only a 5-4 or 5-4 affair. So, I mean, this is again, still a very close game. And like LCK were able to find themselves some decent rounds to getting back into this, but it's still, again, anybody's game right now. Nades galore, gonna get thrown. Full execute. Look at that. Just raining utility right now from 3BL. Trying to spam to see if they can find Spoxy. A little bit of a cheeky one if they can. Flex is on top here. He actually exposes himself just a bit too early. The timing's off, and Hunt takes full advantage of it. And now LCK, they have the players in the A site, but look at this 3BL. They're not even committed necessarily. Spoxy just kind of getting a little bit of a fun kill through the smoke, a little bit of a cheeky one. But that can't be enough, surely.
Well, he's at least managed to stall things. That is a good positive. 3BL now are back in their spawn pretty much. So we play the round as a 4v4. I think he'll take that. Then we'll move back round toward the warehouse now. And they have got 2 players on B to LCK. They've split things pretty well, I would say, in this current position they're in. And they're ready to go, I think, with the utility available. Might just try and go on a timing like this to be a bit unpredictable. Let's see. Dezane on the line, he's got Kiko in support, and now they know. First shot's taken, they'll take their shots and try and get 1 and 4 back. They've done exactly that. Dezane has managed to find 1. And Kiko is waiting in the corner. And this is going to be a really important round to win if they close it. They're peeking them 1 by 1. It's not looking as clean. And Sad is caught. Great rotation from Spoxy. LCK immediately start this second half as they mean to go on.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy execute from 3BL. A little bit surprising, to be honest. I mean, it felt like that's not normally what we've seen from them. Like, it felt like some of their executes are really clean. I loved what we saw in the beginning with A, like all the utility getting thrown. I thought they probably were just going to commit to it, but they actually pulled back. And I don't necessarily disagree with it, but it felt like, you know, again, that since they burned all that utility, going B was a little bit scary. But again, they kind of like went for it right away. They were just kind of sending it first off. With Spoxy, like you said, finding that kill, it might have just really got in their heads and stunted them a little bit. Because maybe if that kill didn't happen, maybe they just would have committed towards that A site. Totally different scenario. But nonetheless, we are back to a tie game. Flashes galore. Line Claw, blind as a bat, trying to get out of this. Counter utility thrown, and 3BL trying to get on top of the bridge. Noxon gets caught here. And now LCK, they're starting to load this kill feed a little bit more now. 3-on-2 advantage for LCK still. Some mispositioning from 3BL. Lots of time to work with. But this defense is going to double up on A, leave you the one here just on lurk side of mid-bridge. It's a bit of an interesting setup. And now 3BL, they're just going to park the break just for the time being. They got lots of time. They're hoping that somebody from LCK might overextend a little bit.
Tough one, especially when they got Sad left now on low HP. Maybe that little burst of 2 rounds from LCK in that first half, just enough to really kickstart them again, because obviously they know they're going on to their favoured side. And it was actually a pretty decent half overall, as it turned out. Sad is stuck, trying to get picks through the little windows, but there's no way out on 5 HP. Be LCK taking the lead once again. Maybe today New Mexico is actually going to be on the docket.
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy? Wait and see. Plant's going to come through, so now he has to be able to. He has to find a kill quickly, but I think a little bit of that first shot missed like that. That was already kind of the falling point, right? If he was able to find that kill, again, numbers were going to be against him. They were really just rushing him as fast as they could, but maybe it could have created like something potentially. But either way, LCK now back into a lead, finding 2 in a row since the first half now. This defense is starting to look a little bit more weakened, or a little bit more strong here, I should say, sorry, for LCK and 3BL. They're going to have to figure out what they need to do in the strategy book here for finding that opening, to find some kind of weakness in that armor.
Oh, what a pick from Flex. Omega just jumps up, not ready for him to be on that deep line. And making all the right moves now. The real LCK has returned to our screens.
A lot of patience in this one too, and everything just waiting out, but 3BL now with the B house control, they're going to try to go for the pop. They got that utility here from DZY and Noxon as well. It should be fine for the execute. Flash into pit. Needs to land perfectly. These guys are there, close on by. Noxon does get that one in that second. No way! He's able to find a kill like that. A two-piece is definitely going to do, and now it's just pistols galore. They don't even need rifles. They don't need snipers at all.
Well, all of a sudden, that is maybe the individual ability and the just pure fragging power. Oh, Spoxy's trying to make something of this, though. Hunt will finally deliver. Okay, the round is complete. What a one to find for 3BL. That was looking like they were just sitting down, letting LCK dominate on the second half. But knocks in X Factor player, X in the name, and he's found a brilliant double entry there. As you say, with the pistol, that was incredibly clean and very rare to see it sort of go like that as well. You don't see many site takes that go as positively from that particular maneuver. And wow, 6-all. They're not going quietly, and they've already managed to take Kiko down in the early stages of the round here. They're learning how LCK play the map, and of course, don't forget it was 10-7 last time these two played it, so they're not going to be easy to put away. Great flashes in toward the middle and in toward the B main, and of course that makes it very difficult for Zane to hold on. He does not. And Flex is going to be caught. There we go. Spoxy needs a big play, and he's still got help, by the way. There's still one more play on the site, and Spoxy! There he is again. What a maneuver. Big quad kill. It looked for sure that 3BL were going to overtake the site. They did not.
Who other than him, man? Who other than Spoxy to come off when they need it, right? It's not even with a sniper. It's just he gets the rifle and he just goes off in beast mode with a 4K. So not bad at all. And now LCK, you can see the excitement, a sigh of relief for these guys as well. They were looking like, oh man, no way we just gave them a gimme.
I know.
More of a grindy game, and now nades are getting thrown, and Hunt and Omega have taken so much utility damage against them. Oh, this spam line claw, this could be bad. Oh, I was going to say, if he's actually going to commit to it.
Yeah. Especially with that M14, seeing him and Spoxy make that gun look beautiful and easy to use, but it ain't in certain scenarios. That is a very nice opening double, and 8-6 is 3 kills away. 3BL would have thought for sure there was no risk going into a B in that previous round as they did, but even if Spoxy had died, they had that insurance policy of the position Kiko's in right now. Getting that final trade. He's not going to check it properly. Well, he is now, because he sees where the nade's being thrown from. Kiko's not seen him entry the site. So he now exits the round, and that is 1 kill back.
Yeah, they're grouped up, ready to go. Plant's still committing. Sad actually able to find this connection, but good trade backs to Zane. Putting good work with the rifle now. And there it is. LCK find themselves a secondary round in their favor. Ooh-wee. And now it's going to be 3BL calling the attack, which, yeah, good time for it. They need to figure out something. It kind of felt like they had a bit of an inkling of what, you know, LCK's game plan was going to be. And then all of a sudden LCK kind of mixed things up again. And really just catch them in a bit of a ruse here. So not bad at all. Now lots of conversation. Potentially the last tactical timeout for 3BL maybe. If they can be able to find a way to get a second, third, fourth, fifth win, whatever it is, to bringing this to a close. But if not, like you said, otherwise we're going the full distance and going to New Mexico. And a lot of stress here for these guys. Again, let's not forget, these are the underdogs. These are the guys that are trying to prove a point. So it makes me wonder, like, how much pressure they feel right now. They look stressed, but it's hard to tell just based on the cameras alone. But
yeah, well, we've had some big moments in this one that have changed the course of the map. Can 3BL find an answer just to cling on to their hopes of ending it here?
Yeah, and I really liked again, there was a really good A execute they tried. It was like a bit of a cool smoke wall they threw. I really like the B pops they've been doing too, because they're getting good flashes into pit. So we'll have to see. I feel like they've really been putting a lot of attention at B. I think they feel like that's probably the weak point, and also Spoxy typically likes to play A. So maybe that's kind of why they're going for B. Just kind of put the best, get away from the best player technically. Let him be on the retake instead.
Possible. I think LCK will deserve a lot of credit if they do manage to recover this game.
Yeah.
It's just how things have gone before in the series. How many crazy rounds that 3BL have won, especially that one with Noxon's double entry. Then Spoxy, who else, as you said, with that quad kill, really set them up for a bit more of comfort. And this could be a comfortable round too, because Sad tries going looking for something, but look how far forward Zane and Lion Claw are. Quick 5v4 and more damage to Omega as well as he tries to hop away. So Hunt's got himself into a pretty crazy position. He's managed to go all the way round and found a gap and already kind of has the B-bomb site. But the thing is, getting there and getting to him is not easy.
Timing though, timing! Oh man, this could be so deadly! Oh man, that double kill is definitely going to do though. I mean, you were thinking maybe in that kind of a position he might only be able to find the one, but the fact he gets two, not bad at all. Still down the man, but now you can see LCK kind of like reacting as fast as possible to thinking that this is a B hit, but there's still so much time for 3BL to kind of play some mind games and figure out what they need to do. Spoxy on the bridge, you have Flex just kind of sitting right on the outskirts of spawn, gets an easy picking. Now Noxon. Bomb picked up back for him, and there it is. Window kill finally going to happen. I've been waiting for it. Everybody's been like shooting shots through it and trying to get something done, but it finally happens.
What a brawl. What a brawl of the series. We thought it was an absolute guarantee that we'd be seeing these two teams fight a bit closer than they did first time around. Full clean 3-0 for 3BL in the upper portion of this playoff bracket. Now they're fighting in the lower portion for survival. It looks like we could be going all the way to New Mexico, map 5 in this series. First kill for Hunt on the entry to the site. That's something. Actually brings us back into a 3v3, but look at Lion Claw. He's so fast on the flank. 2 very easy kills. He's so good at making these maneuvers. And it's all down to Omega. Stuck on the site itself. 1 bullet needed, and Kiko will hit the headshot. LCK have pulled it off. I don't quite know how. They seem so out of it, but a few rounds to just aid that GR side, or the BL side I should say, let them go over toward GR and look a lot more comfortable. And actually, in the end, win the map relatively easily. They'll be delighted. They have one more chance to stay alive in this lower bracket. And I think, off the basis of how they looked in that map, and off the basis of that incredible Spoxy quad kill that even took them on the path, they thoroughly deserve it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I think the experience of being together really just kind of showed there, right? I mean, again, they didn't have a ton of officials on a map like this, but you could just tell like all their experience playing on this in the past seasons and everything. It kept them up to survive, and that's where I think that experience just kind of trumped a little bit here for the young guns here of 3BL. But yeah, what a series. I mean, this is where I kind of was thinking like 3BL might be able to come up with a 3-1, but not going to be the case. It's a 2-2. Now we're going to the final map, which will be New Mexico, but we're going to let the panel talk about this and kind of dissect what they think is going to happen here, because this is just an absolute mystery.
It's pretty hard to know who's getting where, and actually for New Mexico, it's another mystery that it will be hard to unfold since both teams then play a lot of New Mexico games. But like before we jump to New Mexico, let's get back to this game. And Penguin, like, walk me through what happened in the first half. It felt like 3BL are starting pretty good on the first few rounds, but then the tag balls came in, and we have seen like a different phase coming from LCK.
Well, I mentioned 3BL gonna start on global side. If they throw 3-4 rounds, the game is not gonna be theirs. they showed a very weak attack side on all the maps that we've seen, by the way. So base Ankara was the best because they did the comeback, but it was also very weak. Attack side started with them, and now on board. So you should have gone from the global side with 6 or 7 rounds ahead, and then after that you would say that okay, we can play the round. However, they played very good on the global side, in my opinion. They lost 1 clutch only, and they throwed 1 round. These 2 rounds, or 1 clutch, which is Design, when Design killed the 2 guys rotating. After these 2 rounds, I felt that CBL kind of gave up in the global half. They didn't have much to show. However, after that, we've seen a very start in the blacklist side for them. They started playing with mid, but the good read coming out from the LCK, they usually play 3 mid, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, also I want to break out something. Always Lime Clo finds a way to just sneak in and get into 3BL Galaxy's backside, and no one actually knows where he's coming from. Like if you check on the mini map, he's always like under bridge, making some maneuvers, trying to find a way to get back into 3BL. And at the same time, I believe like you're gonna see a lot of that. Yeah, one time it's Foxy, one time it's Flying Claw, but mostly it's Flying Claw. You bring the attention on the other side through having some firepower, and then the guy who's looking for the flank just jump in and drop multi-kills, and that happened multiple times. On the other hand, when it comes to B side, we always see a lot of I would say trying to enter the B side fights, like the B long fights, and it's sometimes it goes to LCK, sometimes it goes to 3BL Galaxy, but either way, it's those 2 teams been showing us what a masterpiece.
Yeah, going full distance, but now it's so hard for 3VL because they'll have to play on the weak side, on the weak side of the map. They'll have to play blacklist side on Mexico. Well, I haven't seen the Mexico, but I have seen LCK's Mexico. Last time they like won 10-0 and other scores. They played very good. They played with the shotguns as well, and we've seen Famous playing with the Bolt, killing everybody. But now I believe that 3BL Galaxy will have watched this game, and maybe they have some kind of counter strat for this. But their chances are still there. It's 50-50 now. It's the last map. Whoever is choking first, he will lose. It's not about the strat wise. It's not about the game plan. It's not about everything. It's just who's going to be choking first on such map, because you're talking about the decider. You're talking about a map that it's not favored by both teams. It is usually left as a decider because you would love to maybe win 3-1 or 3-0 either than they're just going to play the New Mexico. So I cannot just maybe even say who's going to be winning. But LCK's favor is heavily because of the global side. You're talking about they started global side and starting a map that they kinda comfortable in, and they played it more than 3BL played New Mexico as a whole team. So it's everything against 3BL now. They had the chances to close it on port, but they couldn't. So now they need to show everything. There is nothing to lose because it's 2-2. And they're going neck to neck by 3BL LCK. LCK is one way of getting the 5th place. 3BL, that's an achievement for them. They're doing a very good job for the first season for the guys.
Yeah, like a first season and going this far is pretty important and impressive for 3BL Galaxy as a project. But for us, for the casters, and for everyone that's watching the stream, will be waiting for the 5th game. But before we get into the 5th game, guys, grab your popcorn, get some water around you, and stick to your chairs. We're heading to a small break and we're coming back. No one moves from his seat.
exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
And we're back! This is the final round. The KO strat. Will it be coming from LCK or 3BL Galaxy will find a way to maneuver to work around LCK and get to the top 4. That's gonna be an achievement and a huge one for 3BL Galaxy, and to be honest, for me, I'm gonna be pretty happy if they won, since I'm the only one who voted for 3BL Galaxy into winning today.
Well, in my opinion, my predictions are already wrong because I thought LCK will be winning like 3-1. I said
Okay.
maybe 3-2, but it was 3-1 maybe, because I said okay, maybe they will win 3BL, will win some base, they will lose Eagle Eye, Ankara Port. Yeah, they almost lost Ankara, by the way. They lost Port, they lost sub base, but they won the other map, which is Eagle Eye. So now it's all on New Mexico. And now there is no analytical point of view for both teams. There is no analysis for both teams. There is no analysis for CBL. There is no analysis about the coach from coming out from LCK. It's all aim, strat, adaptation, and the mental resilience in your game. If you have the 4 key elements, you can win the game.
For me, Penguin, I'm gonna break it down from my perspective. It's always about the mental coach. Like, you need a mental coach. You need a guy to calm you down, to keep you guys all attached, and to give you the chance, or like the probability or the perspective to be able to play the game. If you don't have this element, it would be pretty hard for you. And of course, you need a solid manager to hold your team. And as always, you're stepping into the 5th game, you need to think as if it's only the first game that you're playing on the series, to have this mental, to get ready, to prepare for the game itself. And each and every round, it's just the first round of the game. Like, you just forget whatever happens, and you focus and force yourself to give 100% or like even more in this map. That's my perspective over the 5th map.
New Mexico is a very hard map for you to play as well. If you have the 4 elements, you need to have full strategic gameplay, full smokes adaptation. You need to adapt your smoke, and you need a full utility management. Because if you don't have a guy that is managing the utility in your team, like not only the caller, but only to one guy that, hey guys, we will smoke after they smoke. We'll only 2 smokes mid. We'll use only 3 smokes mid. You need a utility manager. You need a utility management in this team, because if you don't, you run out of utility. They will push you hard. They will get the rounds for you. So 3BL needs to be aware of such things. LCK as well. They kind of have more experience on it, but when it's coming to the line, I guess it's 50-50, even though we are favoring LCK because of their experience, but 3BL can put it in the neck and maybe can make them choke first, and whoever is choking, they decide that New Mexico is going to give you no chances about it.
Of course, no chances in New Mexico. It's one bullet can mean a lot to any, or like to each team of them. Like, a bullet can lead LCK to top 4, a bullet can give 3BL a dream to walk through it. And of course, if you're just joining the stream, you have seen on the bottom of the screen what happened on this day. Like, we had like a ping pong match coming from 3BL and LCK. LCK start with a win. 3BL equalize. We go up, of course, on the behalf of, I believe, 3BL. Then we went to LCK, and now we are in the final round. So A lot of questions been asked, and I believe the players are joining the server and they are ready to play their last match. It's either your last match for today or your last match in the entire tournament. So let's cut it short and get back to Laz and Trav.
All right, thanks very much. And yeah, we're ready to go for the last and final. I was going to say third and final map, but actually the fifth and final map. But we're ready to go in the full distance of this BO5, and it's been a long tail, right? We thought that 3BL might be able to repeat themselves with a 3-0 at one point, and then LCK make a little bit of an upset. All through the thick and thin of this, we have gone the full distance of a 2-2, all down to New Mexico, which is kind of the most interesting map to conclude this on, Trav. And boy, oh boy, I feel like I keep saying this. I still don't know where to go. I don't even know who I would favor in this situation, in my professional opinion.
I know, yeah, the professional opinion goes a long way. But I think, unfortunately, for a map like this, and it's a BO5 decider, it's very, very hard to actually know. I'm still going to stick with LCK. I picked them beforehand. You picked them too. Yeah, now we're in a state where we're going to New Mexico, where it's a map where we've seen them dominate teams on historically. Sure, different scenario, different match in the tournament, different map in general, of course, as well. These teams haven't played against each other yet because it was the decider as a fifth map last time around, which went only 3. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy, and it's a tough start for 3BL on the BL side. Let's see what they can do to then get themselves into the game early. A very, very difficult opponent in what is a BO5 decider to stay alive in this phase of the entire tournament. This will prove whether they are, young fraggers or men.
Yeah. The boys become men, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
there you go.
Maybe passing in the new guard like we talked about. I have no idea, but it's all down to this. Pretty much acting like a BO1, pretty much. And now, all down to New Mexico. 3BL taking mid. Blind Claw gets the barrel of a spotting, so he gets that slight little bit of an advantage for information. Nades galore now. LCK just throwing utility just to kind of stop them as much as possible. Flex with the shotgun, kind of trolling around a little bit, but that thing could be deadly on a map like this. And now 3BL losing Hunt early on one more time. DZY, he goes down too. That's what I mean, man. That's where this gun could be so good on the GR side.
Yeah, there are like situational weapons that can really do some big damage, and that is one of them. Flex is easy. Pump, shot to the chest, immediate kill for that close range, but Noxon has managed to creep through with 1. Foxy is aware of Omega pushing forward though. It's a very nice quick scope kill. Claw will drop as he was on low HP earlier, but sad is low HP from a couple of fights. And now Flex, of course, playing a different position, will change to LHK. So in a sort of comfortable position for LCK on this first round.
Swansea might be able to find himself this double piece. Yeah, really, really easy kill. So, not bad at all. LCK. And again, I think the desk, really brought it up as a good point. Again, this is really the last map potentially for one team to keep moving on. The last map for a team to be, in essence, essentially packing their bags and being done here in the playoffs. So much riding onto this in the lower bracket. And 3BL have really shown that they are a team that nobody can mess with. They have really proven to be a good staple name now. The young bucks, the young guys. We'll see who can finish this marathon of a race. But LCK being on the GR side is definitely going to be a really nice, little way to start this map on a map like New Mexico, right? I mean, this has, historically been a pretty GR-sided map, but way bigger fan of New Mexico than the old one, that's for sure.
Indeed, I agree.
That was always a lot.
It was, yeah. That was, sometimes you'd see just 8-1, 9-0 halves. So, yeah, it wasn't very balanced at all. It's still obviously a little bit GR-sided, but let's see if it's LCK-sided today.
Yeah, the one thing I definitely want to see improvement for LCK too, especially on the GR, is like not overextending on, their players, right? Like just really kind of committing to the sites if they can. And it seems like they are kind of staying composed, which is good. It's cost them before, it cost them on Ankara, right? So now maybe they've learned their lesson. 3BL now going for a bit of a rotate onto this. They might even try to take long A stairs potentially as well, so. But that's where you're going to have to go against Flex. And again, he has that shotgun. Yes, it's a slow gun, but if you can find 1 or 2 kills, that could just be enough to stop them. And he's in a strong position here. They might not expect him to be here. Oh, look at this. This is cheeky. Yeah, Omega. Oh, I didn't think Omega was going to look. Flick of the wrist. Not bad at all. And 3BL, look at that. Blink of an eye. They find some kills. But there's the Zane. A little bit of a peekaboo from him, too. And now that bomb finally goes down to Trav. This is not looking good for LCK, though.
This is not an easy retake at all. Zane might have got the kill, but he's low HP off the back of it, so Lion Claw's going to have to do a lot of work here. It's a good jiggle opening kill on Omega. Now can they manage to push forward, get more work done on this retake? Look how close Zane is. Tries to pre-fire Sav, but he's missed the timing. Sav actually hopped away, and that bit of movement could have changed so many things, but DZY, they're both so low HP, but it doesn't matter. He can't get either of the 2 kills, and Lion Claw will get the defuse. I can't believe LCK have found a way to win that one. That is one for 3BL. If they end up losing this game, they'll look back on and say, oh, that could definitely be a big one.
Yeah, that actually could be one of those rounds that really they're going to kick themselves for. Couldn't agree with you more. Really good work from LCK, though. And I think it was Omega that kind of did that first initial little bit of a swing in the middle of sight there, which, again, was tough because he was not in the best position, so he was trying to find a reposition, but, again, just that timing was just completely against him. But, nonetheless, LCK find themselves a 2-0. We've been here before. We've been in this position where LCK get a good, strong start. Noxon maybe, though. He might be able to get himself a little bit of an interesting footing. Lion Claw just on the other side of this, allowing some control. But Lion Claw absolutely needs to find a kill here. He needs to be able to do some decent damage, but it's Noxon, actually, that takes his head away. The bowling pin now. It's a little bit of a strike, but now they're going to have to be able to find more if they can. Now the rotates are coming through. Door's been open. A lot of information here for LCK. And how much do they want to rotate off this? They don't really move too much of a muscle at all, actually.
No. Plex is now going to make a move around. And obviously he needs to make sure he's near this position as quickly as possible. How far does he go on it, though? He could get caught on a bit of a timing. But no, he gets his one. And he's got utility down in time as well. That's big from Flex. He goes in for more, though. That's a little bit overzealous, I would say. There was zero reason to make that move. It's unpredictable to throw your grenade and then push after it immediately. I understand it's an unexpected play to make, but that's definitely a bit of a silly one. And not the first time an LCK player has been guilty of overpeaking in this game. But will it make a difference? Maybe not. The Zane gets 2 as they work their way up from sewers. Brings it back into a 2v2. Now Hunt and DZY need to group up back together again.
Yeah, it's such a good point you bring up, because that's where I was saying, like, maybe LCK have kind of learned their ways throughout this whole BO5, but Flex, like, I know he likes doing it, but again, I just don't understand why he kept committing. Like, this could have been a 3-on-2 potentially, right? Like, this could have been a very different situation. So we'll see. Bomb goes down. And now the rotates are coming through. Spoxy might be able to find this duel. He does. Takes down the head of Hunt. Now DZY, he's got the bounty on him. So now this is a question if they can be able to find it here in the 21 seconds remaining. They're going to group up together. They're going to play the numbers. And now DZY, he's got full utility, but he's going to keep his gun out. Trying not to make a peep. Trying to be just burning the time as much as possible. But, oh, man, look at that. Spoxy, once again, is able to save the day and finding himself a double kill. And now with a 3-0.
Yeah, so many, like, slight opportunities for 3BL, only a few rounds in as well. And, you know, we know how precious every single BL round will be. They've had 2 afterplants now. Sure, that one was very difficult, but that main one in one of those rounds prior, that is the tough one to let slip. And they are finding progress. That is the one thing they shouldn't be, you know, too disheartened by. They are finding some picks around the map. They are finding opportunities to create openings and really make LCK sweat on the retakes, but you're just not able to convert one just yet.
Well, and then I guess the other thing I don't want to like overreach on the thought, but it's like, I just really hope for LCK's sake, like, again, we don't see these moments of like being overzealous, right? I mean, on the GR side, I feel like on a map like this, I don't think you have to really press forward that often. Like, normally other maps you can see you know, the defense where they kind of fight for map control and they do all these sorts of things. I feel like on a map like New Mexico, like you can, but like it's very limited compared to other maps, right? And I think like holding just like certain tight angles and kind of, you know, decent crossfires or doubling up in the site is so much more efficient in my opinion on a map like this, just because it's so punishing against the BL side. Like you don't want to really feed them an opportunity, where I feel like 3BL are honestly a lot better fraggers right now in this whole series. It feels like sometimes they just lose like some tactical mistakes, but we'll wait and see from LCK's side.
Yeah, 3BL's attack pause coming to an end. These are the sort of games for LCK that it doesn't matter if you've had a season, maybe some losses that are a bit frustrating. Any strats you've saved up, anything you want to use, you use it now to make sure you get this one done and dusted and over the line. Big damage to the Zane early. Something for 3BL to work with perhaps as they look to find their first run of the game.
3BL with a little bit of utility towards A now, so a couple smokes here onto connector. Not really moving too much. Flex actually gets rid of the shotgun this time and double up onto stairway. So him and Kiko actually, again, overzealous. This is where I'm getting a little nervous. Bit of over-aggression potentially. Kiko actually still holding on to this. He's got the pistol out instead of the rifle. He's making some noise. But he's got 3 players that are just on the other side of this wall here, just waiting. And I get Kiko's looking for information, but again, it could be costly. I mean, somehow he gets 1 kill. It's a one and done, but I don't know. Is that the trade-off they really want?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Noxon now has a part to play. I don't think Lionclaw will peek for no reason. I say that and he peeks for no reason. Okay. Kind of a weird timing to do so when they knew he was there. It was always going to be a guaranteed kill, it feels like. But Flex will check Omega. That is that cheeky purchase down. And Noxon is going to drop down to the site. Dezane is in an unpredictable position, but should see him, and there we go. Actually, great timing on it. Dezane had no idea that he dropped onto the bomb site. That is huge. Now, look, this is by far the best position that 3BL have been in this sort of a round. Flex should be seen on the rotation, is seen. Now, Spoxy needs a crazy clutch. There is one. DZY peeks for it, considering he's already been seen. But they have B control. Spoxy will now rotate in. Utility will be used. He's going to try and flank from behind. Go all the way around. Noxon's keeping a very close eye on that though. And he's got, of course, his teammate right next to him. When does Spoxy show his hand? The answer's now. And now for Spoxy it's incredibly difficult. And a good jiggle and a good tap from Noxon. And that is a really important start to the game for 3BL there. Called their attack and it worked.
Yeah, again, like I don't love that play from LCK too, like on the stairway. Like if they were gonna double up like that, Flex kind of like fled right away. Like I would have loved to see him like throw a pop flash if Kiko is really gonna try to play that position and play aggressive. I would have preferred that. But nonetheless, it's great for 3BL to finally get themselves back into this game. They find themselves that first round. Finding some little gaps here from LCK's defense. And now Omega started to get a little hot on the gas pedal, and now they've lost 2. So 3BL is trying to see if they can be able to find some more timings. Not going to be the case, and now Hunt maybe, talk about timing, beats the smoke. And now Trey back galore here from LCK. A 4-on-2, and Hunt's critically low. Sad's already half his HP gone, so this is not a good position right now for 3BL in the slightest. You have to essentially refight for control. You still have some utility to work with, but it's not a whole heck of a lot, especially on a map like this.
Yeah, should be a LCK bounce back here. Sad, a very low HP, and it's an easy double spray down for Lionclaw, so quick recovery. maybe only a flash in the pan for 3BL. Maybe they'll be looking, as I said, looking back and they'll be thinking they should be 2-3 right now rather than 4-1 down, but they have to play it as it is, obviously.
I feel like I've seen twice now that door opens and there's never been a fake. They always just commit to it. Which is really, really interesting.
It is very obvious, especially early round though, I suppose, right? So it's like, can you really fake it when there's 1 minute 50 on the clock? Probably not.
I guess so.
It is a crazy sound cue that it makes, so we'll say.
So
is that
loud.
like the only thing in the entire map pool that has something like that? I feel like it is, no?
I feel like it is too. Woo! Okay. Rifles are hot. Nah, 3BL trying to make it across. Not happening. Spoxy should be able to find it. He does. Easy work. LCK barely breaking a sweat on this one. I don't even think damage has been inflicted against these guys, so could be a very nice flawless round here for LCK potentially, but you have Noxon alive still. He's been having himself a decent game, you know, right now for the time being. He's been able to get some good shots. Now looking to see what he can be able to find in middle. And Lion Claw takes him down. So there it is. Sad finds 1, but now he needs 4 on more here for 50 seconds remaining. Okay. A little bit of feeding. Don't like that.
They've done damage. It's fine. Bomb retrieved, but look at the angles being held by all 3 players. 1 more kill would be nice, and there you go. Actually, it's a really nice shot to hit with only an arm showing, but they were not going to let that one go untraded. So 5-1 confirmed. Fire in the hole, fire in the hole, fire in the hole.
Just nades galore. All right. Loudest door ever opens. So now they get to go through this. Oh, all 5 players too. So nobody's waiting. Nobody's lurking. It's a 5-man commit. Straight out of balcony here. Right out of the apartments. Like this could be interesting because LCK now they're examining here into sewer. And they get it, and now they're just saying, look, the door's open, and now Flex is going to go for a big flank. He could get a timing. This could be absolutely massive. Why would they ever expect him to be here? He could find himself a double kill potentially. Look at that. 1, 2. Can it be a third? Flex with the perfect timing onto the lurk. Has really just been in the thorn on the side, and finally we get to see that, you know, high risk, high reward, and there it is. And LCK once again continue on with winning ways. A 6-1 score. Doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon here on the GR.
Yeah, that time Flex played it absolutely perfectly, right? He gets his 2, waits a second, sees that Spoxy's found a pick as well, and then he goes in for 1 more. I know he died, but like that was about as good as you could have hoped. Full information. That, I guess, is the issue, right? When they open the door, make the sound cue. Sure, as you say, fakes are a thing. They could have done so, but Flex took the gamble. Took the gamble on them just going all as a group of 5, and you got it absolutely right. Trying to push through these smokes here, and actually Omega does find a quick trade, but once again, it's a successful start to the round for LCK. Spox is watching for Noxin. Lion Claw will find Hunt. And Sad is not long for this world. Crazy kill on Kiko, close range, but there is Foxy making up for it. 7-1. 1 away from that 8-1.5 that I said was very, very possible in the old Mexico. It could be possible on the new one too.
Yeah, and this has been, I mean, again, a map that LCK, like, I always feel like they always had an edge because, like, again, all the experience, they pretty much have a decent map pool. So that's where I kind of put them as in the favorite, right, for the prediction. But I mean, a map like this is like maybe 3BL just haven't been able to really get a lot of, you know, prac on. I mean, that could be a big thing too. But again, the BL side is so unforgiving. Now they're just going to try to swarm into this height. Hunt with some decent positioning and actually some slick movement one more time. The Flex, he's still in the back lines here. This is just chaos right now. And there's Hunt able to find that double. Once again, doing a lot of big heavy lifting in a round like this. 3BL finally respawn back in some decent fashion. Not bad at all to switch the sides here.
That, I mean, who knows, man? That could really make a difference on a map like this. Just that one round at the end of the half. That is not too bad at all for 3BL. Now the pressure is on LCK on the tougher side as the favourites. They got plenty of rounds to play with, but you can tell they're just not comfortable yet. And why would they be? They're nowhere near the finish line. Really, still 3 rounds to win.
You're absolutely right. Like, it really could just be that one round that could, like, really change things around. Who knows? But, I mean, it's going to be, you know, it's always the cliche line, but it's like that first opening round here in the second half is going to be so important. Like, it's going to be absolutely important for 3BL. If they can find that, could be just enough for them to kind of get back into that winning factor that they've been doing. So, a little bit of a conversation switching sides here. Now, the biggest question is for LCK, how much preparation do they have on the BL side? I'm going to kind of put a little bit more of a spotlight on Flex because, again, he likes to lurk. He likes to just be that unpredictability, I guess. So that's where I kind of wonder on a map like this, like maybe what he's got crafted. You can get a little creative at times. But this is where you got to lay it all out now. What was that, 7-2 if I'm not mistaken? So yeah, like, I mean, LCK just need 3 and they're done. And they move on. But this is going to be a labored 3 rounds, I'll tell you that much, Trav.
Yeah, it doesn't feel comfortable at all, does it? And even though Flex is smiling, trying to increase the spirits here with one final half of play, it could be going on a while yet.
Okay, I think we're getting ready back to get into the game. The old hunt chant. Everybody's fired up. Is there a coach there too? I don't know. I'm kind of torn. I don't know if he's there with them.
No, I don't know either. He's just in a dark room, like in the back of the building, all by himself. Like, you're not a player. Get back to your dark room.
Yeah. Stay in the corner.
Yeah.
Little Harry Potter shoebox or something of a room or something. I don't know.
All right, here we go. One final half of this BO5. We're in map 5. It's LCK versus 3BL to stay alive in phase 1 of CFWL in 2026. Lower bracket, our Knights will be watching and keeping a very close eye on what's going on. Great opening kill from Flex there. And maybe they're trying to start as they mean to on this BL side. The more difficult of the two sides on this map, obviously. Kiko really trying to creep up. Might have a decent timing with this one too. They won't touch him. We go for the peek from above, and that is a great play to put into practice immediately. It feels like LCK have been very, very deliberate with the plays they've made early round to put themselves in a good position quickly.
Yeah, good kill from Hunt though, right? I mean, that's where Flex again was just trying to be a little bit, a little bit of a pest. Omega though, I think he ran out of ammo in that kind of a situation. So, yeah, this is crazy. What is going on here? Like, this is nuts. Hunt is able to find the double, and okay, blink of an eye. And I was thinking maybe LCK were going to have themselves that moment that they were going to be able to find the round potentially, but really good kills and multi-kills that come in from 3BL and respond back. And that's exactly what you and I were talking about. That last round in the first half, winning the opening round in the second, maybe that could be enough. That's when maybe the streak can continue again. They've done this countless times so far in the series.
They haven't. Did you just see, like, I think he only got 1 kill, but the amount of damage that was done there, I think by one player in the corner, it kind of just completely discombobulated LCK. Like, they'd done all the good work in the early round, like as I said earlier, just the very deliberate movements to get those opening 2 kills. The way Flex got his kill on Sad, the way they went up and above to get the second kill on Noxin, I believe it was. And then just that mid-push coming through. How much damage they did. All 3 of LCK's players were 1 bullet from death. They made the pistol at long range a complete doddle. So, yeah, awkward. And we've got a bit of a tech pause coming in for 3BL as well. Hunt has left the PC, so we need to scream at him to come back to finish this game.
Yeah, it ain't over yet, Hunt. Not done yet. Yeah, it said a tech issue, which is interesting, so I wonder what happened. We'll wait and find out, but I mean, again, maybe a little bit of time here for, you know, LCK to just, again, collect their thoughts. They have a lead, but the thing is when you have that lead and then it starts to get, you know, smaller and smaller, that starts to really add the extra pressure, right? That's when things start to get really uncomfortable. And that's proven over and over, like I said, in this best of 5. So they want to try to remove that kind of like repeat scenario if they can. But look, the tech issue's over. So Trav, our wishes have been granted.
Yeah. Me saying I'm going to scream at Hunt, but I'm scared clearly because I'm very intimidating, and he came back very quickly. But talking about coming back quickly, 3BL in that round came back very quickly, and this could be the start to the big recovery here. Did LCK just drop too many rounds in that first half? It's a long way to go for 3BL, but they'll be feeling confident from here. Triple sniper in this round for 3BL. That's a bit of a change up as well. Very tight angle for Noxin to play from with the TRG. Definitely a bit nervy. We saw a shotgun playing that position earlier, but I guess you can shotgun snipe as well.
Isn't it kind of crazy to think that, you know, I know it's this map, but like losing too many rounds in the first half when it was 7-2, like that's just so crazy to think, right?
I know.
Oh man, I was thinking about that when you said that. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty wild. It's pretty wild of a thing, which is true, though.
It's true, but old Mexico definitely would be like that.
Like,
two rounds is too much, but yeah, even here it could be the same. LCK are going to need to show what they're made of. Need to hit some really crazy shots to force the issue in these rounds, but there we go. Once again, it's a 3BL hold. Omega and Sad will deliver. And you have to wonder how many rounds it'll be until LCK try and put a stall to it and call the tack of their own. I believe 3BL have already used theirs, so it'll be LCK's turn. 7-4 now.
LCK, the last one with a tactical, you're right. I was kind of thinking it would be nice to see them, you know, kind of do an aggressive round eventually too, like what we saw 3BL do in the very last round on that first half. I really love that execution. We'll see if LCK have something. Hunt playing with the utility, good smoke. That might be it could be decent timing, but Hunt, his reposition might be a little costly potentially. Omega just sitting in the middle of sight now. He's just waiting things out, so now he's going to try to push a little bit forward on A here to see if he can be able to find something here. Maybe that lurk of flex. Yeah, he's got tons of information. Look at this. He's already calling it. You can see he's like, free duel. Yeah, they're coming your way, guys. And look at that. They are ready, willing, and able to take them out. And Spoxy with a little bit of a consolation kill. But he's going to need a whole lot more than that. This is now required of an ace clutch. And he's been able to find 2. He's got the TRG. He's got some time. But this is not a good position to be in. This is where 3BL, they have to play this very disciplined, Trav. Like, if they start to overextend or they start to peak a little bit too much and give him anything, that is going to be costly, and that's just going to be so unnecessary.
Yeah, any singular round will make a big difference, but I think ones like these will not be happening. See, had to be run down. There we go. Omega gets it done, and you can just tell they're really up for it right now. The youngsters are loving it. And this is the tack I was talking about. LCK are going to choose to throw it in now before it gets too close.
Yeah, it's a good time to call it. I mean, it's tough because, like, again, like we always have these conversations, but it's like you can call it now when the scoreline is still a little bit of a lead, or you wait it out. But I think you can see that LCK really don't have like a strategy right now. I don't really feel convinced that they have these like executions or any sort of an idea that they want to work with. So this is where it gets really tough, right? Like the BL side is so punishing, like we talked about. We'll have to see what they want to do a little bit differently. I would like to see it like a change in the tempo a little bit, like try to, you know, get a little bit aggressive, maybe put Dezane to be that entry, or let Lion Claw try to entry and then Dezane trade him out or something like that. Could be huge, but I didn't mind the pop into apartments like that or kind of flooding out, but I think Hunt was able to, you know, again, throwing that smoke at the perfect time and then even for Omega to kind of push downstairs and getting all that information on a flex like that, it felt like it was already done. Like it felt like the tea leaves were already written for them and everything was just against them. So now 10 seconds left in the conversation, and LCK are going to have to figure out what they need to do to find a round in this second half.
This is a tough conversation now. Really is. You can almost feel like the air of, not despondency, they haven't reached that point yet, but just like the ever so slight resignation of, it's 7-5. We do not have as many rounds as we should have by this point, with 3BL on the favoured side. So, yeah, they're definitely concerned right now. Crazy shots are going to be hit. Some good executes are going to have to be made just to make 3BL feel it a bit. Omega using that Vepper again. Liking the feel of that one on those close range angles.
Yeah, I feel like I never see it.
Yeah, it's a rare one. I see it like sort of like once this season before today, I think.
Yeah, sometimes it catches me off guard. I'm like, oh yeah, right. That's allowed.
There are
in here.
more guns in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Mid control. Here we go. LCK. Ooh, Dazane. Nice little bit of a one tap on the run, on the drive-by, I mean. And now DZY actually takes down the bomb carrier, so that's a decent kill too. Now Flex needs to find some timing here. He needs to be able to find one of these guys. He's trying to be a little bit more patient. He's trying to be, again, that slithery snake. Looking for the time. He finally gets it, and there it is. That's LCK finally with an execute and leaving it just down to Omega. That bomb is still dropped, though. No more utility available for LCK. This is going to be a gunfight all the way. And who other than Spoxy? One shot straight to the dome. And LCK finally find themselves their first round on the second half. 2 needed to get themselves closed out here for the BO5.
Yeah, that is the one they had to win. Non-negotiable. Just to feel a little bit more comfortable. But it's still not that comfortable, is it? In this position. Let's see if they can push on from there. It's a start.
Ooh, a little bit of sewer control here. Ooh, Flex, you are lucky. He re-swings it. Oh, man, he tries to recommit onto this, and that might just be an opening here for 3BL. Now it's just going to be trying to go through this long stairs control. LCK seems to have met their maker in this round. It's Foxy. Again, a clutch scenario. Has to pull up the hero pants, has to do something big with 1:20 remaining, and he doesn't have the bomb, but he's got a TRG. He's got himself some time. But look at these guys. They're grouped up. They're all just playing the numbers. They're playing perfectly onto this. Oh, no, Fox actually saw him. Did he see him?
Yeah, I think he did. Obviously, like, it's kind of weird on the observer POV sometimes. I reckon he probably did see him. Only for a split second, though. I mean, having the bomb is also just a nightmare for Spoxy, right? I mean, talking about pulling up the hero pants, well, I'm sure they're going to be a little bit too big and fall down again, I'm afraid, because this is impossible. Yeah, pushing into the lion's den. And the first lion will munch him up. So that's 8-6. Gap is 2. LCK under the most pressure. A team that we expected to run deep in this event, in this league, this entire season. Maybe make a grand final appearance again and put Vitality under a bit of pressure. Might be in the lead, but they're up against it right now.
Yeah, the pressure is just so high for both these teams. But like you said, I think it definitely kind of, tips the scale a little bit here for LCK. Like you said, a team that has just been around forever and now being tested like this in the lower bracket has been quite some time since we've ever had to say that for a team like this. So a lot riding on this best of 5. 3BL have really just shown like what they've been able to elevate their game throughout this whole season to get to this point. LCK with a little bit of a restart as well on the BL side, just kind of waiting things out. Really just taking their time on this.
Yeah. Noxin and Omega, these two young talents, just know how good they can be. It's these sort of moments where you just need to be a little bit more careful. Don't overpeak when you think there's an opportunity. He's going to have a look with the Vepr as Omega. He's going to wait on the angle though. He has on a few of these rounds. There is one, but he can only get one. Then a guarantee, and that is the entry we want to see from Kiko. Okay, wow. There's the X Factor. One of the LCK players needed to step up. He absolutely did. Now, Noxin and Hunt on the retake. This is very, very difficult. All these angles are so hard to remove. Hunt's going to try and go aggressive early. It's a great kill, but Noxin's going to go down. And even mid-round, a bit of BM to say, yes, we are the favourites here. We should be winning this game. Hunt, he's not winning this one now. They've got themselves site control and Flex will take it. So LCK are finding a way. 9-6, they're one away from getting it done.
Oh, man, you can see it. Everything on the line here. Map and series point right here, right now. 3 needed for 3BL to push in overtime. And now 3BL getting a little bit more aggro into mid here. They're going to try to change things up a little bit, realizing they have to cook up something big. They've been able to show us a lot of magnificent CrossFire here today. They've been able to make a really big comeback story into this. They've been able to just push this team to the limit. It's still an opportunity. They could be able to push this further, but it's going to be round by round in this situation. And this is where I wonder, you know, for the young guns, is this pressure and this nervousness now, is that going to get to them? Or can they maintain the discipline and composure to get this thing closed out to an overtime?
Going to move forward here, trying to put a bit more pressure on than in the previous rounds, 3BL. Hunt in the corner, Flex on the line, Sad is the one to get the kill.
They're going to run through mid here too. So again, like Flex is going to have that information. Like, look, they're trying to get that serious control. You guys got to take advantage of this now. So they finally get a cross. So this is decent. Those smokes are going to be a little bit problematic, but there's still a minute and 10 remaining. So this is not the worst case scenario here for LCK, but they have to start making a decision here soon. They can't wait it out too long. Now they're going to go back to stairs. This has not been good for them. So this is what they're going to try to go for again. DZY just playing behind the brick, hoping to see if he might be able to find it. Finds the back here of Spoxy. Can the trade happen? It does. Dezane does get it. Now it's a reset maybe potentially from LCK. Bomb still in the back here. HP is critically low for 2 players.
Yeah, still doesn't seem possible even now. They need a crazy entry, and that is a crazy clear from Lion Claw. Maybe that is an opportunity, but Noxin is still here, and he's proving to be a bit of a nuisance. Great shot from Kiko again, though. He has really stepped up when LCK needed him at the end of this game. At the absolute business end of things in a 5th map of this BO5 at the very end of this entire series, and maybe it'll be enough. They've got the kill onto Hunt. Kiko has had a brilliant end to this game, and LCK have done it. And look at Dezane yelling into the mic as the game ends. That is a crazy victory. It took all the maps, and they'll manage to get it over the line. Kiko is the hero there. Without him, with that 3k entry and the end of that final round there, that could have so easily gone to like an overtime or something like that. And he was superb. LCK get the revenge they wanted.
Yeah, honestly, and I'm so glad to see someone like Kiko out of all people doing it too, because that's where I said, like, I feel like he hasn't really found his positioning in this team yet. I feel like it's kind of been the lackluster performance from him. Finally get that glimpse of something that he can bring to the table, what he's been able to do, why LCK went for the gamble and took him up, which is huge, right? So, I mean, I'm nothing more than impressed with 3BL though. Like, I mean, I know this is a tough loss to take, but you also beat them 3-0, you put them in the lower, and you push them to a 5-map series, which is something you just cannot ignore in this kind of a series.
No, for sure. And I think that is one of the main things that I'm quite impressed with as well. And they're going to be around for a very long time, right? I mean, they got very talented players. Sure, they're eliminated here, but maybe going as deep as this wasn't even that expected for them, right? So LCK have Unnights tomorrow, and they'll stay alive for now. But for us too, for now, we'll say goodbye and throw it to the panel to close the broadcast.
Thanks, Trav and Laz, and what a way to finish this best of 5. LCK gets to
have another shot in the lower bracket, and 3BL Galaxy, they made their run. They had their 3-0 in the upper bracket, and now they went to full distance versus LCK in the lower bracket. And man, like Kiko with those clutches was the key factor. The guy, like the alpha, the one who picked the win for LCK.
Well, yeah, Kiko stepped up big when it's needed. Also, Spoxy, everybody from LCK. We mentioned that the guys. I knew that there should be a comeback for this team, and I mentioned, by the way, when Ankara map finished and 3BL was up 2-1. I said that if we can see a winner 3-1, which is 3BL, it's definitely going to be LCK's 3-2. Not going to be 3BL's, because LCK are much more as a team unit players. Their play style works very well on New Mexico because they have Flex, who's always taking controls alone, selling fakes, doing pressures, and the team is playing on the other side, and we've seen it a lot from Flex, and it worked out very well for them. Well played by LCK. Today, the experience only from LCK closed the series. Other than that, everything goes to 3BL.
Yeah, I can agree. And also, I remember that Trav mentioned earlier those early 2 rounds for 3BL would have mattered a lot if they can actually capture them. Because remember, like, they finished the first half at 7-2, and if they just can capture one of those 2 rounds, it would have been a lot different for them. The outcome, the rounds, and everything. But for me, LCK, they win with the factor of having knowledge, having this experience over the course of the years. They're just putting it all together to be able to win versus the new dogs. And for me, 3BL Galaxy, that's a name to watch for in Season 2 this year.
Yeah, the guys, as you mentioned, that's their first season together, and they already went to. If anybody's just hopping in, watching 3BL playing like this, and they will say, okay, oh my god, nice, that's maybe the top 3 matchup, or maybe that's not. That's probably the top 3 game. That if you lose, you get to 3rd place. If you win, you go to the finals. You think that it's the lower bracket final between both teams because everybody is playing on this exact same level, and you don't find this except from the top 3. So now, yes, it's kind of disappointing for TBL that if you ask for the placement now, it's 5th place. It's 1 place above Anubis. It's 1 place behind one of the both teams, Unite or LCK. So you feel that they are still not having that good placement. But looking at the performance, that's what you should look onto, because the performance that they will build on next season. 3BL, they showed a hell of a fight for the whole season. They showed us very good games. They gave us heart attacks for a while before going into the playoffs, and they showed us a very good, strong performance versus LCK first time, a very bad performance versus Nemesis second time, and now a very, very strong, dominant performance. Unlucky for them. However, LCK, whenever it comes to such matchup, whenever it comes to this closes, whenever it comes to mental, you bet your money on LCK. The guys are just immune to any mental breakdowns that they can get.
Yeah, it comes with the experience, the time they have spent on playing CF, and for us, we have just watched a banger of a series between LCK and 3BL Galaxy, looking at the KDs, looking at everyone. To be honest, there is one player that I would love to mention in 3BL Galaxy that's been always having a positive KD, been hardly trying to carry some kind of the maps, and that's gonna be Hunt. Like, he's always here, he's always delivering. I remember back in the days, or like not back in the days, like at the beginning of this split, he was not doing the same output. Like, he didn't have the same style, the same things that he's doing right now. But after the adaptations, the changes that they had, not in the players but in the rules inside the game, you can see that 3BL Galaxy are looking pretty scary, even versus LCK. That's something to give them credit for. They won 3-0, they lost 3-2, and guys, LCK were the team that won, I would say, the regional qualifiers and
regional finals,
2025.
yeah, 2025.
Regional finals in 2025. This
a good team.
is a big dog.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to mention. You guys are playing versus LCK. Everybody knows who's LCK. Yeah, that's LCK. That's not a casual team. Unnights as well. I don't want to say that's not Unnights because Unnights is a very strong team right now. This is a team who's also scary. Like if 3BL would have won today, I would bet that Unnights would just crush them maybe through 3-1 or 3 as well. But that's an LCK. That's a roster that won multiple championships, that played together on multiple events. So that's the roster that we would love to see them coming back, because that's the roster that's gonna be probably going into lands and just introducing our league and playing for our name, West League. So we would love to see them come back. And as Lineclaw mentioned again and again, you might be having one bad day, but you shouldn't be having a bad mental, and that's what we've seen from them. They had a bad day first time they played 3BL Galaxy, but today they had their mental and their experience to close the series.
Yeah, of course, it goes to LCK, and we can see here the match MVP is gonna be the Zane with a 1.38 KD, almost 60% headshots, and I would say the Zane and Kiku were like the dynamic duo in this game, at least. They were making some pretty impressive plays that led to LCK getting multiple rounds, and of course Kiku with his flanks getting some I would say instruction from Flex, and moving forward you would see that they were pretty insane. And of course that for the entire match, not the only set MVP, it's gonna be the Zane.
Yeah, the Zane since map 1, since the clutch. By the way, the Zane is the only key factor, in my opinion, from LCK that made them win the series, because he clutched 2 rounds in sub-base that could have already made LCK out of the tournament. The Zane's performance today was just insane. We've seen a lot of clutches from him. The guy was just hyping, and I mentioned that he's always the guy. He's hyping his teammates, he's shouting in the mic, he's doing the hype and motivation needed for them. So the Zane is the guy that you need him in such games. And if LCK is having one bad day, that doesn't mean that these guys are falling. That means that the Zane will step up. That means that you'll see a better version of this guy. He's always performing under pressure.
He is, and till now we're having some questions on LCK, but slowly but surely it feels like LCK are getting back into their own roots, getting back into performing and getting the wins, even though like some of those wins are pretty hard to collect.
Wins is a win,
same time. Yeah, exactly. A win is a win. Like, you remember me once we had this conversation of, would you love to lose the 5th game after going full distant, or just lose
Just
the
get
3-0? Just like,
just
get me
crush
out,
me, man.
like, get me out
Yeah.
3-0.
yeah, just crush me, man. Because I had this, exactly what happened to LCK today. No, sorry, to L3BL. No, not exactly like this, because I was losing 2-0 versus Anubis. I came back with 2 maps, and then they killed me in the last map. Then why you gave me hope? Just win the 4th map and get, or the 3rd map and get it 3-0. Why you give me hope? So that's why I'm saying going full distance and losing, that's not for the experienced players. Experienced players knows how to close the game. They play every single game like it's their own map.
Yeah, of course, and speaking of experience, now we have Felix with us on the Discord, so we'll have a small interview with him. And hello, marhaba Felix, how are you doing?
Hello guys, how are you guys doing?
Yeah,
Doing pretty fine. How do you feel after having a full distant 5 game versus 3BL Galaxy?
I mean, we are for sure not happy. As you saw this game and the last 2 games we played in the playoffs, we are having some trouble against the weaker teams, you know. I don't want to take away from the performance. Obviously, they had some great individual performers, but in the end, we should always win against these teams because, you know, we just think we are better. But in the end, we're happy to win. But at the same time, we are not happy because we haven't really shown the performance that we, you know, were able to show.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we mentioned, that usually when LCK is playing versus any other team, we would be favoring LCK just based on their experience. But I want to ask you a question. Walk me through your sub base, because we've seen a huge changes that you guys did on your sub base. The first 2 times you played 3BL versus them in sub base wasn't successful. One of them was 10-6 in favor of 3BL. The other was 10-2 in the playoffs, and now you guys played way better on sub base. So just tell me what changes you guys did.
I think, like to be honest, we just did our homework this time. Normally, when we play against the weaker teams, we don't really prepare that much. We just focus on our own game because usually, like in the last 2 years against these teams, we are always able to win with just our skill. But the both teams are or like the weaker teams, they're evolving in this season. We are dropping a lot of maps, but it's something we're working on, and I think in the future it will not happen again.
Yeah, of course, that's something we're happy to hear, that we're seeing some of the newer teams or like the newer names on the field to get, I won't say get closer to your level, but at least to start seeing some competition. Yeah, of course, getting stronger.
But that's good for the region, right? That's good for the teams because now we're seeing a different, that's the different phase from LCK. And he said that we didn't used to play, and actually, yeah, that's true. I remember when LCK was playing versus any other teams, they don't need to do any homework. They just casually win by their aims. But now, if the LCK is going to be doing their homework, that means that it's better for SK, and that's what we need for the top 3 teams.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, like one last question for me. So tomorrow you're playing versus Unknights, I believe. Unknights are not gonna be an easy opponent like 3BL Galaxy. I'm not saying that 3BL Galaxy was an easy one. Like we have seen just a full distant 5 games banger from both of you. So what should we wait for tomorrow? Flex.
I mean, it's definitely we prefer to play against the better teams because we know we can predict exactly what's going to happen. Everything's predictable, especially for me as an IGL. It's much easier. When we play against 3BL, it's sometimes very unpredictable what they're going to do. I think even sometimes they don't know what they're doing, and it's working out for them. So, I mean, tomorrow it's going to be a much
if
more
it broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Just let it. Yeah, so yeah, you're gonna be playing versus Petro, exactly. That's what we're saying because you played versus Petro over a long time, and you know how he's leading his team and he's usually playing.
Exactly.
Of course.
Congrats, man. Okay, congrats. We would love to see this matchup.
Thank you, Flex, for your time, and of course, it's always like we love to see you on the broadcast playing or even with us. Any last words you would love to say to your fans or like our Turkish players, fans that are watching this stream?
Just want to thank everyone for always supporting us, and big things are coming, guys. Just keep out for the announcements. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Flex.
Thank you.
Okay, man.
Thank you. Okay, that's good. It's good that he mentioned that the weaker teams are now getting stronger because we would love to push the top teams to the further competition that they can have. Even Vitality themselves, they're having a competition now because Unknights almost knocked them out into the loser bracket. They went with them full decent 5 maps as well. So I'm happy to see these teams are getting pushed so they work more. Yes, maybe this will not happen again. We'll see LCK getting back to destroy the teams and winning everything. But that means that LCK improved. If you see this, that means that LCK improved. If you see this, that means that Vitality improved. And this is what you need to see from a West League teams. We are not biased to any team. We are biased to whoever is going to represent our region.
Of course, and when it comes to representing our region, we know that there is some fundamentals like our core teams that always go to play internationally. But right now, I love the fact that we are seeing some of the new players that will be participating and having some of those stuff in their side. And now, while we head to our closing segment for this broadcast, you will see that in the upper bracket we have Nemesis versus Vitality, and on the lower bracket we have Unknights versus LCK. Two
different
bangers
finals.
Yeah, exactly.
Different fun.
That's gonna be interesting to watch tomorrow's games, and of course. That's something we should be waiting to watch. For today, we had 5 games from 3BL Galaxy versus LCK. LCK end up on top, and for tomorrow, we have a stacked day.
Well, stacked day, exactly. That's what you'd be looking for because if not, you'd be we're gonna be watching the fully stacked games. So the way how Unknights and LCK is going to be playing is just so interesting that you might think that this is going to be a final. And watching Nemesis and Vitality, that's an actual final. So we need 2 trophies for tomorrow because whoever is winning tomorrow needs a trophy. And by the way, it's Unknights and LCK's last chance. So maybe that's the better trophy for the teams because it's a fight for your place. It's not fight for your placement because Nemesis, if they lose, Vitality, if they lose, they still have a chance.
Of course, and having a chance is pretty important to compete internationally, but for today we had like only one best of 5 for the broadcast, but it was worth it to have it on a single day. And of course, for tomorrow you have seen the schedule, and for us, I would love to thank everyone that joined the stream, that watched it. Of course, I want to thank our caster, thank our production team, and of course you, Mr. Penguin. Okay, this side.
Thank
you, Mr. Penguin. And everyone that's being part of this broadcast to give us this amazing product. So that was it for today, and see you
Thank
on
you,
tomorrow's
guys.
broadcast.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
Headshots!